to the real people and having an open and honest discussion with them. That's not what's happening. It's manipulative propaganda is what we're seeing. The same old methods, the same old tools. I expect fucking nothing less. Science. How do we prove things to each other? How do we prove objective facts to each other? Right? Never mind invoking fallacies and appealing to authority and all that nonsense. How do we as human beings prove things that are objectively true to each other? Right? We demonstrate them. We demonstrate our claims in the reality with practical demonstration. Right? So anybody who's making any claims to any substance, right, they have to have practical demonstration. If they cannot provide practical demonstrations, they either do not fully understand the substance that they are investigating and reporting on, or they're lying. It's as simple as that, people. There is no long-winded debate and pseudo-intellectuals in shirts and ties with the right mannerisms who don't swear and talk like that with a very browbeaten attitude, yes. Right? That doesn't fucking count either. Practical demonstrations of all your claims, and if you cannot demonstrate them physically, you either don't know enough about it or you're a liar.
Think that there's a conspiracy.
I think there's a conspiracy.
That'd be a very impressive one. That's the scale of it. I tend to believe that large scale can only be an emergent phenomena.
Really? I find this so fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I always see you as like a logic and love drive your soul. You're very logical. You're relentless. You got a lot of love in your heart. I believe that if you would review the video, where is it from? Dubai or Abu Dhabi, of the mysterious hit on the hotel guest. You ever seen this thing?
No.
Oh,
What happened?
it's the assassination in 2010, 10 years ago, of Mahmoud al-Mabou, something like that, in Dubai, where I believe 26 separate individuals on multiple teams are shown converging, coming in from all over the world on false passports, pretending to be tennis players or business people or vacationers. And all of these teams have different functions, and they murder this guy in his hotel room. And the Dubai, I guess, chief of police or security officer was so angered that he put together this amazing video that says, we can completely detail what you did. We caught you on closed circuit TV. We don't know exactly who you are because your disguises and your false passports. But yeah, 26 people converged to kill one. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe after COINTELPRO and Operation Paperclip and Operation Mockingbird, I don't know whether I should even bring up Rex 84. To not believe in conspiracies is an idiocy.
So you have a sense that evil can be as competent or more competent.
First of all, when evil wants to operate at scale, it needs to make sure that people don't try to figure out evil. When evil operates at scale,
yes,
from first principles, you have to realize that evil must not want it investigated.
That's correct.
The most efficient way to keep yourself from being investigated, if you are an evil institutional player who needs to do this repeatedly, is to invest in a world in which no one can afford to say the word conspiracy. You will notice that there is a special radioactivity around the word conspiracy.
Yeah.
We have provable conspiracies. We have admitted to conspiracies. You have been invited to conspiracies. There's no shortage. Conspiracies are everywhere. Some of them are mundane. Some of them are like price-fixing cartels, or trade groups are generally speaking conspiracies. So the first thing you have to realize is that all of us are in a mimetic complex where you can be taken off the chessboard by saying conspiracy theorist. Good, done. It's like a one-line proof. We don't have to listen to Lex. He said he was a conspiracy theorist on this show. Okay. That is partially distorting our conversation. If you want to ask me about Jeffrey Epstein, you have to agree with me that that is a logical description of what you would have to have if you wanted to commit conspiracies, is that you have to make sure that people are dissuaded from investigating them.
That I'm not trolling, I do not seek conflict. What I seek is complete understanding of what you're trying to preach and what you're trying to tell me. Now, I myself am a skeptical person. So when people tell me the information I haven't met or haven't checked by myself, I obviously start to question it. I questioned round Earth first and foremost, and now I'm trying to question your beliefs and your core ideologies when it comes to flat Earth.
Sure. Well,
yes.
let's
So
start. Have you met any flat earthers yet, or are we the first ones you've come across?
Discussed. I think you're the first one I tried to discuss with. Others were just blatantly ignoring me. Met? Yes, I've met them. They're not very. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm not being
we're a
biased.
friendly bunch in here.
Yeah.
So
That's
basically, what we talk about here, and the boys all jump in after me, is that we've got proof that the Earth isn't curved. We've got observations that show us that the Earth isn't curved. So which guy wants to jump in? Go for it.
I got it. Hey, do you think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Not a ball, but an egg-shaped. You know, like, yeah.
Ellipsoid, oblate, spheroid.
Hair.
Are you aware that what she just said is the case? That every observation that we ever find shows that there is no curvature. That we've disproven the claim of curvature deduced on the radius that they say.
Okay, but how would you do that?
All right, go ahead and do it. Have you ever heard of the Have you ever heard of the black swan?
No.
Sick.
Have you seen the videos of the Nikon P900 guys?
No.
Go and check out some of the. You probably trouble finding some, but look at the P900 infrared, and there's no way they can film that far into the distance and still see mountains like 400 miles away.
Just
Yeah,
look at the
let's,
picture that was posted in chat right now.
Too far.
Yeah, can you?
Which one?
5 feet observer height.
But in which channel?
Let me walk them through it. So, Arcade, do you see where live stream one, where you at? Right above it, there's a live stream one voice text that goes along with this. Click that.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see the picture that's posted, the one that says "bye-bye ball"?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so basically, you know there is a circumference they tell us of 24,901 miles, right? And with that, we get the radius, which is 3,959 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's what they tell us. Now, with that, we can deduce what should be the geometric horizon, meaning where the ball Earth should go down and away from you, right? Because it's the geometry of the ellipse. Okay, so we factor in the radius of 3,959 miles with the observer height, and then we can deduce how far it should. Now, this observation was taken at 1 foot. In this little meme here, we've actually given the given you, the globe Earth, 5 feet. Okay, and so when you factor in 5 feet, what the geometric horizon should be is no further than 2.73 miles. Okay, so that means that we should see a horizon of the physical Earth bulge at no further than 2.73 miles. As you can see in this image, we have 2 oil rigs, one at 6 miles, one at 9 miles, and there's a horizon behind it. Okay, so there is no geometric horizon between us and 3 miles, but in fact there's a horizon beyond 9 miles, thus disproving the claim of curvature based on the metrics they gave us. You follow?
Yes, but at the same time, one question arises: when you're looking at the picture of a ball-shaped Earth from space, you are. Well, I mean, I'm only assuming. I'm not for sure, but I mean, what I've seen people say is that those pictures are fake. How are you certain that this image is not artificially shopped or anything?
Because it comes from a video. Exactly. This is a still shot from a video, and there's more than one.
Can you see the JPEG up there?
Yeah, it's being replicated. Black swans are everywhere these days, so.
We call this a black swan because it's the death knell for the globe. It's pictures like this. It's a black swan photo for the globe.
So how many pictures from space, you know? Have you actually seen that you can confirm how they were taken? No? Well,
yes. But I also wonder
how did you confirm? Like, did you see the person with the camera go up there or something in single shot?
Well, considering there are satellites, it would be.
That's not what we're talking about.
Hold on. Yeah. We just want to keep up on the topic of Black Swan real quick so he gets to 100% before we move on to that. Go ahead, Witsit or Jedi.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say evening, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Crypto.
Hello.
Doing well.
Okay, so
I just heard satellites, so I'm sure this is an interesting conversation.
We're trying to talk about oil rigs, buddy, but yeah, satellites. But yeah, if you want to go back to the Black Swan, buddy, that'd be awesome.
Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, but look, his counter argument for the curve was pictures from space. So we have
that doesn't work, though, man.
No. That wasn't my counter. What I said was, what I asked. Right.
I heard you. You asked, how can we prove this is legitimate? Okay, we
yes.
that it's actually from a video. I'm pretty sure the video has actually been posted right here. Okay, so there's a video where this. Exactly. So this dude zooms in from a video from his 1 foot observer height from the beach. He zooms all the way in, and then we took a still shot of the video. And there's more than one video. Okay, so this is provable that it's authentic.
It's ground level.
Right. So now that we've established that it's authentic, do you know of a counter argument to the fact that there's no geometric horizon?
I would only assume no. To be honest, I don't know if it's a definite kind of counter argument, but if I don't know, someone could say that the distance is legitimately just not enough when we consider the size of Earth. We could say that it's not enough. You know.
Well, this is what. Hold on. This is what we're applying the mathematical model to. So, according to the mathematical model of a ball, given the dimensions that we are given, then the horizon must be a countable distance away, dependent on the observer's elevation. Now, that works out for this particular image to about 1.23 miles away. That's where the geometric physical sagittare of the Earth should be. Now, as you can see, the horizon is past second oil rig, and the oil rig is only there as a distance marker. So the horizon is plus 9.41 miles away. Geometrically, according to the mathematics of a sphere, the horizon should be 1.23 miles away. So it's 10 times further away than it should be, according to the math of the ball. So it either completely disproves radius or puts us on a planet the size of Jupiter.
I see. That's interesting.
And before, sorry, just going to make the other point as well. When we brought this to you about 2 minutes ago, you said images from space. This is a picture that's been taken down here on Earth, on the floor, something that you can go out and validate for yourself. Every single image, long-distance observation, you, the individual, can prove this to yourself. I doubt you can go to space and take a picture of the Earth.
Right. So very simply, we've proven, it's very provable and verifiable that NASA's not a very reliable source. The government lies. So what we've done is we've taken it into our own hands where we can go repeat and replicate and observe these things ourselves. Right. All right. It's not 1930. Get a computer. Why are you on a typewriter?
Right. So.
So are you understanding, though, are you understanding the geometry of the Earth is not really debatable. It necessitates there be a geometric horizon, and it necessitates a certain distance because of the imposed radius that they give us. That's what they tell us that the Earth is. And so if they've been to space and all this other stuff, they should know exactly what it is, right? So this is the numbers that we've been given. And Arwen, I'm about to come through the computer. All right.
Oh my God! Use some grease on them keys, bro.
He's playing Socket Rocket. All right.
Yeah, you can unmute him when he comes back.
I've done it.
Sounds like a Dell computer.
I enjoyed that.
At the same time, I don't want to seem ignorant, and I don't want to seem like a person who is ignoring all of your arguments. But I would like to say two things, and also I would like to say once again that I'm by no means trying to disrespect anyone here, but I would like to see the mathematical what do you call it? The problem, the solution itself. Yeah. Can we see that?
To find the distance of the horizon on the ball, it's 1.22 times the square root of your height above the ball. You want to see the derivation of the formula or whatever?
Yes.
And
this is an approximation.
Listen, you can get
it on Wikipedia.
You can get that from any survey book, civil engineering book, the geometric horizon and the distance to it. This isn't a flat Earth concept. It's taught in civil engineering, survey, geodetic survey, astronomical survey.
See, I am a software engineer. I don't do much of the civil engineering, but I understand your notion.
That's 1.22 times the square root of the height in feet above the surface to give an output of the number of miles to the horizon. So if you're 5 feet above the surface, the square root of 5 is like between 2 and 3 times 1.22 gives you a horizon for 5 feet. That's like 2 to 3 miles out with that math alone. And so if it's 10 miles out, you're going to need a bigger Earth because the square root of 1.22 times the square root of the height reduces down in the formula to 1.22 times the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth that you're talking about times the height in feet above the Earth divided by 5,280 feet for a mile. That's where the derivation comes from. I could point you to the Wikipedia page that goes through the derivation. It's something from the secant cosecant formula that's used to it's basically right triangle.
Here, Wizard Slayer posted the mathematical equation for the argument for the black swan as presented by Quantum Eraser.
And I guess it's important to maybe...
You can look up the formula, hold up. You can look up the formula and make sure the equation is in proper context, if you wish.
Right. And also, just so you know, what the black swan means is if you make the claim all swans are white, but then we go find a black swan, well, that disproves that all swans are right. So this is the globe Earth's black swan. This cannot exist for the Earth to be the globe they tell us that it is. So it's a death blow to the globe.
Right, and it's based on modus tollens, if P then Q. So if Earth is a radius sphere, then the equation for the horizon, if no radius square, no horizon, no geometric horizon, then no P. Earth isn't a radius sphere.
If you're looking for more information on like these type of measurements, like the black swan one is not presented to you right now, but there's another one that's more in depth too. That is a laser test. If you want, we can discuss as soon as you guys are done with the black swan. I'll go into the FD core laser test.
It's under the Wikipedia entry for horizon. Go under distance to horizon for geometric modeling. It goes over the derivation in there.
Yeah, so you're understanding the implications of this here?
Being you're a software engineer, accredited sources should be part of your repertoire, right?
True.
There you go. So I'll assume that you have a good quality of research, as if I know what academia requires.
It's a big I would try to create it. Yeah, right. Never mind.
You finished. I just wanted to add on that the black swan image is just compounding our argument that we've had for the last 5 years, and that argument is we see too far. The whole Earth has a prediction. We're on a curved surface, so things at distance should descend beyond the horizon, so we can't see them anymore. Flat Earth claim number 1, we see far too far. Long distance observations prove that there is no sphericity to the ball.
Right.
Also, if you're looking to simulate this, someone's actually simulated it with Walter Bisland's software. So I can provide that link as well.
Please do.
Presets for flat Earth, globe Earth, everything is in there.
Yeah, the black swan argument, though, is the modus tollens. So the black swan is the fact that we show through the modus tollens that it doesn't have a radius or circumference. There'd be people who argue that, though.
This is a black swan. It shouldn't exist, but it does. All swans should supposedly be white. Well, back then, before they went to Asia anyway and saw black swans. It just disproves the globe.
That's the premise based on the modus tollens. That's all I'm saying.
Right, then another question if you don't mind. Why would the government...
Before you carry on, I'm just interested to know...
We can only guess at that.
The curiosity is killing me because I can't work out if you've got a Swedish, Dutch or Bavarian accent.
Neither.
Please tell me. Where's your accent from?
You tell me.
Well, it's not English. There's definitely a lot of Dutch in there.
Maybe.
So you've definitely lived in Holland, but I don't know that you've lived there your whole life.
I haven't, to be honest. I haven't lived in Holland.
You haven't lived in Holland?
No.
Not sure about that. Where's your accent from, anyway?
Well, I'm Russian. Truth be told.
I don't believe that for a second.
Я русский, я серьезно, я тебе говорю, я русский. Я знаю
So
русский
you
язык.
can't speak Russian.
Well, I'm telling you I'm Russian. Why else would I speak Russian? That fluently.
Lots of people speak languages for lots of reasons.
Oh, right, okay, so why would
Whatever.
I
I was just curious. It doesn't matter, really. Carry on.
Yeah, it really don't matter.
No.
What was your question?
Sounds
You said,
pretty
you said you had a
Russian to me.
question. You said you had
Yeah,
a question.
well, my question is, why would government and why would NASA, why would government pay so much for NASA to lie? Plus, if that's the case, then why would they send, or even try to create those fucking fake experiments in 1979 and 1982?
Okay,
But we still have their record
Hold up,
of
not
lying.
5 people at once. We can only guess at that, but people will offer you a million guesses if you ask that.
Yeah,
we
you
can-
need to study the liar. You need to study the liar to see what motivates him to lie. A lot of times, the adept liar will seemingly lie to gain control over the truth process. They'll tell little fibs to see what you'll buy, and then they'll work up and formulate their lies to better deceive you. But there are many other reasons we can speculate. Bad, incorrect maps have the potential to hide land with resources, people, and Lord knows what behind a bad map. That's number one. Number two, NASA may be getting money for nothing. Maybe they, went up there, found out that the space was not all that it was cracked up to be, there was a firmament up there keeping them from going that far, like some of the flat earth models appear to say, and they just kept on getting money for nothing. Maybe they're taking that money and redirecting it toward black projects, breakaway civilizations, weapons development, technology development, something else other than just pure space rocketry. The rockets appear to go up and curve to avoid
Cinematography.
Yeah.
Hollywood.
And very simply,
they lead
very
that
simply,
shit. They build it. They make the rules. How
Very
it's
simply,
supposed to
that's
be.
a speculative question. We do talk about that, right? But what we want to do first, if we're just being intellectually honest or responsible, is we're going to establish what we can prove or what is observable and we have evidence for. We're going to establish that, and then we'll go from there. So you can't reverse engineer it. Like if I can't figure out why they would lie, well then I'm going to just ignore the evidence. So right now we're presenting you with the evidence that disproves the globe Earth, and then you can go into the speculation of why they would lie.
Why is such a complicated
Hold on. I posted the simulator for you so you can play around with that and ask questions as you see fit.
And why is such a difficult question? Because you need to know what motivates a liar. People are different. Different things motivate them, number one. And number two, they have to be honest enough to confess what's motivating them. When you're dealing with things like deep evil, sometimes they'll hide the reasons that motivate them to be what they are so deep inside themselves, they can't even tell you what motivates them. And so it's up to you from afar to just, see how their behavior is consistently motivated. But, based off the way most governments and organizations, operate, money, avoiding embarrassment, or hiding something else usually are the go-tos.
So can we stick to the? We need some kind of concession or something with the actual evidence, right? We can't just skip past it. It's just dishonest.
What we need to do also is look at the claims. So first of all, we're told that we live on a ball. Okay, so we're looking for the ball at the moment. We're looking for it with observations and measurements. We still don't find any curvature, primarily over water. Second claim that this begging the question, shape of the Earth is moving, it's spinning and it's going in a direction around the sun. And the third claim is that we're going through space, which is a vacuum. And then the fourth bit will be gravity that keeps it all together. So we're looking for a ball that spins in space because of gravity. Those four claims must be proven some way or another. But unfortunately, all flat earthers here will agree with me that there is no ball, there is no movement, there is no space, and gravity doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't exist?
No. Not in the way that you probably think that it does, i.e. the Earth is a ball sitting in space and gravity is either mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. So those two things, being as there's two, there's not one, those two things have never been scientifically proven, and one of them's a concept.
Yeah, gravity's a theory, that's right.
Right,
That's
very
not
true.
scientific.
And again, my man, can I just get you to? I know it's probably a lot, right? Can you just concede that this evidence here doesn't jive with the Ball Earth claims of curvature? Can we get some honesty in here so we?
Well, truth be told, I'm still trying to figure things out and see through for myself. Your words and your affirmations, that's dandy, and I'm thankful, but I have to be absolutely 100% certain that what you're trying to tell me is true, and that comes from my own personal observations, what suits my own, not really suits, but what I understand within what I jive with in
Well, that's cool. That's cool. We encourage that, right? We don't want you just to believe us or whatever. But would you concede that if the math is correct, that
then
we
yes.
told you? Yeah.
Then yes.
Okay. Well, I assure you it is, bro. But I encourage you to double check it. But yeah, so there you see why we're all here, because the math is correct, and we have observations like this where it's literally a death blow. It can't exist. It can't exist on the ball Earth.
So I want you to take a look at real quick. This is another one of our best evidences for the flat Earth, or for at least disproving WGS84 model, right? Which is the
before you go into that real quick, can I just say one more thing about the simulator? Yeah. So what they've tried to do is recreate the situation where they could have the horizon block the image. And so they have that in video. Now, this calculator is not made by flat earthers. This calculator is made by someone by the name of Mick West. And a globe earther has used that to pretty much try to prove that you could recreate the image on a globe earth in a simulator. But the link that I gave to you pretty much shows what they use as proof of a geometric Earth. They're using planar geometry, and that's why you can tick the flat Earth option. Well, the flat Earth option is already applied with the simulated preset that's in the link that I gave you. But you can still play around with it, and the point is that it's possible. We see this way because this is exactly the way the reality works. They've hijacked what perspective is and called it Earth curve. So yeah, go ahead, Jose. I didn't want to take up too much.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through the FB core real quick. So, do you see what I just posted? It's Ether9000 bot posted something that says FB core experiment description final version. Do you see that link?
Yes.
I want you to click on that link and just save it. So you don't have to review it right now, but I'm going to give you a quick summary about it. Just save that link because that's the information that supports another flat Earth observation, in my opinion. So what these people set out to do was they went to do a bunch of laser tests over large bodies of water, right? Because the Goldberg model predicts that the most easiest place to measure some type of curvature would have to be over water, right? Since everything's getting pulled to the center of mass by gravity. So these people set out to Lake Issel, which is measurement 7, the one I'm discussing right now. That measurement was done in Lake Issel. I believe I forget exactly where that is, but it's called Lake Gisel. Anyways, so what they did was they put a laser, right, that is sitting about 2 meters of elevation above the sea level. And this laser is a 0.08 millirad. The millirad allows you to, pretty much calculate the spread of the beam, how much that beam will spread out through its distance. And at the longest distance target they had was about 25 miles. So the spread of that beam would probably go to 3 meters of width. So, all that's calculated in the PDF I sent you. Now what these people set out to do is try to measure the WGS84 model for its accuracy, right? If it's even, if it's even predictable, right? Now they had a target that was 1.5 meters of elevation being shot by a target of 2 meters of elevation. And what they did was they did a horizontal pan, right? They had 3 targets ranging from 6, 12, and 41 kilometers, 41 kilometers being the 25-mile distance one. And they were managed to actually do a horizontal pan and align all those targets with the laser. Now, the Globe Earth model predicts that the shortest target that can observe the laser on a line of sight would have to be sitting at 90 meters of elevation. But these people are at 1.5 meters. So these 7 measurements show that the WGS84 model fails with predictions, and they actually aren't measuring anything close to the curvature what they should be measuring. It's very similar to the Black Swan in some ways, because if we were to actually apply what the radius would have to be for the observations to work, it's ridiculous. It makes the planet like 10 times bigger. So this is that's where it's relevant, right? So we know that the math of the globe of that's hidden cement, that 24,901 miles circumference with the radius of 3,959 is broken. It's destroyed. And if the circumference changes, you have to understand something. If it gets bigger or smaller, everything falls apart. Your gravity model falls apart. Your 15 degrees per hour fall apart. Everything of the model falls apart with just changing the circumference. So that's why it's like the most damning, nail in the coffin for the globe Earth, in my opinion.
The planets, the moon, size,
direct line of sight between laser and target over a distance of 25 miles would be impossible if the surface between the laser and the target was curved. What Jose is pointing out is that after 25 miles, the curvature is over 90 meters. But
Yes,
the
that's
target's
true.
only 1.5 meters in height, so there is direct line of sight between the laser and the target. A physical impossibility on a curved surface.
And sorry to interrupt you guys. And also, the American Navy have this weapon they call the railgun. Now, that weapon fires a projectile, leaving the muzzle at Mach 7, hitting a target at over 120 miles away, hitting it, obliterating it at Mach 5. Now, that would be completely impossible within that distance, because there should be 2 miles of curvature, roughly, between the two, that distance. So,
Yes.
the railgun.
So Jin's pointed that out for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it a little bit clearer. Long distance observations we see too far. Measurements over distances of water we measure no curve. The practical use, as in the militaries that Jin's just pointed out, is evident. The practical use of a flat stationary Earth is always relevant. You'd expect militaries of the world to use a curved surface if there was one. To their technology, if there was a curved surface, they wouldn't waste our fucking time. So long distance observations are practical measurements over distances of water, and the practical use of a level plane is in effect always. 3 things are demonstrably true, which they are, then the Earth can in no way be a spherical object.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't see a target at 120 miles or more, not from your position. To observe a target that's 120 miles away, line of sight targeting, that's just an impossibility on a globe of the dimensions that we are given, 24,901 miles in circumference.
What we've also got down at the bottom of the Discord server is a place called Additional Informations, alphabetized A through to Z. There's a bit called long distance observations or observations. In there's observations that are done from about 1 inch, 2 inches above the surface of the water, and there are also ones that are using infrared cameras that go hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now, long distance observations supersede the prediction of a curved surface.
Yeah.
That's flat Earth claim number 1, mate. We see too far, and you said earlier you'd have to see it yourself, right? Now, where do you see the curvature of the Earth? When do you ever see a ball?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I myself don't. But neither do I see its flatness, because I do not see its edges. I had to travel.
Hold on. You are seeing edges, right? Because flatness is a description of a surface. We're not making a claim to shape. We also don't know the limitations, if there is any, because it could be infinite. We don't know the limitations to our environment, right? So we're talking about the description of a surface at the moment. So long distance observations and primarily measurements over water show that the Earth is most definitely a level topographical plane.
Yeah, that's what we observe. That's what we experience. Yeah, we don't see the curvature. We do not experience this curvature that's supposed to be this globe that we're living on. And a true story here in Japan. Back in 2017, 3 Japanese hikers who tried for 25 years to get a picture of Mount Fuji from a mountain in the Fukushima area succeeded in 2017. And they were very proud of the fact that they were able to take a picture of Mount Fuji after 25 years of trying, and it made big news, okay? Now, unbeknownst to them, they were proving that the Earth was flat. That was not mentioned in the article because everybody thinks we're on a globe. And I only knew of this event from my Japanese student, who is actually an English teacher herself. And she pointed it out to me thinking that this is proving the globe. I said, no, it is not proving the globe. It is proving that we can see long distances. 180 miles should be 4 miles of curvature.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Thanks, Elio. Is anybody awake, or am I the only one?
We're here. I didn't recognize Helio's voice at first and thought he had gotten some super professional voiceover. And I realized it was Helio.
I know, he seems to be involved in everything, doesn't he?
How is everyone else this morning?
I don't know, it's dead today, I guess. I mean, I guess we'll have to listen to music.
Indio's in here. How's it dead?
No, I don't think he's in here. I think that was just the end of the recording.
All right.
Darn it, now I'm just by myself. Doggone it. Where's everybody at? Where are you? Where you at, Indio? What's up? You gonna play a video again? I guess I could talk to myself, but that wouldn't be any fun now, would it?
How does this channel get promoted and found? You know?
How does it get promoted and found? By YouTube, I think mostly, but word of mouth, that kind of thing.
Maybe. Yeah, I was wondering where I came from. The Flat Earth app. That's how I got there.
Oh, right on.
Yes. I don't know how these. I don't know how everybody else gets there.
Yeah, I think I found it just like an ad. Somebody told me about it, and I went. They sent me an invitation.
Oh, nice.
So, right now.
Yeah, I think it needs maybe some more promotion to the Globers.
Yeah, really, right? I don't know. We had a few good conversations in here the last couple nights or the last couple days.
Oh, for sure. But it sounded like a decent amount of them were already kind of like well researched or half convinced coming in.
Yeah, it would be nice to get someone that's just really intelligent and that could be turned. You know what I mean? So that I don't know. I guess we all wish that, right? Is the perfect person to come along and listen to us, but
yeah, like fresh off of the never even heard the Earth is flat.
Right. I know I've got a friend of mine that I really want to, like, I've told him about flat Earth, but he just rejects it, of course. So I've always wanted to, get my mindset right and be able to, talk to him and answer a lot of questions that because he always asks a lot of questions like, well, what about this? What about this? And I never can remember the answer. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe even it's hard. I can't get them to look at the stuff I send them. They will never look at it.
Yeah, I pretty much, separated myself from most of my family because of that. I sent them all stuff and they kept getting mad at me. So.
Oh yeah.
But it is what it is. I mean, a lot of the family that I have are just cousins and stuff, and they all live out in Missouri, and so it's not like I lost much. I love my family. Don't get me wrong, but it kind of bothers me that they do that.
Yeah, I kind of lost. No, I didn't lose anything really, but so I didn't lose anything. I wouldn't say at all because I had a pretty full on debate with them, out loud. It's pretty easy stuff from the beginning on, right? And then, but now when I say to them something like, well, there's no proof of airborne anything, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because you're going to show me facts and proof, and I don't want to see it. So it's I can make things up now probably just to scare them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think sharing is the part that really makes it frustrating. I got really frustrated at first. I really bothered me a lot that people didn't want to hear what I had to say. But over time, I kind of just got to where it's like, well, what's the big deal? If they don't want to hear it, then what can I do? There's not much I can do about it.
Yeah. They'll admit that they're waiting. That it's about the consensus. They'll admit it. They'll say, listen, when everybody else, then I'll get on board. But I just, I got to live in this system, so I'm going to stay here. That's all right. I have like not a theory, but that we all know it's flat. Like, you know it is, no matter what. Like, it's not even that hard to tell somebody that. And, once you get past 60 to 120 seconds, they're just like, yeah, I know it is, but I gotta live in this construct. So I'm definitely not as well versed as a lot of these guys. I guess it comes down to memory. I mean, their memory is just amazing, where they remember the numbers and the figures, and I would have to
Right, yeah, some people are really good at that, yeah. I used to write stuff down all the time and keep notes. That helped me a little bit, but, like, the mind isn't what it used to be. I'm 48 years old, so it's not like I can memorize things like I used to when I was a kid.
Yeah. You do I'm coming up with like a strategy. I have like a 6-step Google search so I say, all right, well, I say simple searches we can do. Okay, what's the highest elevated continent in the world? And I go, oh wow, yeah. And I go, okay, how do you hang a picture on the wall and make sure it's straight? Oh yeah, with a level in water. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. And then I don't know. I got to add to those steps, but real simple stuff. It's just so simple, basic.
Looks like we have a person that's not VC verified yet. I don't know if there's anybody in here that can help him, but if you go up to the there's a chat room at the top. It says VC check-in. If you go in there and wait, hopefully somebody will come by and they'll verify you. I can't do it, or I would.
Silver Flat Earth can do check-ins. Test. Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just going to say, is he in here?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying you.
Oh yeah, you're right. I see him in there. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
You just got to ask somebody to. Yeah, you just got to ask somebody to give the role. But so if you do a check-in, when you go in there, they'll be muted. But you'll have the power to unmute them in the voice check-in.
Okay, I see. Maybe we could go over that sometime when we're not, whatever, you could help me out with that. I don't know a lot about Discord, so I don't want to screw things up.
Yeah. Oh, you can't. Don't worry about that. You can't screw anything up.
Well, I just got promoted to silver, so I'm kind of like trying to stay on the right track. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Listen, it's not like that. Not like you just do what you think is the right thing, and then you won't have a problem. I guess we put a lot of trust in people. Try not to micromanage everything.
Right. Yeah, I hear you.
And growing itself anyway. So what was your name?
Must have find a wrench or find a weech or something like that. It's on the list.
All right.
Yeah, if you can hear us, you can move up to the VC check-in, and India will check you in and get you to where you can speak on the channel.
I unmuted him.
All right, you there? Maybe not. Maybe he's just listening. You can come in and talk to us. We'll answer questions or whatever you want. It's up to you, of course, but. All right, then, well. India, you got bot control, or
Yeah, of course.
if you've got it, I don't know if you've got it, but QE did a little thing last night. I don't know if you could pull it up and play it or something. Oh, we're not just dead here. It's up to you, of course.
Was it in here on his channel?
I'm pretty sure it was in here because he came in last night and he was doing something and he played a video and then something else. So I'm assuming he was taping for a show. But it was kind of interesting. That's why I said.
Well, I'll go check on his channel. Playing out of here each episode's like 12 hours. I would have to find it and flip it and shit. That's not possible at the moment.
Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. Speaking of Helio, where's he at? I didn't see him last night. Of course, I didn't stay up late, but
Well, QE did stream something 20 hours ago, so I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
well, anything but dead air. I mean, unless somebody comes in and wants to talk. I mean, I don't see anybody, and must have tried a reach or whatever that is. He doesn't seem like he wants to talk, so I just figured.
Well, I'm not talking because everywhere I go, it's a racket, man. I keep trying to go down a side street to avoid construction, and I'm banging on shit, and it doesn't matter. Like, there's construction everywhere. I can't avoid it.
Yeah, I have that problem. There's people that drive through my neighborhood crazy, and it like always jumps in when I'm talking.
Well, it's like I'm in a city, so like no matter like I don't know if you heard that a minute ago, that fucking thing backing up. So I turn, like I'm gonna go down this side street, oh, more construction. Like, okay, I'm gonna turn again. Garbage truck, gonna turn, just can't avoid it. There's always some racket going on. Yeah, like there's homeless people sleeping right across from the construction site with their jackhammer. And I have no idea how they're sleeping.
Me neither.
Like literally jackhammering across the street. How are you sleeping through that, buddy? But you and that other guy were talking about like memorizing, facts or whatever. That's more important, at least in my opinion. More important to know how to think and how to prove things than it is to like know the facts. Because if you know how to do a logical progression, then it doesn't matter what the facts are. You'll arrive at the truth, and that's how we're trying to figure out. The facts are unimportant. I mean, they are, but I mean, they're not the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think personality is probably the biggest thing that's a help anyway, because the more civilized you are and the more logical you sound, the more likely people will listen to you and hear what you have to say.
I mean, if you make an argument that's logically sound, there is no argument against it, right?
Yeah, but they always play that why would they lie and all that other stuff. I hate when they dodge like that. I mean, I get it. I get why they do it, but it just frustrates me. It's like, really?
That's literally just changing the subject because that's not even Okay, so that's not even the right question to even answer the question. What's the shape of the Earth? So we answer that with the people, like what human beings do, or why they would do it, or why they wouldn't do it. That's silly, man.
Yeah, it is pretty meaningless. I mean,
You don't build a bridge that way, do you?
no.
Oh, how long do we want this bridge to be? Do we want it to be flat, curved? Oh, let's ask some people. Let's ask some people how they feel about it.
Yeah, there you go.
But that question in and of itself reveals a lot about them more than anything. Like
Yeah,
their state, like the state of like what they're. It kind of reveals like what their foundation is for believing the globe, and and that tells me it's completely sociological. It has nothing to do with the evidence. It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with anything. But I'm trying to fit in, trying to fit into the hierarchy, and I don't want to go down the social economic ladder. So I'm going to just parrot what everybody else says, so I won't be punished.
Yeah, that seems to be a fear of a lot of people. Fear of retribution and all that. I don't worry about that too much because I don't have a career. I'm disabled. But at the same time, I understand that my wife has to deal with all of it. And she's a normie, so that makes it difficult. But I don't know. I just keep hoping that eventually she'll hear the right words and she'll do some of the research. It seems like that's what I can't get her to do, is actually look it up, figure it out. I guess it's my approach. I get a little cocky sometimes, and I kind of I'm just not real nice about my information. I drop info and stuff like that, but I do it in kind of a snide way, and I guess I gotta stop doing that. I got a silly question. Whenever you're talking to people online, like flat earthers or whatever, is it okay if you know their name to call them by their name, or is that kind of like a rude thing to do?
I guess it would depend on the person how they feel about it.
Right. Well, like BattleMod, he never says anything about it, but I notice that some people are like, they just kind of like, like they don't want people to know. I just want to make sure that I'm not doing that on people and having that's all.
Well, BattleMod, I always call him his name. That's kind of like a habit I have. I don't like calling people nicknames. Actually, I don't even like calling them their abbreviated names. And that's like in real life. I don't like. It's just like a thing I have. Like I got friends that got nicknames, right? So my friend, how to say his name, Justin McHugh. Everyone calls him JQ, but I call him Justin, and he gets pissed off because the only person that says that to him is his mother.
Right, but you knew him as Justin before he had the title, right?
It's just a thing. It's just a thing. I always call people their proper names. It's just a like, I don't know. It's just a habit I've always had.
Well, it is easier to remember a regular name. Trying to remember something that somebody just made up when they started Discord is a little more difficult to remember. But yeah, I completely agree with you. And you can't call someone by their name, then you don't. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's almost like I feel like I'm being rude by not calling them by the title,
I mean, let me ask you why would they lie? It's a fair question, but the fact that they feel compelled to ask it should be telling them something. Like, okay, they ask, why would they lie? They go, how's this? There's this gigantic conspiracy. I've been told the globe has been based upon facts and science and yada, yada, yada. But the first thing that comes to their mind is the social element, right? Well, why isn't the first thing that comes to your mind the actual evidence? Why is it the social element? Why isn't it like, yeah, the Earth's a globe because they went and measured curvature in 1852 using this, that, and the other thing? Why isn't that the first thing that comes to your mind? Why is it something else? Why is it people? Science isn't about people. It's about the experiment. It's about the data, not about how people feel about things or the social order. That's part of the grand trick, right? So this is a sophisticated bullshit story. And, there's lots of elements to it, like little propaganda tactics. One being they tell you it's a science question, right? Super smart scientists figured out the Earth was a ball, yada, yada, yada. Well, turns out it's not even a scientific question because science deals with phenomenon and theories, and what the shape of something isn't even a scientific question. Why are we hearing it so long that science proves the Earth's a ball? Doesn't even make sense.
You're right, it doesn't.
I mean,
But,
there's so many of these like little teeny intellectual flaws, right? These logical flaws. And it's amazing, like, that people don't see them, right? They see them because we rejected the concept, but I don't understand why, but just like normally, like in the normal.
You're breaking up a little bit.
I'm just saying that when we're a child, we don't. Why do I have to be 40 something years old, pushing 50, before I figure out that the whole thing's a bullshit story?
Yeah.
Would you want them to invest, these same scientists, invest their time and their experiments into the flat Earth and figuring out how that works instead?
I have no problem. Well, the thing is, I know that there's a difference between having a mathematical model that describes how things work, and you can presuppose any geometry or non-geometry or four-dimensional space or 20-dimensional space. I know that those things aren't physically real. Like using them for whatever practical purpose we use them for. But it's a far cry from saying this is reality. Because you can have multiple models that describe the same thing, and picking which one is actually physically real is just an arbitrary choice, right? A philosophical choice. I have a problem with them spending $10 billion on a telescope that is going to do what exactly?
Yeah, me too. Like, what gets me the most about NASA is that they just blow all this money, and where does they don't have nothing to show for it, really.
But even if you believe the globe model, what utility is it to humanity?
Right. You don't spin your stuff or space time your stuff to make it work.
Well, they're just trying to. They're not saying what their real goal is. I mean, they do, but people don't catch on. The real goal is to give us a new creation story, right?
Yeah, like a ball or a wheel is a great invention. Like, it's got tons of practical uses. I guess, I don't know, you could take a ball, and bearings and wheel. It's a great. That's practical. But as far as it, yeah.
what has space exploration? Let's assume we're Globers and we believe the heliocentric model and all the modern cosmology. We believe it all. What is this? How has it served mankind as a whole? Like, what have we discovered in space or in space flight or spaceships, which has helped anybody do anything ever?
Right. And then the whole enigma of the perpetual machine, because it has to work in space, and then people are giving up on the search for free energy because over something that's, it's a big deterrent.
Back in the early 2020s, it's called the Mexican beer germ. There's the lab leak that it leaked from a lab. So, like, one of the top oncologists, most cited oncologists in the world said, yes, this is definitely a lab leak. There's no way this thing formed in nature, yada, yada, yada. So they attacked him, all sorts of stuff. So he finally got something published, and he said, this is the end of science since the time of Copernicus and Galileo. And so when they ask, like, why does it matter? Like, the idea that there's a globe penetrates everything. This guy can't even talk about the Mexican beer germ without referencing the heliocentric model through Galileo and Copernicus. Like, you can't get away from it. No matter where you go, you can't get away from this globe concept. It's like a mental disorder.
Yeah, it is really. I guess that's all they have really to cling to. So I guess they cling to what they have.
So I say it's the foundation of Western civilization. It really is. It is this is why it triggers people so bad. It's literally the foundation of Western civilization. The Enlightenment and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it gets me on the whole germ and discovery suppression as well, with the terrain, theory is side by side, and then you can really see it happening. History repeating in all sorts of science aspects, where and how silly it is. Really, how you would think that they have this great experiment, this great knowledge on how they track something down, when really all they're doing is correlating. You've heard of contact tracing. That's their grand experiment. That's it. You're sick. He's sick. We figured it out. It's like, and it's nuts. That's as far as it goes. That's as deep as they've gotten into it, and it goes no deeper. And it's nuts when you realize that's their grand experiment.
CDC admitted yesterday that math don't work.
Yeah, and then you would say, I mean, they do admit it in tons of their articles. They say, well, until somebody presents some other option, this is what we have to go on. And then you see people present options on, maybe it's the water, maybe it's your environment, something in your environment, and then they shut them down and destroy them. It's, well, does anybody else have any other options? Maybe it's, you're also doxxed. Anybody else? Nope. We all agree. It's definitely, and then you say, okay, well, they've done the lab experiment. 3 hours is the longest it can, something can survive, and 0 degrees. But okay, so then how, if it's 4,000 miles from here to Africa, what did it go straight up to the cold? It made a beeline and traveled 5,000 miles an hour. Then is what you're saying? Because how am I feeling? I don't feel well, and he doesn't feel well. So. And they say it has to be it, because nobody else has presented any other arguments. But tons of people have, and they get suppressed hard. Yeah. And there's plenty of those examples. Tesla and Edison, well, present something, Tesla. Okay, let me show you. Watch, I light this whole world up. Oh, nope. Chicago burns down. Anybody else? Titanic sinks. Anybody else? No? All right. Yeah, it's dangerous.
I'm here. I just dropped my kid off at school.
Yeah, I'm gonna play something. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not against to keep talking. I was just saying, just when I'm driving, I don't like to pay too much attention to the damn phone. So.
Yeah, so then I get kind of discouraged with the whole, scientism, right? And then versus then I'm anti-science. I just hate science. I hate brains, and I hate. Yeah, sure, I do. When you show me your evidence of something from 2,500 years ago, one time, non-repeatable trick, and
some you can't even verify the person exists, right?
yes, and then. But I'm anti-science. I kind of am. I mean, not really. I just, if it was up to me, I just followed the letter too strong. I would say, so. Even with the law, then you watch people found guilty. Well, it's like, well, where's your proof? And the proof that they were guilty is not what I would consider guilty. I would, at my standard, I would need to see them on video with, 10 different unrelated witnesses. Nobody would be in jail probably if it was up to me, but.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, but I was like, man, I would really require a lot more than this for somebody's life to be on the line,
Yeah, I know too much about how policing is done and things like that I would know better. Yeah, well, you would.
Yeah, but the odds are they did it. I mean, the odds are they did it, but it all comes down. That is what it actually. And then how likable are you? What else could it have been? And then unless somebody has an alternative theory, then that's it. And it's amazing that your life depends on that. So you need character witnesses. You need to show that people love you and that you're a good person. It's nuts. That's what it all comes. That all comes into play, and it's strongly comes into play. And the evidence almost doesn't matter. So anyway, so my point is anyway, you can correlate.
Problem, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
you can correlate
the jury.
Yeah, you can correlate that to every single aspect now, like globe, disease, guilt of So
yeah, really. Yeah, you'd think if they were going to attack something in the world that actually kills people a lot of people, you'd think they would have picked something besides the common cold, right? It's like so dumb. I mean, yeah, 30,000 to 100,000 people die every year from flu or cold related reasons, but there are usually people that are already, they're already weak from whatever. Not that I'm a doctor or anything, I'm not trying to give my advice, I'm just saying, in general, this stuff doesn't make logical sense. So to me, it's like until you start sounding logical and stuff matches up together, I'm not going to get involved with it. I'm staying completely clear. I'm not going to be a guinea pig and all that. It's just when they test it out and they know it's all safe and everything, maybe I'll consider it. The problem is.
Yeah, there's no need for you to put anything else in, but there is alternative theories. That's the thing, and they censor them. So even
why would they do that if they have all this information and they got all this proof that they've got this, the viruses are, and all that? You would think they just show it and would beat around the bush. They beat around the bush and that tells me they're lying. Period. That's all I need to know. And I don't care why they're lying. All I care about is that they are, and all I wanted to find out is how they do it so I can avoid it. So it doesn't affect me.
I don't even know if they're lying exactly, or if it's just that that's what I'm saying. It comes down to, are they lying, or is it just that what they're using as proof being the correlation of one thing and another thing, and they just draw that conclusion and they have nowhere else to go. And
I think how it works is they just kind of pass the information down that this is what they're going to do. And then each individual person that's in charge just does it their own way. That's probably why you have some states that are resisting and all this and that. Because they've got, it's a matter of, they put it out there, and then people, they kind of threaten people a little bit, and then everybody just kind of falls into line, right? Isn't that how it usually works, like at work and whatever?
Oh yeah, there's real life repercussions but it gets away from, in both people. It gets away from if it's true or not. It's just to the point to where it's just it's not about. It wouldn't be about. It's hard. It's hard to get it. It's difficult to get into.
That's all right. It happens. Stuttering is easy to do when you're trying to remember something you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm trying to back my car up into a tight spot at the same time. But
we'll do one thing at a time. Damn it.
But yeah, it gets to the point where it's no longer there's it's like it's doing more harm than good to resist, because people are tearing things down, stealing things. So then it gets to the point where that's what I was kind of saying. Then it got to the point where who even cares? Don't worry about it. Just don't hurt people because we didn't realize it, or maybe they did realize, whatever, that this would happen. That I know this is a touchy subject to talk about on here. That's why I'm going around words, but then it becomes more impactful in that way. The whole toilet paper shortage was a serious thing, meaning, that's going to be more harmful when it wasn't just toilet paper.
I obviously don't understand why everybody did that. I mean, you can wipe your butt lots of different ways, right?
Yeah, but it was all
just wash your butt,
Yeah, but it was more about that would transfer over to now there's no ibuprofen, now there's no antibiotics, now there's no, it was like a gateway thing, but yeah, that's a real thing that people do. They will hoard, and then that becomes super dangerous, like real life. My thing is that I think that more people got really harmed by the lack of care, because then people quit and didn't come in, and so that
gave a lot of lazy people an excuse not to go to work.
Yeah, and then that harmed a lot of people. Then you couldn't have proper care. You couldn't have. It all got taken away in like a domino effect, and that I think was more harmful.
And then they replace it with free money that our kids have to pay back, or someone does. That kind of stuff pisses me off, is when it ends up hurting the common dude. The person who works his butt off and doesn't get much and fights for his insurance and premiums and stuff like that. Like, those are the kind of people that all this stuff hurts. That's what bothers me. It's just stepping on a little guy. It's like, why? What's the point of that?
Oh, you should hear what they are going to do in the Netherlands. We just had a new government, and their agreement, right? The government agreement. So they're going to spend 25 billion euros on nitrogen, the nitrogen problem, it's what they call. Because apparently factories, they spill nitrogen, and that falls down onto our nature, and that would kill our nature. But this is only happening in the Netherlands, right? The rest of the Europe doesn't have a nitrogen problem, only us. So they're going to spend 25 billion euros. I don't know on what. And they're going to steal $2.5 billion from the elderly to do so. Clown world.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Who gets the shaft is the problem. Like, they don't even get it.
Have you ever heard of a nitrogen problem? Have you ever heard of it?
No, not yet, but...
No, it's only in the Netherlands. Because we labeled our... some places, some pieces of nature, we labeled them as a specific place, which is nutrient deficient, they say. So if the nitrogen falls down on that specific place, the nature will die, quote unquote. But that would never happen, of course, because it's just a bureaucratic thing now. Because we label pieces of nature that way, so we need to do something against the nitrogen pollution it's ridiculous. It's only in the Netherlands because, yeah.
It sounds to me like it's always against the people. It's just always some way to screw
It's
you out of
ridiculous.
whatever.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here
And
in America. It's just different, yeah.
and in the same breath, they're gonna disown farmers because they tell you, oh, all these cows and pigs, they emit so much nitrogen that we need to cut down the farmers, and so we're gonna disown them. We're gonna take away their land so they can't expand anymore. That's literally that's going to happen.
Well, when it comes to cattle, I've done some research on the cattle problem, and that is a problem because it poisons lakes and rivers. But it's not really because that's the problem. It's because the people who run these places and that are in charge of them just spill, they just destroy things. They dump toxic stuff in the rivers and whatever, and they're doing the wrong things. But then they turn around and blame it on the common man. It's like, how is it my fault that some company's screwing up? Let them deal with it.
Well, I do believe that farmers in the Netherlands have the best. They want the best treatment for their animals, right? They love their animals. So I don't know. So this whole, I don't think they're dumping shit in nature. That's not what we do. So it's they already have these massive restrictions on what their cattle can emit, right, or shit out. So they need to dispose of it in a proper way. So that's not the problem. It's the problem is that these cows, they fart, right, and that then this nitrogen pollution, which is just a bureaucratic thing. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's just a thing they made up in the Netherlands. It's ridiculous.
No, they talk about it over here too. They just haven't done anything. They just haven't made laws or anything yet. I just think it's kind of dumb. If that was a problem, why wouldn't it have been a problem years ago? I don't get it.
It isn't a problem. It isn't. It is right, a bureaucratic thing they made up because they named specific pieces of nature a specific way, right? If you call it a forest, then this whole nitrogen quote unquote problem is not there. But because we called it, I don't know the exact word, but yeah, it's ridiculous. Just give it another name and the problem is gone.
So what I'm waiting to see is since the CDC, CDC is on record to say masks don't work. I want to know.
Yep.
Yeah. So
why
Senator
do we bother
Rand
wearing?
Paul, so Senator Rand Paul went he got banned from Twitter for saying masks don't work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He got banned from YouTube. He said, "Are they going to come to my office, apologize, and kiss my ass?" So he's quoted as saying this. So now it's public knowledge, right? It's out there in the open, public knowledge. Masks don't work. Are they going to start rolling back all these ordinances? Because around here, any building you go into, you need a mask. So
I don't wear one.
You can't go on public transportation without a mask.
Yes.
Don't bother me. Of course I don't.
So are they going to start rolling this shit back? Are they going to get rid of it? See, this is the test. Now we're at where the rubber meets the road. Are they going to roll it back?
Yes. The UK today, Boris Johnson announced that they're going to stop everything. So the COVID pass, the masks, the mandates, the 6-foot rule, everything is going to stop next Tuesday. Everything.
Oh, next Tuesday?
Next
virus
Tuesday.
Expires next.
I've heard that before.
I know. They even put a date on it. Jeez.
Well, so the COVID passes will be next Tuesday, but as of tomorrow, the mask mandates are gone in the UK. So they're going to stop everything. Everything.
Yeah, but on
they
Tuesday.
Might be doing it just to bring out a report and claim that now everybody's
Tuesday. It's not safe until Tuesday.
Yeah, I know. But it's something, right? So this is the first country that said we're going to stop everything. Well, in Europe then. In Europe.
Oh, Sweden. They never started anything, so.
Yeah, they did have some masks and some COVID passes, but Yes, they are mild in Sweden, but so today Boris Johnson said we're going to stop everything. People can work. They don't have to work at home anymore. They can travel. Masks mandates are gone at schools, public place, everywhere. So
Yeah, now everybody's going to get pissed off because they can't work from home.
yeah.
Damn it! I like that. That's probably why they put that out there. You know, is to make people like it, to get you used to it.
Amazon loves people working. Best thing that ever happened to Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amazon made out good because I started ordering a lot of stuff online, like Walmart and stuff.
I'd really like to see like what Amazon's gross revenue would you made up.
I'm sure they made an extra $1 billion last year and the year before.
I don't even care what they make. I mean, gross revenue, like how many orders. Like, that's
You're roboting me a little bit.
I said people basically barricaded themselves in their house like a bunch of weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
How embarrassing.
Telling you, 20 years, this is going to be an embarrassment to the government. I mean, they should be embarrassed now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm wondering, like, when all these lawsuits come through from all these people that lost their businesses and things for no reason at all, except that they just made up rules, right? I'd sue the crap out of them.
Oh yeah, that's
especially if my small business went down because of it. That would be a good enough reason for me.
Oh, there are many lawsuits in the Netherlands, and the judges just say, well, we have this, it's called an outbreak management team, which holds so the same people for 2 years now, right? But so this team,
unelected bureaucrats.
Yes, unelected.
Maybe we should put video cameras on every single government employee so we can track everything they do. That might make them on.
Yeah, but the judge just said, well, we have this outbreak management team. Those are the experts. They know what's good for you, and the government is allowed to follow these people because it's an emergency. So whatever you say to the judge, they will just point to this outbreak management team and say, well, those are the experts. The government is allowed to follow them. So no, I'm gonna revoke your lawsuit. That happened like 3-4 times now. And then
yeah, but they can't hide from that forever, though. You know what I'm saying? Well, like, especially out here, you know, like in America.
And then the judge said, so the lawyers they came with different experts, you know, with look at what these people are seeing, and this Nobel Prize winner and this. So then the judge will just say, well, I'm not here to do a battle of the experts, right? We have to trust that these people in the outbreak management team are capable enough to advise the government, and the government can follow these advices. So no, your lawsuit has been revoked. That's just what they do. It's ridiculous.
So let me get this straight. You have a team of experts take over basically the public policy of an entire country.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not elected.
Not elected, no.
Yep.
Okay, so I have an idea.
Not even like
let's invent the science, right? We'll invent the science. We'll invent some peer-reviewed journals. We'll peer review ourselves. We'll say nobody else is an expert. Only we can understand it, and this is extremely dangerous for public health. And you have to do what we say because you know we're the experts. Let's do that. Like,
I think that
why have a standing army? Yeah, why have a standing army? You don't need an army to take over a country. Just be an expert. and say what they're talking about and just take shit over.
Right.
That's good. Hey, I mean, we can launch this off of flat Earth, man. The globe is dangerous. It's a dangerous idea.
Yeah. And the best part, well, the most, it's not the best part. It's just ridiculous. These people are in that team for 2 years now. There's no how do you say it? Relation, right? So there's no new people. So it's just the same people all over again. And then those people go onto talk shows and talk about how dangerous it is, and we need to do this and we need to do that. So they're not only advising the government, but also bringing the propaganda to the talk shows, right? It's just, and these people are allowed to do this for 2 years now without some new people entering the team, right? With new perspectives. No, that's not allowed. It's just the same old people doing the same shit 2 years now. And now that the whole card house is crumbling down, because it is, right? It's all crumbling down. They can't keep this up any longer now.
22 minus 19 is 4 years.
Sorry?
22, 20, right? So 22, 21, not 20, 19. That's 4 years, not 2.
Well, if we go,
yeah, it started in March, so you figure it's close, yeah. But
yeah, well, okay, so this team was created in March 2020, I guess. So it's basically 2 years, but okay. It doesn't matter. My point was that these people are still the same people, right? And now that and now this whole card house is crumbling down, and they know they're still pushing it. They're still saying. So we have this new government, and the new Minister of Health said, "Well, I've ordered a research for the use of the pass on work in non-essential stores and yada yada yada." So this research came out yesterday. It's from the Technical University in Delft. It's a big place, and they said in their research, well, these passes are not working anymore because we have this new variant, and it's not working anymore because people are getting sick. Even though they are vaccinated 3 times, they're still getting sick. They still can give it to other people. So this pass don't work. It doesn't work. And by implementing it, you won't gain anything other than polarization and divide of the people. So it don't work.
Exactly.
Our government still says, well, we have this research now, but we still are going to keep it on the back burner, but because you never know, maybe new variants will come, and we're still going to keep this, and we still want to use it. So even though their own science, right, their own people will tell them it doesn't work, they're still going to say, we're gonna still keep it, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the same as the mask thing. That's literally the same as the mask thing. Here's something else CDC finally admitted. 75% of the Mexican beer germ deaths were where people with 4 or more comorbidities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw.
So 75%. 4 or more, dude. You're a sick motherfucker. You got 4 comorbidities, man. Right? You're going to die anyway. You're just going to happen to have coronavirus. Right? So, like, all the things that we've been saying that people are getting kicked up with Twitter, YouTube, all these places, now the CDC is saying it. Now what?
Yeah. So there was a...
The CDC...
there was this revelation.
CDC has been saying that, haven't they? Like, from the very beginning, I saw the mask thing that they said the mask doesn't work. Washing hands and masks don't work.
Yeah,
that was from the very beginning.
They said a lot of things. They said it doesn't. You can't catch it airborne. They said it doesn't last on surfaces more than 90 seconds. Like all sorts of stuff. Like they've said it all.
Mm-hmm.
I've argued with people on Twitter literally quoting the CDC, and they'll show me like a newspaper article with some expert saying something contrary to what the CDC says, and like, here, this is my proof. The New York Times.
Yeah, they've got an answer for everything.
The comorbidities thing, they've been saying that forever also, since before there ever was a jab or anything. But
before there was even one case in the United States, they were saying it, because remember how it was in Spain? Spain did a thing, and 95% of the deaths were 3 or more comorbidities. 95%.
Yeah, well, anyway, I mean, it's been on the CDC site for well over a year, like since before the jab, and so that was for everybody. Now that got forgotten by, well, if it was ever known by most people, and now they're saying the reason the people who took the jab, some of them are still dying. Now they're the ones who have 4 or more comorbidities. Now it counts. It's like, oh yeah, well, it's only for them.
Right, yeah. Suddenly
thing,
they just slap the one hand and they use the other hand.
So here's the other thing. If you have coronavirus and you die within 2 weeks of a positive test, you're counted as a corona death. But it's 72 hours for the vaccine. If you die if it's beyond 72 hours, you didn't die from the vaccine.
That's a bunch of horse crap.
Yeah, so funny story about the masks, right? So our new Minister of Health said we need to limit the spread. So we highly recommend wearing medical FFFP2 masks even outdoors. So beforehand, they told us it's illegal to wear those FFFP2 masks because there was a shortage. So you can't wear them. You need to wear the blue masks. And now they are telling us we need to wear the quote unquote medical masks even outdoors. So what we're doing 2 years?
How about deep sea diving? You need to wear it if you're underwater.
Yeah,
it's almost like they want everyone to get it, even though they're vaccinated. It's like they're doing it on purpose, almost.
I feel like it makes more sense to a glober because you think things are open and you can get here. But when you realize you're in a contained system, it doesn't make even like the slightest bit of sense to make that jump. So it does help realizing where you are in this conversation.
Well,
yeah, it's definitely a hook that you can pull people in with, for sure.
Anyway, I'm so glad that the UK is stopping everything, right? Hopefully that the rest of Europe will look at them and then say, I hope that people will recognize, okay, so this card house is now totally fell down and let's get back to work again. Let's do the thing we were always doing, right? Just normal, hopefully.
Kazakhstan, they keep on trying to say it was because of gas prices or whatever, but it's not. Kazakhstan pretty much went to war with their government and chased them out of town.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you heard it, but today Boris Johnson announced that they're going to stop with everything. So the testing, the masks, the COVID passes, everything. It's all going to stop in the UK.
Yeah, actually, on a Max Egan Crowhouse video, I heard a rumor of that yesterday, that they were going to do that. And now Boris, you're saying today, did say it. So that's interesting.
Yeah, he said it in the House of Commons or whatever they call it there. So the government. But yeah, I'm hopefully, because France is a big place for Le Révolution, right? So they how do you say this? They approved the use of the COVID pass for non-essential places, like I think it were stores and stuff like that. So yeah. So in France, they are still ramping up.
Yeah, it's funny. Like over, like you just said, what's happening there in the UK, they're getting rid of it. just today on the news in the city of Milwaukee, they're bringing back the mask mandates, and they openly admit that they can't enforce it. They don't have the resources to do it. But if an establishment doesn't enforce it themselves, and they get enough complaints, then the health department will pay a visit, and it'll go on their record when they try to get relicensed.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what they did in the Netherlands too. You get a fine like €5,000 if there are people inside with no masks or not complying to the 6-foot rule.
They're saying there's not even going to be any fines or anything like that, like because they know they can't legally do this. They can't mandate it. It's just a threat. It's coercion. It's a threat of losing your business license if you don't fucking enforce it.
Yeah, just like the globe, it's not the government reinforcing it; it's the people reinforcing it, and that's the trick.
Yeah, they're and also whatever mask that is you're talking about. I don't know. Like I know a lot of people around the United States, all of a sudden their virtue signal is to wear the KN95s now, right? The N95. So like, your mask doesn't do anything, but mine does a whole lot.
Your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Yeah.
Clown world, man. I'm just wondering when they're going when are they going to roll this back? Now that it's official that they don't work, when are they going to get rid of the ordinances? When am I going to stop seeing signs? When are they going to stop making my son wear it in school? Like, when is this, now that they know, how long are they going to keep up the charade? We're going to find out, like, what their real motivation is. We're really going to find out now.
Well, we've already seen it. It's like you guys said, this stuff has been...
I know, but now to be undeniable, though. They had plausible deniability before, now they don't have any.
I mean, what right? Roger was saying about how... oh, shoot.
The passport, them not working?
Yeah, and then the reason being, it's just, we know it doesn't work, but it causes division of the people. Well, that's how you know it's working. That's its real fucking goal. It's always it's about causing division and shit like that. It's about control and division. It has nothing to do with health. Period.
I think they wanted to. I think so. How do you reshape civil society? Like they were saying, this Great Reset thing, right? You cause chaos, and then people demand order out of the chaos, right? And then you can reshape it into whatever order you want. Especially when, so they've supplicated people and cowed them enough that they'll just like accept anything. They've already accepted like contradictions, like right in their face, and act on it. It's not like these are mental contradictions. These are contradictions that they are actually playing out in their own real lives. Like, I mean, dude, it's bizarre to me.
Yeah, the contradiction that when you are healthy, right, you're a healthy human being, you don't have any symptoms, but you still can be sick, right? That's the contradiction they want to... That's exactly really what they do, right?
Listen, the less symptoms you have, the more you're infected.
Yeah, the more dangerous you are. Because you don't know that you're sick, you're more likely to spread it.
Yeah, the Typhoid Mary story, right? That's really what it is, the Typhoid Mary story all over. I don't know if you're aware of Typhoid Mary. Mary, this person in England, Mary had typhoid and she went around. She didn't have symptoms, but she ran around spreading it to everybody. Yeah, I mean, I heard about this even when I was a kid. So That's the idea. That's the thing. Whether that story is even true in the first place, because there's a component to it where the courts tried to force her to be locked in her house, her not to leave her house, but she kept leaving. Then I think they ended up institutionalizing her. So this is kind of like the foundation of this. We're going to lock you down and quarantine you for public health.
Oh yeah, I have many stories of people I know that are that they need to sit in their house for 7 + 5 days without having anything. Right? Somebody in their family had a positive test, didn't have anything, and then the whole house need to stay indoors for 7 + 5 days without having anything. No symptom, no cough, no runny nose, nothing. So our whole economy is being trashed with people staying indoors, not working. It's ridiculous. I mean, so this is the contradiction they have brainwashed with everyone with, that you are, when you're healthy, you're still sick. It's
So people are getting sick though. From something. Is there another alternative reason?
I mean, as long as I have lived, right?
How about the common cold?
Right. So long as I have lived my life, it became spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And in the autumn and the winter, people get sick, right? That's how it's always been, right? People got a runny nose, throat, achy throats, whatever, right? That's just how long. Everybody who's ever been alive, right?
Where did the flu go?
This is just what happens every autumn and winter. It's just how life works. People get
So then,
sick.
would you say that losing your taste was completely a mental creation?
No, I mean, I've been sick from the flu like 3 years ago, and I was like on my couch for 3 days, couldn't eat anything, didn't taste anything. Right? I was snot running out of every.
Yeah, when your sense of taste and your sense of smell are connected. If your sinuses are all plugged up and you can't smell shit, you don't taste shit. This is not a new symptom of anything.
I know.
It's like everybody a hypochondriac of these particular symptoms.
I do believe, I do believe that's another thing, right? If you get fed propaganda for 2 years, right, that you could die, you could kill your grandmother, and then if you have only a slight runny nose, then you think you're gonna die, right? It's just
Me personally, I have a personal experience. My mother, she did the whole 9 in 2019. The ventilator, the attacks here and there. The whole house went taste blind. I still don't believe it's what they say, but maybe there's something to it that there is something.
Oh, it's a complex psyop.
Yeah. Anyway, so
I mean, even if you were to, oh, sorry.
I just want to remind people that, again, before when this all happened, people got sick too in the autumn and the winter. So that's not new. It's something that happened every autumn and winter, and still is happening. So now we have this test. Yeah, now we have this test that says that you have something that could kill your grandmother. Now, okay, old people died before this all happened.
Number one.
I mean,
for sure, for sure, yeah. And so I tie into. I for sure I understand completely. I tie it into maybe there is something going on, and if it was going on, if there was something, it has to be. I feel like a little bit of something. I feel like there has to be something. Of course, it's the flu. Of course, it's not the 50% of the world like they're. It's like a fraction of 1% are actually getting extremely sick from the flu. But why are they getting now more so than ever? I don't know.
It's more things together too.
There was. They kept on saying it in the media. They kept on trying to pretend like there was a huge issue before they had their so-called cure, right? But almost anybody I talked to anywhere didn't actually know anybody until people started getting injected. Then something seems to be happening. Some people are getting really ill and hospitalized.
For sure. Has anybody heard the 5G idea?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing, right? I think that was so if they want to have a totalitarian control state, then you need people to be hooked up to an internet, right? So that just ties in with that, right? The Internet of Things, Internet of People.
The theory was more so this, that we are electromagnetic beings, and that they changed worldwide the electromagnetic frequency of the Earth, and some people reacted poorly to it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
It could be, but I don't know.
I don't think that they've changed it worldwide. I think that what they've done is they've turned on the towers in specific areas, and the people were feeling the effects, right? Because it was changing the frequency of the air, so people weren't able to breathe because the air was not resonating at a frequency that they could breathe. You know what I'm saying? And I looked into this in the beginning, and I've got screenshots of like Italy, where all of the towers were going up and getting turned on, and all the major locations of people having the pneumonia symptoms were in those regions. So, I mean, there's correlation, but whether it's the cause, I mean, that's speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would just make you think. That makes me personally think, not everybody, but that maybe there is something.
Oh, you're roboting
to it. Maybe there is some people. It's not just all in their head.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, I said. I'm sorry. I was saying that. Then it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's probably a compounding effect, right? People are. It's not like that. People are living healthy these days. Could be compounding effects, right? So people are eating bad GMOs, extra electromagnetic frequencies in the air. The autumn is coming. People's bodies are preparing for the winter, so they get sick, right? It's just compounding.
You're describing soft kill technology.
Look, even if there is, like, let's just go on the presumption, like you're saying, let's say there is something going on. It's definitely not anything so extreme as to warrant all of the change that they've been putting into place, stripping people of their freedoms, their liberties, you know, all the mandates and shit like that. They're just completely out of line. It's not like, I mean, just take a look. Even if you use their statistics, which are obviously fudged and bullshit, there's no like elevated amount of morbidity, not anything to warrant this anyway. Like,
It's definitely an attack to slow down the economy. Yeah.
Yeah, destroying the economies of every country around the world. None of it makes sense, even if you accept their story.
It does seem to be getting more obvious. Like, is there anyone here who thinks it's not something to do with the economy? Yeah.
Maybe capitalism was working, and they had to hurry up and stop that. I don't know.
It's not the economy per se. It's to create dependency on the government to survive. They don't like self-sufficiency.
Yep. AKA socialism.
Yeah,
Not even socialism. Not socialism like that. I mean a dependency. Like
parasiticism, right?
Like listen, like you can't object. They say don't bite the hand that feeds you. If there's only one hand that's able to feed you, you can't bite the hand that feeds you because it's suicide. Right? So we can't protest. They'll stop sending us checks, or they'll stop doing this, right? They made all these people completely dependent on the government by saying you can't go to work. Now you're dependent on us. Well, how do you protest? How do you protest the government, right? You can't. Think of it like you're living in somebody's house and you don't want to be homeless. Pretty much got to do everything they say, no matter how outrageous it is. My house, my rules, that type of deal.
Yeah, there's zero doubt that they have, no matter whether there's something happening, not happening, whatever, there's zero doubt that they are capitalizing, for sure, on any situation, and then creating it further and whatnot.
At this
There's
point,
no doubt in anybody's mind.
There should be zero doubt that any of this is like this isn't a reactionary thing. This isn't something that they came up with a plan of how to fix it after the fact. All of this was the plan from the beginning. That should be painfully obvious.
It is to me, but to everybody, I'm not sure. I'm starting to see it more so now. Like the way the fear goes away, the more people who are getting sick, the less people who are afraid. Yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, a lot of, I don't know, I would like to say us, but I mean, you could see it a mile away. You could see it coming a mile away, and it is super frustrating. Then it's like you call it a year before, 6 months before it happens. It's like, I told you so, I told you so. You just get sick of it. It's like, okay, I'll just wait it out. If I'm a slave in 10 years, I guess I'm a slave. I'll still be alive. But, I mean, I'll still have my family or whatever. I'll just be in a different system. What can I mean, you get to the point where what can you do? But you see it coming every time. And it's like, I guess I'm a prophet. We're all prophets. I don't know.
Our media and our finances.
False evidence appearing real.
I mean, our media and our finances here in the U.S. are really being controlled way too much now.
I was doing pretty well in this. I mean, it sounds stupid, right? But I was doing really well with just playing with the stock market. When you dive deep into Twitter and watch how people are responding to different situations, you know what to buy. I mean, even me, the simplest, I could see what to buy and invest in next because I get deeper on the Twitter than you see it a little bit before it happens with unfiltered information. So imagine what they can see happening before it happens, You can make investments and they will work out because you can see where it's leading. You can see the next steps before it hits the mainstream. Yeah.
Did you invest in Zoom before anybody even heard of it, like all the politicians did?
No. No, and it's not to say that I did so well that now I have just playing around with them. You could just have fun but see where it was going so easily. It's really, if anybody else had done the same thing, they could have maybe chime in, but it was easier once you go deeper into that hole and then see the next planned steps, and then you can invest in it and actually watch it happen and watch it benefit, and then correlate to the people who are really willing to take risk and benefit, or not so much a risk, but you can just see it real clear.
Yeah, all the politicians they bought Zoom just like right before 9/11 when they did all their short sales on freaking American Airlines and United. It's funny how they always seem to make the right move just before everything happens.
It's crazy the level of like propaganda that hits people at the emotional level. Like it's not just like, you know, trying to put thoughts in their head. It's like putting emotions in their head. Like my mom, for instance, came to me the other day and she's all for this whole jab thing. And somehow or another, she'd got it in her mind that, like, I was going to die because of this shit if I didn't get jabbed. So she came over and, like, guilt tripped me, being her only son, trying to get me to go get this shit.
A baby boy.
Or to just read Pfizer's own study, clinical trial. That's all you have to do. Does more harm than good. Pfizer's own clinical trial shows that it not only doesn't work, more people have worse outcomes after being jabbed than before. Their data, like it's irrefutable, it's their data.
That's the thing. She's like one of those people that won't look at it if it's not on the news.
Yeah, everybody just has their favorite talking head. You know, like if you're conservative, you're listening to Fox, and you're going to listen to Tucker Carlson and everything that he's got to say or whatever. And if you're liberal, it's going to be CNN and whoever you like over there, and you're just going to believe whatever they have to say. And they're not even they don't even have to tell the truth. Like they Smith Montag, like they don't have to fucking. They're legally allowed to use propaganda against the people. But that's where you're getting your information from.
Maybe it was just a plan to get everybody in front of a TV and in front of a censored internet, and then they could feed you what they needed for the next steps. That's it. Was just get you in front of the TV that has a Globe commercial every segment, at least one, or space. You'll see astronauts jumping in Nikes or whatever, and then censor the content on the internet completely and feed you what they need. Yeah.
I learned something about one of my uncles recently. I already knew he had. All right, so you'd think that he's a pretty smart dude, being he's got a high-paying job, working on the front lines. He's a nurse at anesthetist or whatever, however you say that. Forget. And even he though would tell you that what's in the media is overblown, overhyped, but he still believes that this whole thing is real. Okay, so then it's like, all right, well, you're entitled to, you have the right to think that, especially with your job. But then I find out recently with talking to my grandma, his mother, just how much of a fucking idiot he actually is. She's concerned about inflation and stuff like that, and he's trying to tell her that there is no inflation and there never will be. A dollar will always be worth $1. Doesn't understand what inflation is, how it works, that it's about the purchasing power of $1. Like, I'm like, okay, so for an educated person to make a statement like that, I now know he's a complete fucking idiot. No wonder he believes this shit's real.
Purchasing power is real. I mean, that is really the only power. Yeah.
No, he's just saying because $1 will always say it's worth $1 on it, that it's $1. You know, $1 is $1 is $1. It is what it is. You know, that's it. That's what it means to him.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I can see what he's saying if he's coming from the point of view of all that matters is purchasing power, meaning
No.
power
He
for
doesn't
people.
my point is purchasing power. He doesn't have a fucking clue about it. He's trying to it's not about how much bread and eggs you can buy with that $1. It's $1 says it's worth $1, so it's $1. 30 years from now, $1 will be $1. There is no inflation. That's what he said to my grandma.
Well, maybe he's just trying to let her down softly because she's older. That her money's worthless now.
No, he's just a dumb fuck. That's it.
Yeah. And then I sometimes ask, I'll say, where are all of these geniuses who supposedly know how to rocket science their way around everything? Where are they? I never run into them. And the ones who I do run into, who are in the highest positions, you know, seem to be the dumbest people. They're just they don't know how to put in their own light bulb. They pay somebody $400 to screw in a light bulb. It's like, okay, you're the smart guys. All right, gotcha.
Yeah, but we all needed a push, didn't we? Come on.
Push?
Yeah. Well, you know, someone told us something, right? We came to the conclusion, either on our own or whatever, but we still got the information from someone else, right? And we still went through that same kind of dissonance, right? And was like trying to defend it and all that. Didn't we all do that?
No.
No, I didn't actually at all. The second I heard the information, I was like, well, fuck. I'll go and test this myself. When I tested it, I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, they're right. I honestly did not have any period of distance. I just wanted to test it.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't have too much either. But I did, you know, of course, do the searches of, okay, we went around the globe. Let me see how many times we went top to bottom. Never. Okay. Then I went to the next thing. Then I asked, you know, out of the box questions and tried to find the answers to that. But it was a great feeling. I'll say that. It was like of a high to be mind blown that hard. Yeah, that was awesome.
I've been questioning authority my entire life, even as a young kid. Like that was one. Playing in my toy room closet or whatever, like first story. I was probably like 5 years old. My mom came in and she told me this story about how, you know, I was playing with like maybe a toy police car or something, and she just came to check up on me, and I was like, she was about to leave, and I was like, hey, I have a question. Like, so what happens if a police officer breaks the law? And she thought that was a pretty amazing question for a 5-year-old, you know, like, I don't know, a little bit later on, seeing all the stuff about like Waco and everything on the news. And I was paying attention at, like, you know, as a young kid, like, to this stuff. And always knew that there was something more to the story than what they're presenting on TV. Never trusting authority. Didn't need anybody to teach me that.
Yeah, like the whole, you know, wear a mask, all that stuff, do what you want to do, just as long as I have my rights. But then now they're getting, you know, to the point where your rights are taken. So then it becomes a really big issue. Yeah, sure, have your opinions, do your stuff, do your searches, but now to enforce it, you know, mandatory. Yeah, that's a problem.
Hey, Crypto, I want to congratulate you.
Okay, can I ask why?
Well, the UK is the first country in the EU that's stopping everything. So, guys are lucky.
Yeah, I heard about 2 weeks' time, isn't it? Everything's done now in this country.
Yeah.
Like, there's no self-isolation, there's no masks, there's nothing. It's just done.
Awesome stuff, man.
Hopefully that's true. I wouldn't count the chickens before the eggs hatch, but
I mean, bear in mind this stuff is only relevant as long as people follow it anyway, right? So people just aren't following it anymore. Like, so I think they've just realised it was like the Italian restaurant thing in 2020. If you guys heard about that, like 50,000 Italian restaurants decided all on the same day, and the government were like, "Oh, we can't stop that," so they just didn't do anything. So the Italian restaurants that wanted to open opened, and that was it. It's like if people just turn around and go, "Nah, fuck you, we're doing this." Like the government can't really do much. Anyway, thank you, Roger.
What is the government except a corporate fiction, a legal fiction in and of itself?
Yeah, government doesn't exist. There's nothing in reality. Like it's a government of a country is like a concept anchored to another concept. Like there's nothing real there.
Well, just like everyone is a person with that all caps name, the government, by becoming a corporation, lowered itself to the status of a person.
I'm just waiting for the Jesuit response. What country's going to attack what country?
Oh, we have this new thing.
They've got us all warmed up for what is it, with Russia attacking
Ukraine,
and now the United States giving them an ultimatum.
The weird thing about this whole thing is that it's like all the orders are coming from this like organization that isn't even part of any like country, you know? Like the CDC, who?
The World Economic Forum, yeah. Yeah, our country, and this was like 5 years, I don't know exactly how long ago, but we had this national referendum where if you had so many signatures, you could go to your government, and then the whole nation could vote on something, right? So it's a national referendum, and before they stopped the national referendum, they just said, well, it doesn't work. It did work, but not how they wanted it to work. So they just stopped that. The government just said, well, we're not going to do that. But anyway, so the Dutch people voted against the fact that the Ukraine would become a EU country. So we didn't want the Ukraine in the EU. That was the vote, right? No, was the vote. Then our government said, the people voted no, but we're still going to do it, right? We're still going to allow the Ukraine in the EU. So that was that. And then they chucked the referendum. They just said, we're not going to do that anymore. And now the shit is happening with, this is just a proxy war again, right? So now Russia is going against the Ukraine, which is now an EU country, and now the whole of the EU has to do something about it, right? So we're now probably going to be at war with Russia again. Crazy. And then we had this, just after the Ukraine government was replaced by a more Western-minded government, an airplane was shot down above the Ukraine, killing like 190 Dutch people. So that was this big thing, national disaster.
I think that's air.
Sorry? I don't think Resolve is hot micing.
I think that's air.
Anyway, so this airplane got shot down and the Russians were blamed for doing it because they had some kind of launching capability and they landed to Ukraine rebels, separatists, and then probably they claim they shot it down. But there are stories, there are signs that this wasn't done by the Russians, maybe done by Ukraine fighter pilots, and that was a problem for them because you can't have a Western government, Ukraine Western government shooting down Western civilian planes. So they kind of made it like Russia did it. The US promised us satellite images of the launch, never got it, right? So it's a big fuck up, that. And now they.
Well, no wonder you
Right.
never got the satellite images because it's actually Satelloons. Come on.
Right. Yeah, I left. Well, I left. I heard about the Tonga thing, right? And that communications is difficult because an internet cable was cut, so they had to send a cable laying ship to repair the internet cable to regain communication with Tonga, which is ridiculous, right? We don't have, so that there are not satellites there. It's amazing.
That shot they got from supposedly space of it blowing up or whatever. That, if you really look at that picture, you can see it's a flat like image that they just like cropped in a way to make it look like part of a ball. You know, like the way the light goes across it and everything.
Oh, what I found interesting is that so apparently there was this big bang and the air pressure was even measured here in the Netherlands, they told us. So the air pressure went down and up, or up and down, because of that. So this happened in the middle of the ocean, and then our air pressure went a little bit up and down on a ball. What?
Yeah, it does seem fishy.
Yeah, on a ball. Currently, air pressure must be attracted by gravity.
Yeah.
So air pressure itself is attracted by gravity. So the concept of air pressure is subject to gravitational forces. Like, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
That's craziness. That's utter craziness.
I mean, of course, we had this dip in the air pressure because the Earth is flat. I mean, it could travel over vast distances over flat water, right? Not over a ball.
Well, the reason I was saying it like that is because how does an airplane fly, right? Airplane flies because the top part of the wing has a lower pressure than the bottom part, right? So, and they say that pressure, right? You know how they say, oh, planes don't have to tip down because gravity's pulling them down and they just stay at one height to go around the ball. Well, how does air pressure go around the ball, right? How can it possibly go around the ball? Unless it's attracted by gravity. The air pressure itself must be attracted by gravity. Right? Because it's going to take a trajectory, right? It has an inertia in one direction. How does it turn, right? How does it go around the curve? How does it come back around? You understand what I'm saying? It's like...
Yeah, I understand.
How does that happen?
Yeah. Yeah, the explosion pushed the air in one direction, not around the ball. That doesn't happen.
Well, unless the air pressure is like in an orbit, falling down around the ball. Only way it can happen.
Right. Anyway, have a good one, guys. My dinner's ready. Talk to you later.
You mean Mike?
Have a good morning, Roger.
Right.
Later, Roger. Has anybody been reading the YouTube chat, or do we care?
I don't give a fuck what those trolls said. The people in that chat are the people that got banned from here. The people who are in that chat are the people who got banned from here, and
Is
they
that really
still
what
want
it
to
is?
hear
I
tunnel
figured
fucking
some of
murder.
that.
Yeah, we already decided we don't want to talk to them.
Oh, is that why they're arguing with me about what science we should base things on? And I said scientific method-based science, and they're like blah 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 blah. They just run on. It's like really funny. I just thought it was.
Look, there's no point in talking to them. That's the thing about that chat, is that they are time wasters. You can tell them whatever. They're going to pretend you didn't say anything. They won't even respond to you. They just sit there preaching like silly creatures, man. Like priests. Recounting and reading Wikipedia and spewing back whatever so-called facts are on that. That is all they do, is just sit there and puke that stuff back. If you disprove them wrong, they'll just change the subject, right? And they'll just keep doing this forever. They're time wasters. That's why they're not here. They won't address anything. They won't answer anything. They don't know anything. Pathetic.
I don't know. It just sounds like some people on there are afraid to come on the show and talk about what maybe they think they got evidence for, and everybody's so rude to them that they just don't want to come on. But I mean, I get it. You know, like we get tired of, you know, people just coming in and trolling, or just people that are, you know, hard-headed and aren't really looking to learn anything. They're just looking to argue. But I mean, I think some of those people might actually be really curious and, you know, get chased away because of that. You know, sometimes the attitude isn't that great. You know what I mean?
It's very kind of you to give them the benefit of the doubt, but
yes.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, come on, somebody has to, right?
Well, listen. How do you debate or talk to somebody, right, that thinks claims are evidence, right? So they'll say something like, "Okay, gravity holds the air down to the earth, and that's what causes air pressure." And you okay, what's the evidence for that? Oh, all the scientists say, or everybody believes it, or all these. What's talking to people that actually think making a claim is the evidence of the claim? There's no point.
Right. I get you.
You got to these.
I would just say, well, get a balloon
about the
and I'll
people
prove to you
in
that's not
YouTube
true.
chat.
Right.
The YouTube chat people are a special case. They're not like the normal Globers. They sit in there for freaking 10 hours a day. Do you think that's normal?
Yeah, well, I spend a lot of hours in here, so I mean, I'm not in another chat like trying to go against them. I'm just here where I think that people want to learn from it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not here
well,
to
I
like teach
understand,
people
but
that
would you
don't
go
care.
someplace? Would you go to someplace you hate and do it there?
No, that's the thing. I would never think to do that unless they attack me first. But no, I've never gone onto like some kind of ball earth believing thing that's against flat earth and argued with them. No, I would never. I don't think that would be like I mean, why bother, right?
That's why we conclude that they're being paid to do so. And they don't come on here because it's not in their script. They're not allowed to, just like deGrasse Tyson and, you know, Bill Nye are not allowed to debate flat earthers because they're the head figures, the spokes figures. They can't have them being proven wrong on a massive scale. So they're not allowed to do that. So these guys that are on the YouTube chat aren't allowed to come in here and talk to us about the obvious.
Right, because they might be scientists with a degree, but they're just on TV acting for TV. That's what people don't realize, I think. Hey, you know, going back to that, you were talking about the argument that, the earth and the air just spins and gravity holds it on. You could take a balloon, simple balloon, just fill up a balloon with air, right? And you notice before you blow up the balloon and you drop the balloon, it falls to the floor pretty quick, right? Then you fill it with air, right? And what happens? It becomes buoyant and it kind of floats around the room. Why does it do that? Because the pressure differential causes a different change of buoyancy or density, right? It's not really any lighter or heavier. It's just the way it's used and the pressure that's inside that causes that reaction. So if you take a balloon, the balloon and we're all moving through space supposedly, right? So if you take a balloon, then you pop it while we're standing right here and the gravity's being activated. Why is it that when you pop the balloon, it pops in the first place? Why does it pop in all directions? It does. It goes in every direction. It doesn't go downwards, right? It doesn't just stay. It still explodes, right? Otherwise, if gravity was holding it down, why would it explode? It doesn't make sense to me at all. That to me is the proof for me. I saw a video on that and I thought, wow, that's interesting. And then I tested it out and it was true. I was like, wow. But it did take me actually wanting to know the truth about it and to go and read about it and learn all the things I can from both sides of the argument. So therefore, I did go through some of that where I went and researched it, but I never went and tried to con my way in or convince anybody over there on the other side of the argument, I figure I can do better here. Where there's people who want to learn, right?
Well, I agree with that completely. I'm just saying the people in the YouTube chat they're anti flat earthers. They're not like vulgars. They're not like normal people.
Yeah, I think you're right about a lot of them. Like I've only been going in there for like a few weeks. I never really paid attention to it before, but I've noticed that there's a lot of people that are always in there. You're right. They spend hours, or at least they're just hanging out when they're at work or whatever it is.
It's the same people. It's the same people.
It is.
Like they literally it's almost like a
CGI fan, and all of those guys. They're all regulars. Over the last few weeks, they're like always in here. I'm like, really? Why do you guys come in here every day just to argue about stuff you don't really know anything about? And they're like,
it's not just that they don't interact with people other than to call them names. Like I said, they'll make a claim. You ask them for the evidence, or you provide evidence against that claim. They'll act like you didn't say anything and just keep talking to nobody. It's like if they're not interacting in a chat, what's the purpose of being there? Right? They're monologuing basically. And their only interaction with other people is to call them stupid.
Like you would think, anybody that spends that much time arguing with somebody just for the sake of arguing would be paid for it, right? Or something. some kind of like modus operandi. You know what I mean?
Sure hope they're not doing it for free.
Well, maybe some people are sick in the head like that, you know, and just get off on like attacking people for no reason. But I don't know. I don't know a lot of people that do stuff like that. It usually takes like someone on the other side to like attack them first or something, and then they get mad and they want to get revenge. But revenge that lasts weeks at a time, that's odd.
Well, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Is I think most of them, I highly doubt most of them are paid. Especially with these younger generation, most of us in here don't really quite understand it, but they just make a hobby out of internet trolling all day, every day. Being keyboard warriors or whatever else. Like a lot of them did come in here at one point. They probably acted a fool, got called names, and got sent on their way. Now this is their way of trying to get back.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, 2 or 3 weeks of like trying to still get back, like, does that make
It's
sense?
it's not 2 or 3 weeks. These guys do it for years on
Well,
end.
right, but I mean, from what I know, right, like from what I've seen so far, based on what my experience. Well, in that case, I kind of feel sorry for him then, because I go in there and like try to like talk to him nice and try to be cool and discuss things and show that I know a lot of stuff about electricity and with this and that. I'm not an expert, but I try to like just show them like the stuff that does have to be questioned, right? And then let them look at it on their own. I hope that's all I can do is hope for that.
Look, I obviously not everybody agrees with me here, but it's my opinion that we shouldn't even have a comment section on the YouTube live stream.
Yeah, I thought about that too. I've been thinking a lot about it the last few days.
They did away
But I
with
guess
it.
I don't have a lot of experience, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I just don't know what purpose it serves.
Yeah, we have plenty of
away with what?
right here. The other thing about the YouTube chat is you can't like go back through it and find like where people said they're stupid shit. On here you can.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's a way you could record it on screen. I mean, I can get it on my TV through my cable company, so.
You can, if you replay the YouTube chat, it'll show the chat again.
Yeah.
When you replay it, it shows the chat.
But it just.
Well, I mean, if you record it from like the feed, you know what I'm saying? If you were recording through your TV, because if you can pipe it through your TV, then you can record it, right?
It's already recorded. That's the thing.
I know, but you know what I mean, and you have an access to it. So I'm sorry, I'm rambling on. I apologize.
Yeah,
for a lot of those trolls, that's their little safe space. Most often, there's not anybody moderating them, calling them out for their bullshit. They get away with having the final word of anything that anybody says in here, and it goes unchallenged. If there is a random person who comes and starts watching the live stream and reading those comments, then we've got them as the naysayer with the final say. Like, thing is that's extremely rare. There's very rare that anybody new comes in there. The people who are watching that stream are members here. A lot of them are staff, and they're the trolls that have been either banned from here or refused to come in here.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you have a point. It's kind of like it just kind of like it was a good idea, but then it kind of went sour, and it hasn't been moderated for a while, or whatever.
I was on another YouTube channel on their 24-hour feed, communicating with everybody there. I still go there. But then I got Discord so I can communicate with the moderators whenever somebody was acting out of line and whatnot. And then they published the YouTube channel on the chat. So I went to the YouTube, stayed on the YouTube, and then joined the Discord, hung out in the lobby for about a month. I don't know how long. You can check it. And then I got my perms.
It's a little unrelated, but also, I mean, you guys know of the broken mic, how all these people come in. They we ask them to join the conversation. They say, "Oh, I don't have a mic," or my mic is broken." All of those people are lying. They're people who have either been banned from here or they've come in with an alt account. They already have a history. They're afraid that we're going to recognize their voice. They're just here to monitor. That's it.
You have a very good point there. I agree with you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to kill the chat.
Another example of just like the levels of trolls that we get is like, basically it's a thing to like try to speed run getting banned, like how quick you can get banned.
Yeah, these troll groups, it's a badge of honor. I think they're earning tags in their own server for doing it.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Troll Scouts. Yeah.
More like brownies, right? Or, brown nose.
Yeah.
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? when my first daughter was like 8 years old. We were sitting at the dining room table, having dinner, and she had heard me talk about that song and that part of the song at the end, or whatever it is in the song. And then she said it in the middle of dinner, and I laughed so hard I almost fell out of my chair.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called Bill Nye Saves the World, and this is from episode 1, season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants
Almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things, coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. Now, carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay.
So as you can see, he tells you the truth right there, then geniusly covers it up. Now here he is on another show called Big Think, and he actually tells you that there's no place to go. You can't leave the Earth. Take a listen.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. Just let go of the idea of throwing stuff off the Earth.
So there you go. Just wanted you guys to see some more truth right in your face. Anyways, thanks for watching. Everyone have a good night, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Preach. Oh, sugar. Hot micing. But true. Preach. What's up, people? Everyone sleeping?
Nope, I just got up. It's still early for me.
What was that? You definitely sound like you're sleeping.
My bad. I'm not speaking up, probably, is what it is. My voice is kind of messed up today. I don't know why.
Wait, get some ginger, some lemon, some honey. Smooth that thing out.
What a talkative bunch on here today. Good morning, Discord, or afternoon, or night, whatever it is. It's Dead Air Dave from Kentucky.
What's up, Dave?
You got to meet my YouTube.
Dead Air Dave is way too catchy. I love it. What's going on, guys?
Another day on the plane of existence. We continue to exist. Well, that's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, reporting from the lobby, you guys might remember a user named Snow Forest. I think he was in the VC debating maybe a couple days ago. And he said that if we wait 30 minutes, he's going to roll up with some of his boys into the VC. So get your coffee, your tea ready.
Globe proceeds incoming. Cool. I love that when they bring the Globe proceeds. Maybe India will believe one this time. See if he can his mic. At this point, for me, just speaking for myself, they can bring anything they want. The Globe is bullshit. So that's the end of my debate. Show me some curvature or shut the fuck up. But that's kind of limits the conversation, I understand, but
It's really what the whole thing boils down to.
Yeah.
If they can't show you that, the rest of it is just weeds.
We know we've got vast acres of oceans out there that are not fully involved. And these people continue to think that they are. It's bullshit. So anyway. The Pacific Ocean is a big ball of water like 500 miles high in the middle. Okay, then. You show me that. Take a satellite photo and show me the curvy Pacific Ocean. Can't do it, can you? Indio must be busy. I try to prompt him to get on here. So we got 30 minutes to prepare for the Globe. Oh my God, what are we going to do, CB? These guys might be professionals.
Well, personally, I got a nice hot cup of tea steaming right now, so I'm prepared. I think that's all I need.
I would recommend some popcorn for people if you're going to be listening. We might get some good numpty clips out of it or something. If I'm talking in it, I'll be civil as long as they aren't. That's just me, though. But like I said, at this point, after 7 years of examining this subject, I never did actively participate much in the debates anyway, because we're talking about objective realities. It's kind of silly to be debating about what is objectively true. But again, just my opinion. So supposedly in less than 30 minutes, we have Snow Forest is going to join us and defend his outer space monkey religion. That's not the right words to use, but y'all know what I mean. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. We've got maybe an upcoming discussion. We're just here every day looking for proof of the globe that we all got taught we live on. Just need to see that. You got more snow heading at you, CB. You know that?
You say that again? The snow is melted. Are you saying it's coming back?
Tomorrow night, probably gonna be coming your way. Maybe you might get it like early Friday morning.
I'm prepared. This creation bear has turned into a bit of a polar bear lately, so I think I can handle it.
Yeah. I got my snow boots and stuff. We don't get worst we've got so far is like close to a foot, and it wasn't too bad. It melted off pretty quick.
Yeah, same here.
As long as the globe keeps spinning the right way, it gets rid of the snow somehow. So it all works out.
Yeah, we're tilted toward the sun, I guess, so, it helps too.
Aren't we in their model actually closer to the sun during winter? That's one of the hilarious things. Another hilarious thing I'd like to point out from last night, I remember the analemma, which everybody listening may probably knows what that is. It's just a picture of the path of the sun over a year. And, it makes a bigger loop in the southern hemisphere, hemiplane, whatever you want to call it. And it's literally printed on globes, debunking it. It's printed on the globes, on most of them. I think that's funny. Because if it was a ball, each half would be getting equal sunlight. You wouldn't have things like the analemma. Anyway. That's all I got. Anybody else wants to talk, feel free to pipe up. Did every day. Signing off.
I'm still here. Sorry, I'm just thinking about something else right at the moment.
It's all good, man. It's opening up the floor. I can sit here and ramble on, but nobody wants to hear that shit. Hopefully we got some people coming.
I don't mind if somebody rambles on as long as it's conversational and it attracts people, right? If it gets people talking.
Yeah, I'm not too good at that, so I'm better at just muting my mic. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I ramble on too, and then I feel like, oops, I shouldn't have done that.
Anybody happen to be listening, there's 20 people watching on YouTube allegedly right now. The link is in the description if you'd like to come in and discuss the subject. We will be civil, and we will, as long as you're civil and honest, you have no issues here. Come in here and talk about it. You might be sitting there thinking, they taught me about this globe in school, but did they actually, they really prove anything to me, or they just tell me about it? Kind of weird, isn't it? Then you go out to prove this globular object that we allegedly live on, and first thing that's going to come to your attention is the curvature that has to be there isn't there. If it was there, like this would have been shut down like 5 or 6 years ago. 2 Globers would have went to like a random stretch of ocean over like 20 miles, and they would have showed everybody the 200 and some foot drop. And none of us would exist right now on the internet bitching about how we don't live on a globe. All right, end of agreement.
That's absolutely true. You're absolutely right. I'm still waiting for it too. I haven't had anybody that I've asked actually say it or actually even try to come up with anything. They would just say, "Oh, I'm not going to bother with it because you're crazy." I'm like, whatever.
Yep, it's still an uphill struggle. Hopefully it's getting better every day, but the large majority of people are like, smart guys got that figured out. These guys are idiots. They're not going to look into it, man.
We got somebody in here that's not verified yet.
Hello, who's the new person? Go ahead.
Coat. Wetzel Coat.
Wetzel Code, are you there? Can you use your mic? Let's see, you have a flat earth map as your icons. That's it. BC Verified. If you'd like to talk, here's your opportunity. Welcome to the server. Quetzalcoatl going once.
Oh, hey guys. For some reason, it didn't unmute when you gave me the.
Oh, there you go. I was going to say you probably didn't.
Yeah, we hear
probably
you
didn't
now.
work with the person.
Yeah, I had to rejoin. Sorry about that. It didn't work. Yeah, thanks for the welcoming.
I'm just going to make an assumption, which I don't like doing, but by your icon, you kind of deny the globe existence.
Yeah, sure. I've been looking into, Dave Weiss and Hibbler Productions and such. There's been, fair questioning reasonings there.
How long have you been looking at it?
Some months, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a good resource. You've landed on your feet here. We've got all kinds of stuff at the bottom of the server, information you may not have seen. We've got a lot of observations and tests and different things down there. So feel free to utilize that. And you sound legit so far. What's the number one thing that makes you know you're not living on a globe?
Probably go with what Dave Weiss has been mentioning, that we can see too far beyond the horizon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The supposed curve, as they say on the globe model, so to say.
Yeah, it's like I was just saying that I looked at this 7 years ago now, and first thing I looked for was the curvature that has to be there, and it's just not there. So that's a good one.
Well, the thing is, I mentioned it to a guy that still believes in globe. He told me when he was a kid, he used the binoculars. What do you call them? Yeah, but sorry about my English; it's not my native language, so excuse me.
Biologist.
Sounds good to me.
That's how you say it.
Yeah. So he said he could see the boat, but he couldn't see the bottom of the boat. So for that reason, in his mind was that that's not a flat Earth to him. I don't know how he reasons that way.
He looks into angular distance and perspective and all that.
Yeah.
Come on.
So when he said he could see it, but he couldn't see the bottom of it, basically. So therefore, he says, it's not flat. I'm like, but I mean, you still see the boat when you use the binoculars, but without it, you can't see it, or barely. Depends on the distance, of course, due to the angular resolution or whatnot.
But obviously, you showed him people zooming back in on boats. What do you say about that? I mean,
which one?
You showed him the videos where you can zoom back in on boats, right?
Or you told them to use binoculars, or you just wouldn't go do this?
No, he mentioned himself as he was when he was younger in some school trip. They were down at the beach. He had binoculars and he used that. I don't know. For some reason, he said he still didn't believe it's flat. I don't know. For that very reason. So for me, it's kind of weird. Well, how you cannot see it with your own eyes.
Some people just won't accept it. Yeah, they get cognitive dissonance, and then it goes from there.
Yeah, usually that's what I'm thinking. And he was mentioning, I'm not the guy you want to debate with or anything. I mean, I was trying to spread information, and I said, if you want to know more stuff about flat theories and whatnot, look up Dave Weiss. I said, look him up. He has a YouTube channel. He answers all the questions you usually what Globers usually asks, as we say. So, but he did mention one thing that I couldn't answer. He was talking about the 3 whales. I don't know if you're familiar with that. The 3 whales, like you had one well and 2 wells.
We're definitely familiar with that.
Yeah, he was mentioning that, and he said that proves the Earth is not flat. He said, I was like, okay, but I had no idea what to say about that because I didn't read it.
He's talking about Eratosthenes. That doesn't prove either way. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention the sticks and the shadows, but he wasn't interested in that part. He went straight for the wells, some kind of experiment that he did back then. I'm not sure about the name of it now, but it's something about to do with the 3rd well, and then the whole experiment failed or something. I don't know. Maybe you guys are familiar with that one. How that proves the Earth is not flat, or is it flat?
I've heard of it.
So, so I've got a quick question. You said you've been looking at this for a few months. So how did you first hear about it, if you don't mind sharing?
Oh. Where was it? I think it was just some random thing in YouTube that popped up. That was, I did hear about the subject of flat talks basically around here and there, but I was like, didn't catch my attention to that point of me researching it by myself. And then eventually, some time later on, something popped up in the YouTube, I think, and then I was watching a clip. I was like, okay, interesting. And then I don't know. Then I kept looking.
Last question for me.
Sorry. I was watching the American Moon documentary as well.
Okay.
I think that was a bit of eye-opening for me when I realized the deception of what we've been deceived by NASA, basically. The fake moon landing.
That was actually my next question. If you had any previous things where you knew that whoever they are, aren't telling us the truth about stuff. So you already know about the moon landings. Is that what you said?
What's my saying about the moon landing?
You already know the moon landings were just bullshit filmed in Hollywood.
Yeah. I could see. Like I said, there's a documentary on YouTube called The American Moon. Well done, well made one, and it showed both parties what they were saying, and then the stuff they questioned about the things they were showing and telling us from the official narrative. So a lot of things didn't make any sense. You could see that all things could be done as well in the studio and recorded somewhere else and broadcasted without the majority of the people working there knowing where it comes from. These kind of things. So for me, at that point, I realized something is not right, and I researched more. And one thing led to another, and then I came into the David Weiss, I believe, at some point by looking up Flat Earth.
Yeah, he does a lot of good stuff. He definitely's on a lot of shows and stuff. He's spreading a lot of good information.
Tons of podcasts. It's amazing. And and you feel yourself, you've been there once. You feel yourself with those people.
Sometimes he comes by here every now and then. So. But welcome
in this Discord? Where did he come by? This Discord, you said? Or?
Yeah, he was here a few months ago.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
That's nice. Good for a little while and chatted with us, told us about his app and stuff. So I'll let other guys talk to you. Welcome to the server, man. I got to get ready to go to work here. So welcome.
All right, cool. Thanks very much.
Rookie, you still there? You busy?
I'm still here. I was just finishing a piece of candy.
Okay.
It was stuck to the roof of my mouth, and I didn't want to sound like a weirdo.
Okay. Or anybody else who wants to pipe in, I got to meet up for a few minutes. I was just welcoming this new guy. He sounds legit to me. You listened to him, didn't
you? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Oh, well, we're not trying to talk about you like a third person, but...
Yeah. Well, it'll directly tell you, as long as you're an honest truth seeker, you'll be welcome here. You will have no issues. That's all I'm saying. In my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's some people in here that can get rough with you on certain issues and things like that. But just remember that we all don't necessarily on the same level of understanding or knowledge about it. So some of us, can come up short on that, like not understanding certain things, and we don't agree about everything. So just be careful. Don't try not to group us into one pile. You know what I'm saying? And say that we're all just this or that. Let each person that you talk to individually, take them for who they are, because they don't necessarily represent us. Like some of us are, whatever, we're higher up on the ladder, but we can talk better, more, or whatever.
That's a great point, Rookie.
Yeah. But, don't be afraid to talk to different people and try to get information in case somebody else is rude to you or for whatever reason.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I'm here to learn more, of course. And so I'm not here to put anyone on any certain level of the topic or whereabouts about this. Just more about sharing the knowledge, basically, and showing what's been hidden from us. Learn more about it. I mean, once this is like once you see it and is something in your like gut feeling like you've been hidden from for a long time. You want to search for it and learn more about it. It's like you hunger for it, basically. So if I can talk to like-minded people, it doesn't matter the level of it. Sure, people might be smarter in ways of calculating or thinking about certain topics way better than others. That's fine. I mean, I'm not here to show that someone is better than anyone here. It's not about that. So just basically sharing the knowledge and talking with like-minded people, basically. That's my take on it.
And I guess I can say, welcome to Flat Earth. And do check out the resources down if you scroll down at the bottom, there's a bunch of information that you have access to now. If somebody gave you the VC verified and Flat Earth or whatever, then you can go down there and you can, because a lot of the questions and stuff and research stuff is down there. You can check out in case you're interested.
Sure.
Don't forget about that.
Yes. I'm using Telegram as well, so I'm in a couple of Flat Earth groups as well.
Cool.
I've been checking out the Flat Earth, what do you call it? Ivaranon? I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's been making the, let's see, the Lost History of Flat Earth. I'm not sure you know, but he's Evaranon? I don't know how to pronounce his name, but maybe you know. But the documentaries he's been making.
Not necessarily, but anybody who's, doing the same stuff as we are, I guess we're with, Not necessarily associated with, but, Yeah, we're promoting
just putting it out there. Yeah.
It's a war in on. It's
a war in. Yeah, sorry about the
Lost History, Flat Earth. He's got a lot of good stuff. I mean, it's there's a lot of things that are kind of speculative about it, but he does share a lot of good factual information. So I would recommend that.
Yeah, the Tartarians as well. That was pretty cool. I didn't know about the lost ancient civilization or whatever you can call it, like type of technology at that time that doesn't make any sense in the current history books. That they are hiding.
Yeah, that's an interesting subject, researching history and the truth about it. I'm not sure that it's, all it's cracked up to be, like on my side of it, because I haven't done a lot of research on it, but there's a lot of anomalies about buildings and things and that I've seen that are considered Tartaria. And I think it's fascinating that it's possible that there was, at one time a higher civilization than us, and that, they ruled the world differently. It is fascinating. But I mean, I'd like to see more proof of it. That's all. I mean, I've seen a lot of mud flood stuff and what have you, but you know what I mean? I take it with a grain of salt, because I know there's not a lot of, real solid evidence for it. It's just, an idea that all these buildings seem to look alike and they have similar symmetry and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that, some people think that the crack, the Grand Canyon could be like a plasma lightning bolt that came down and hit the earth and basically, like a big bolt of electricity that was hot enough to burn through the rock and split open the earth, kind of like, when electricity is run through like wood or whatever, it'll go through it a certain way. And you take pictures of lightning, how it spreads out and branches. That I found that very fascinating.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought or a theory about that. And the excavation sites as well. like with the giant trees, as they've been talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, I've seen some of these shaped mountains, and they do look like tree stumps. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, where did the tree itself go? Like, did they cut them down and then like burn them, or like what happened to it all? If that's the case, wouldn't there be like an abundance of like dead plant? And well, maybe that's what our surface is made out of. I don't know.
They became part of the landscape. There's actually a video on that. Somebody found remains of a huge tree in somewhere like Madagascar. The stump was about 9 miles wide, and then right around it, it just looks like terrain, but when you zoom in, you could see branches and leaves of what looks like a giant cedar tree. I'll post the video for you.
But
yeah, they talk about cedar trees a lot in a lot of. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no,
I was
worries,
going to say,
Yeah.
in religious texts and things, they talk about that. That's why I find it fascinating. It seems to match.
And it's also made of out of silicon, that's what the main resource that we're trying to pull out from the trees and whatnot that we're cutting down and excavating, and using that for, I don't know what else that we're using it for.
Well, I guess we can't. Well, I guess the reason why I tend to lean towards it is because I guess the height of the place we live in, however big it is, it seems like it's tall enough for trees to be that big. Maybe things were really bigger and we're just smaller beings. Maybe God shrunk us down or something. I don't know. There's so many like weird things. Like last night, I was watching the moon. Right? Mm-hmm. And I swear I see these straight lines form in the clouds. It's like a big triangle flying through the sky. It's exactly what it looked like. But it was cloaked like when it moved, like it just looked like something moving in front of the moon, between me and the moon. Me and my buddy were sitting out in the yard looking up at it going, what the hell is that? Because it literally had straight lines that were almost in a perfect triangle. And it moved around and it kept changing directions. It was weird looking. I mean, it might have just been our imagination and all, but... It was it had me freaking. I was like, I tried to get a picture of it, but it wouldn't come out.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation. I don't know, never seen that before.
Well, that and there was this weird like rainbow look between the moon and us. Like when you look up at it and those clouds, it was like a lot of moisture. We've had a lot of moisture lately. Mm-hmm. So it's like the fog was moving over and some clouds, and it just looked strange. It was like only one part of the clouds, like this one section was moving, and the rest of it was just kind of like just sitting there static and like just moving with it slightly. It was just strange. It was like this jet stream of something flying by. It was just really weird. I'm not saying that's what it was, but I'm saying it just looked like there could have been some kind of cloaked thing flying around up there. It was just strange.
What do you boys think of aliens?
Nothing really.
I don't think much about that because, aliens, what do you mean by aliens? What do you mean by that? Like, do you mean people that are from here that are just farther away, or maybe like we haven't been, or are you talking about from outside of wherever we live? Extraterrestrials, I don't believe in them, but I do believe there's a higher rule of race, obviously, because there's somebody put us here, right? That's the way I look at it. It's like, how can I deny that, somebody put me here and gave me the knowledge and the ability to think for myself and decide for myself what I want to, how far I want to go in this place and how much I want to learn, That's basically what it's really about, right?
Yeah, it's weird to think about. But like, when I think of aliens, I don't even think like we always get told like aliens are like these like grey looking like cunts like from outer space, right? But I reckon there might be like extra dimensional shit, to be honest.
What does the word extraterrestrial mean?
Well, I guess terrestrial would just be like Earth, I'm pretty sure, right? And then extra would just be beyond.
It would mean land. So do you believe there's more land in the sky?
What'd you say, sorry?
Do you believe there's more land in the sky?
There's more land in the sky? What do you mean?
Right, the word extraterrestrial means extra land, right? I'm asking you, do you think there's extraterrestrial?
from another land. Yeah.
You're talking about more land beyond the South Pole. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking him about the land in the sky. That could be.
Yeah, we're talking about above our heads. Like, do you believe that
I
there's
guess
other
it'd just be
places
like other
we could
planets and shit, right? Like, I'm confused.
So
Like,
what are the planets?
the exact
What do
question.
you would have to believe that planets are physical terra firmas, right? But they're not. All they are, they're lights in the sky.
Planets are lights in the sky? Why do you think that?
Yeah.
Luminaries.
We don't know. They're called heavenly luminaries. They're just lights in the sky, bro. Some twinkle, some just shine, some are circular.
Yeah.
Some have somatic effects, like, that's all they are. Lights in the sky, we don't know what they are.
Okay, hold on. No, I asked you why you think that, and then you just said you don't
Because
know.
I see it. That's what I see, and that's what you see too. So we don't have to believe anything. We all see lights in the sky that rotate in circles.
I mean, technically, yeah, we don't have to believe anything. Like, our own perception of reality, like, even when you're speaking to me, you're presupposing that your perception of reality is the same as mine, right? So, I guess technically you're right.
I'm telling you what I see and what you see. That's all I'm telling you. You're coming up with stories. I'm just telling you what I see and what you see. I didn't say anything else. You coming up with stories, dude. So what is the...
Okay, I'm sorry.
I've looked at a telescope, and I'm telling you, the planets that they claim are planets are not planets. They're just lights that are squiggling in the sky. They look like they're protruding through water or something, like you're in a swimming pool. It's weird.
They look like pulsating orbs of lights.
Okay. No, I understand they look like that, but just hold on. Just so we're on the same page, are you saying they are literal lights?
Illuminaries.
That's what we see, bro. That's what we see. That's what you see.
How do you explain what?
You can believe whatever
you can see it at all.
What you see is a light in the sky.
Okay, why does that mean it is like just an actual light?
Because that's what you see. Now, nobody cares about the fantasies that you come up with or that you believe, and the stories that you tell about it.
No, that's circular. I asked you your justification, and you went back to the premise.
What?
Yeah, so like the premise in question right now, right, is that planets are lights. And then when I asked you, why do you think they're lights, you went back to saying they are lights. So the justification is the premise.
What does planet mean?
Like, what's the actual evidence, like what you're saying?
What does planet mean to you? What is a planet?
I guess it would be like a celestial body, like once it reaches like a certain size, right?
So you guess
I don't know the specific size off my head.
Do you have any proof that it's a body? That it's not just.
No, we're on your claim right now. We can go into like what I believe in my evidence for what I'm saying, but like we're on your claim right now.
So you're using words. You using words that you don't know meaning to. You don't know what a planet is. How can you ask me what? You understand?
Right, can I come in? This is going round and round.
I don't see how that's relevant. I want to ask you what your evidence is for like them being lights.
Slow down a little bit, guys. Let's let one person at a time talk here.
Guys. This is an open forum, yeah? This is going around in circles. It's not going anywhere. So why don't we start from the very basic first? Let's start from the very first principle. What do we see?
Observations first, then conclusions.
Yeah. So what do we see in the sky? Anyone?
We see light.
Luminaries. That's what I see.
So we look in the sky and we
what do I see?
What do you see? Yeah.
Okay, so we look in the sky and we see a light. So how do we know what that is the question that should be asked, right? How do we know what that is? Any ideas?
Okay,
cool.
You can't grab it. You can't get close enough to make any, yeah,
that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
So then there's no point talking about the claims that it isn't a planet because there's no evidence that it is. Right? There's no evidence that it is terra firma. So there's no claim. Basically, there's a statement of no evidence, but there isn't a claim. Right? So the claim from NASA is that they are physical terra firma. And nobody has any evidence for that, so we can discard that, okay? That's how this works.
So let me just get this straight. So like everyone that was saying that the planets are lights, they're not actually asserting they're lights. They're just taking a neutral stance and saying that we don't know.
Well, from what I could tell, people were saying, I see a light, which is factually what you see. I don't know that anyone was claiming anything, but there's certainly no evidence to believe that they're anything else. So the claim would be that what you observe isn't true, right? So that's the claim, and that's NASA's claim, and I don't see any evidence for it.
They used to be called wandering stars, so then they named them after the gods, the so-called planets. So
yeah,
you
that's
can-
the
you can go
etymology
from
of the
there.
word planet.
Yeah.
Sure. But regardless, I was trying to get it back into like a purely logical stance because
No, I get it. Yeah. It's cool. That's
Yeah,
the way to do it.
there's no point. There's no point saying that your claim is against the claim. Okay, no, that's not how this works. Like the claim is the thing that goes against evidence in this instance. So we see a light in the sky. No one knows that it's a light. No one can possibly prove that. But certainly, it's a very large claim to say that isn't actually a light. It's a floating rock, and there's no evidence for that.
Right, because we don't feel any movement, well, there's no curvature, and of course the third thing, which is entropy.
But I mean, that I'm not even talking about the Earth at this point. We're talking about the stuff we see in the sky, right? So that's kind of
Right.
disconnected from
No relation.
in a logical sense.
Yeah, it's
'cause you have
wrong.
to-
It's wrong to reference the two together because they're so unalike.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about two fundamentally different things. Like,
Yeah, it's like, what exactly do you guys reckon like these lights are?
I see a light. I see a light in the distance. Therefore, it's a Mercedes SLR headlight. I see a red light in the distance.
what you see.
Therefore, a Lamborghini tail lights.
yeah, I mean, obviously, no one here can know what those things are.
Yeah.
We don't. Yeah.
So there's no point even making a guess. It's pointless.
What do you think about like telescopes? Like the Hubble telescope. Yeah.
The
What
Hubble
would you see then?
telescope.
What would you see then?
Ask yourself why they don't turn around the telescopes and face it towards the Earth and take pictures or zoom into a human being or something else. They never done that before.
Wait, what? Wait. Repeat that. What?
Telescopes that's supposed to be out there. Yeah. Are you aware of that or not?
I don't understand the question. You said, why don't we turn the
He's
telescope
asking you how
around
come there
and
isn't.
use it
He's
to look
asking you
at
how come there
humans?
isn't a single photograph of Earth from space. A single
space.
photograph of Earth from space. How come?
There is. What do you mean? There's loads.
No,
Really?
CGI composites.
Images and CGI does not count as photographs, buddy. You know what photograph is?
Why do you think?
Find the negative for those photos.
Why do you think? Like you guys know the NASA live stream, right?
No.
I'm pretty sure they have that shit on live.
That's not what I
I'm
said.
pretty sure you. I'm pretty
seen
sure
it.
you don't know how a live stream from space, a NASA live stream from space, is made.
How's it made?
I'm
Explain it
pretty
to me.
sure it takes a lot of expensive cranes, a giant, big curved screen, super high definition screen, yeah.
Okay.
In front of which they can hang all sorts of things, tin cans, which you call them satellites. Yeah, and they position very precisely in this studio a camera at a very precise angle, which only these well-paid movie directors know.
Okay, can you please prove this? Can you please prove this is what they do?
If you were doing any research in regards to this, you would have had evidence.
Okay, show me just link me to the research. I'll read it right now.
I can show you a GIF showing you all that I said.
Hold on. We need to get back to logic again, okay? So we're talking about a thing that exists. The claim is that it is legitimate, okay? And the question would be, how would you go about verifying the legitimacy of this stream?
You asking me like why NASA's like legitimate?
No, I didn't ask that at all. I asked what I asked, which was, how would you go about verifying the legitimacy of this live stream?
Just like the most simplest assumption.
That's
Gonna take it on value.
That didn't answer my question. I'll ask it again. How would you, as an individual, go about verifying the legitimacy of this live stream?
Sure. So I'll elaborate on what I said, what I mean by simplest assumption, right? So what I mean by simplest assumption is that in this case, right, we've got this recording from NASA, right, from outer space, and they're showing Earth, right? So we've got this one interpretation. On the other hand, the other interpretation, which is, you know, like there's like a camera in front of a TV, and the TV's like showing like a fake picture of the Earth or whatever, right? It's like one interpretation just inherently has less assumptions to it, right? And like if we just apply Occam's razor, like
NASA's a film studio. They own the biggest.
I don't need anyone to sleep in. It's fine. First of all, I didn't ask about a razor. Okay, razors are philosophical, useful tools, but don't apply to logic in this way. So they're useless in this regard. And second of all, you answered my question.
Why don't they apply to logic?
Because they're philosophical razors. And you haven't answered my question. How would you go about
so it can be a philosophical razor, and in fact, actually, when we started speaking, were you not applying logic from the beginning? Like, are you just having a logical conversation right now? What do you mean by it doesn't apply to this logic? Go ahead and name the different types of logic, and name which type of logic we're using right now in this conversation.
Again, this isn't the conversation. I'm asking you how you verify the legitimacy of this live stream.
I already explained it.
No, you haven't. You've just said Occam's razor, bro. That's not an answer.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You just made it. I want to ask what your justification is for what you just said.
If I say to you 2 + 2 and you say orange juice, right? And then I say that's not an answer and you go, why? This would be a stupid conversation. That's about as stupid as this conversation. Your answer
It's not analogous at all. Just not analogous at all, right? Because you made an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So what's wrong with me just like asking for that evidence?
To verify the legitimacy of your claim. That isn't a claim.
I'm talking about your claim. Well, I've already proved my claim. I'm talking about what you just said.
I didn't make a fucking claim. You did, and I'm asking you to verify the legitimacy of your live stream.
Yeah, I've already done that, but I think you forgot what I was questioning you about, right? You said to me that, oh, well, it doesn't apply to this logic, right? So then I asked you to name what type of logic are we using in this conversation, and why does Occam's razor not apply to this specific type of logic? That's what we're on right now. So just to jog your memory, like, you up to date now?
Aren't involved in truth. They're useful, but they're not actually used to get to truth. Now, what we're talking about is how you, I want you to tell me the methodology behind how you'd go about verifying the legitimacy of this. I don't want to know anything else.
I just want to address what you just said, because you said we don't use it to get proof. The definition of proof is just a physical piece of evidence, right? Physical pieces of evidence are used in all kinds of dialectics. So what do you mean? I can't use the razor?
You're having trouble.
You're going to give me an actual reason?
I didn't say proof. I didn't say proof.
You said proof. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. I said truth, not
Did
proof.
anyone else?
Anyone
else say proof?
Okay, so I said truth, and I can tell you right now, this is recorded. So if you're bullshitting, everyone knows
Even if
it.
you said the truth. Wait. Even if you said the truth, it doesn't change what I just argued. It's still the exact same thing. The truth. Wait, hold on. Let me just ask you something. I want to ask you something. I need a clarification right now.
And that's the
when you say
issue.
Truth. Wait, I want to ask you.
Didn't finish.
I've got a question.
If you're not listening, which seems to be the problem, then this is a very difficult conversation to have. Because you need to actually listen to what the other person says in order to adequately respond. Now, I've asked you the same question 4 times. You have not adequately answered it. I've pointed this out 4 times, and you don't seem to be prepared to answer it properly. So there's nowhere for this conversation to go.
Something. You said truth. What exactly do you mean by truth? Are you trying to imply that there's some sort of objective truth? Is that what you're trying to say?
So you, first of all, what I'm trying to say doesn't matter. I will say what I say, okay? I don't need you to put words in my mouth. I don't need you to attempt straw man on me. That's not where we're going here.
That's exactly what I just tried to avoid by asking a clarification. What do you mean, straw man?
You're trying to actually secondary and tertiary arguments. The primary question is how you go about verifying the live stream.
I'm stuck in a time loop. I've already answered that.
No, Occam's razor is not an answer.
You didn't give any justifiable reason for that, so. I asked you multiple times, sure.
I actually legitimately think you might be low intelligence right now. Because I'm asking
understanding what he's saying.
a methodology, and you're giving me a philosophical razor, and you don't understand why that's inadequate.
You haven't given any reason as to why it's inadequate. Yeah, I would just assume that.
I'm absolutely stunned at how thick you are. Does anyone else want to take this over?
No, not really.
I bet you could get your boys to jump in. That's fine. I don't even think they can save your position right now.
For a methodology, and you think a philosophical razor is the answer? That's stunning.
Correct. I don't know if it's it might be stunning for you, but
there's no way this conversation
be like understanding what I'm saying.
Is he putting forward
methodology for verification? That's the only way you get out of this. You can't say Occam's razor. It's not an answer.
But we're just going to keep going in circles. I'm just going to keep saying why not, and you're just going to keep repeating that. Sure. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
You're just objectively wrong.
Why am I objectively wrong? Prove that right now.
I need a method.
Go ahead. Actually, wait, that presupposes that objective claims exist, so go ahead and prove that exists.
I need a methodology from you. I don't need a distraction. I know you're trying to get away from the central point because you're getting absolutely destroyed on the central point, but I still need a methodology from you. How can you go about verifying the legitimacy of that live stream? And if you can't, you just need to admit it.
Yeah, that would be a simple answer. Just say you can't, and that's it, and move on.
I already have, but it's fine. You can think that I haven't.
No, you haven't. No.
We're asking you for a reason.
I explain like how I came to like the most likely assumption, right? With the least amount of assumptions to come to the most likely assumption, right? I haven't seen any refutations to that.
Probability fallacy. I'm asking you how you verify the legitimacy.
Probability fallacy? Wait. What's a probability fallacy? You talking about an argument from probability?
Yeah, that's literally what you just did.
Okay, no, an argument from probability is when I use a probability and assert that it's a certainty, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying my claim is more likely than yours.
No one cares if it's likely, because I didn't ask you if it was likely. I asked you how you validate or verify that it's legitimate. That's a different question.
Wait, that's a concession. You just agreed that my claim is more likely than yours.
No, he doesn't.
Hey, wait. He has no. He just crypto.
Yes, you did.
No, hold on. You're lying now. You're just like flat out lying now. I said I don't care. I didn't say it's more likely. I said I don't care because it's not relevant.
You're implying, exactly. You're implying it's like a pseudo steel man, right? You're saying that what you're essentially saying is that even if your claim was to be more likely, I wouldn't care. But what you're not understanding is if my claim is more likely, then I just win the argument. That's all that matters. Because there is no such thing as an objective truth or like objective claims. Everything's subjective. Your perception of reality, when you presuppose it's the same as everyone else's, that's subjective. So everything is subjective. So all I would need is a likelihood.
I know all of this shit. I know that you think that you've done like 6 months of philosophy and that you can out-argue people. I don't care about any of this. It's not relevant. What matters is that you made a claim that there is a NASA live stream, and I asked you, probably for the 10th time now, how you would verify the legitimacy of that live stream. The fact that you know what a steel man is doesn't matter.
Bro, niggas are getting salty and chat.
In other words, do you have the ability to fly up there and see for yourself that they're telling you the truth? That's what he's saying.
Why would I need to do that? Like, I think I've already proven my claim. So that's fine.
You haven't proven shit. You've come in here and you've said it's probably true that this live stream is what they say it is.
when people are
yeah, I think it's more likely to be correct than it is wrong. Yep.
Usually when people are intentionally intellectually dishonest, the other side, the other party tends to get annoyed. So that's what you're experiencing right now with crypto. So if you don't want him to be annoyed, then maybe you should be more direct with your answers. I would recommend that.
Well, could Drip just answer me this? Drip, 2 seconds. Drip, do you think, are you saying that you can or you can't verify a live stream from NASA?
I'm saying I can, and I already have like 3 times.
Okay, so how did you verify it? Tell us your method.
I don't feel like repeating myself. I've already said like I've already.
So you didn't verify it. So you didn't verify it then.
You
your
can think
method
that.
would be you watch the live stream and you believe it's real. That's not verifying.
I think I think he's saying like if you just look at the live stream, there's a possibility it's fake and there's a possibility it's real. What he's trying to say is possibility. Wait, hold on. Let me finish.
It's either or. It can't be presented as proof of your worldview. No, Forrest.
No,
get this point concluded because yes, like you say, it might be real, it might be fake according to you, but you can't verify it's real, so you can't present it as real proof. Obviously.
Why did Snow get muted? He was trying to make a point.
Drip, because you understand that when you can't verify it,
Wait, Wolfgang, yeah, I've already heard that. Snow, what were you saying, bro?
Yeah, like what Drip's trying to say is that when it comes to both of these dualities, the likelihood is that it's real because it requires less assumptions in order to reach.
You don't just get to assert it's likely real because I want it to be real. That's bullshit.
No, I didn't. He didn't start with like
that's what you said.
No. He's starting with a 50-50. It might be real, might be fake, and then using like the razor, and then come to the conclusion that it's more likely to be real because there's less assumptions that are added into the conclusion.
No. There's more assumptions because you only observe and experience a flat and motionless Earth. Your assumption is that there is some group of people somewhere on Earth that can prove my observable reality is incorrect. That's an assumption. So we don't make that assumption. You have to be able to verify that. So watching an unverifiable video and claiming it's more likely it's true because I say so is just fallacious and dumb.
Oh gosh, I don't think you understand what he's trying to say. He didn't say because.
No, I do understand what he's trying to say. He's pleading to his emotional belief.
He's not. He's pleading to Occam's razor that it's more likely.
No. Occam's razor doesn't work for the globe. Because Occam's razor would say the least assumptions is the likeliest.
To two possibilities where one has more or less assumptions.
Yeah, and you have more assumptions you assume the flat horizon that you see is actually curved. You assume that the motionless Earth you experience. No, we are talking about that because the live stream is relating exactly to this. Because your assumption that the live stream is true is built on your assumption that the flat horizon is actually curved and that the observably motionless ground is actually in motion, right? So you've already got assumptions built in before you start assuming that the video is real. So you've already lost on Occam's razor as well. That's more assumptions than we have. We make no assumptions. We experience a flat, motionless Earth, right? And we don't accept, I've watched a video on TV, so it's real. That's retarded, and it's hilarious that this Drip kid thinks that he's got some kind of intellectual standing because he's arguing that he believes the TV. It makes sense for me to believe the TV because why would TV lie to me?
That's not what he's saying. He's saying when you have like... No, it's not. When you have when you have like two conclusions, true or false, the conclusion with less assumption. What he's trying to say is that the conclusion that the TV or the live stream.
Well, let's not assume what he thinks. Why don't we ask him?
Sure.
Well, he never gives a straight answer though. That's the problem.
What's the question now?
Let's just do the radius first.
Right, but I mean, if he's defending him, and it's like he can't do it for himself.
No, he needs to show that he has the intellectual honesty to be able to have a conversation, and to do that, he needs to be intellectually honest. So, Drip, You
Wait, why?
realize
Wait. I've been completely honest.
You can't. Well, you're not admitting that you can't verify a video that you can't verify. That's not honest.
When did I admit that? Because I said I've already done that.
All right, so you do agree that you can't verify the live stream?
What? No, I'm saying I didn't do that. I'm saying I've already
so
given
you can verify it. So you can verify the live stream.
I've already verified it like 5-7 times now.
How did you do that? How did you do that?
Because I gave you the argument, right? I said we've got 2 and 0.
An argument? No, I'm talking about verifying a video. No, I'm talking about verifying a video. It has nothing to do with you making an argument. How did you verify that video you watched, you muppet?
What do you mean it has nothing to do with... Okay, so you're asking me to
you're sitting at your computer. You're sitting at your computer. You're watching a live stream.
I'm going to argue why what I'm saying is correct. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so you're watching this video on YouTube. I'm asking you, what's your next step to then go and verify that that video is real? What do you do?
I genuinely cannot be fucked to repeat myself. Is there any new questions?
So you can't. Okay, so just accept then that you can't verify it, and we can go to the next question.
You can think that. That's fine. But what's the other question?
No. See, this is the intellectual honesty thing. For some reason, this guy is not able to either realize or admit that when he's sitting watching a YouTube video from NASA that claims to be a live stream of a spinning ball Earth, he can't verify it. Because I have asked very clearly.
How about this? I'll answer it one last time. And I'll try somehow and word what I said previously in a different way. So hopefully more of you can understand. So let me put it this way.
You're the only one who doesn't understand, but
how are you going to ask me a question and speak over me?
Before you waste your breath, it's not the wording or the understanding of us that's the problem. It's the fact that you don't understand what verification is. Now, we've got a lovely definition posted by Creation Bear in the chat. So let me just read that. The process of establishing truth, accuracy, or validity of something. Okay. The establishment of empirical means of the validity of a proposition. Cool. So I think that second one's a pretty useful definition. So we're looking for the empiricism behind the live stream. How have you established that?
Yeah, sure. So like NASA. So like we've got a camera pointing at the Earth and it's recording the Earth. Right.
How do you know?
So empirical just means the knowledge that we know, right? Based on what we know.
How do you know that?
I don't know that.
Because that's what we've been told.
Oh,
right, okay.
There it is.
Oh, there we have it.
Right, so you understand that being told something is not verification of that. You've just been told a story, you moron.
But you're assuming it's just a story. Why isn't the live stream itself just evidence that
we just went through the definition, Snowforest. We just went through the definition of verification.
Yeah, we have went through the definition.
Yeah, so, and that's when he realized and he said, well, we know it because we've been told.
No, what he's trying to say is that
you're not Snowforest. You are not Drip's manager. You are not his personal interpreter. So stop trying to step in and say what Drip means is.
No, they probably came in together.
You hire this guy as your personal PR spokesman. Is that what's going on? Do you somehow know this guy?
Wait. Yeah, so when I said that's what we've been told, right? And then everyone was like, "Oh, we got him, guys!" Right?
You admitted you just believe what you've been told.
What's wrong with But what's wrong with what they're telling us? Why is that wrong?
It's not verification. That's what's wrong with it.
How's it not verification?
The definition of verification.
Wait, are you special?
In the chat.
Drip, are you special?
The process of establishing the truth, accuracy, or validity of something, right?
Right. So establishment by empirical
if we know, wait, hold on.
Wow, is this really happening?
Those things you just said. That's what we.
This was a planned attack.
Can I please explain? Okay, so the definition of verification, right? You just give me a second. I'll be quick. So the process of establishing the truth, accuracy, or validity of something, right? So in this case, we've got a statement, right? This statement of and like we've got this footage, right? It's either right or it's wrong, right?
You have to take their word for it.
And there's no contradictions with it being right. So Why would I just assume it to be fake? Why is that the most likely?
So you're
Why would
just
you assume
assuming,
it to be real?
it's real again. So it's not
Are you hard of?
verification. So again,
I think he's
you
just
can't
hard of hearing.
verify the video, right? So you can't
We don't.
verify the video drip, is what you've said.
Well, it's just his
He's got us
accuracy.
muted in his
If you,
earphone.
are you guys trying to imply like it has to be like 100% chance? Because I've already explained.
We're not implying anything. Open your ears and listen. How do you verify? How is an action? Describe the action. Go.
How is an action? Describe the action.
He believes what he's been told. He's already told us.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to tag him. He needs to be tagged.
Why
So you haven't told us. You haven't told us anything.
Right?
How have you verified it? How is an action? Tell us how you did it.
Was an action. What do you mean? Like,
stop
what
repeating.
action?
Just answer the question, or shut your mouth.
I don't know what you're asking me. What the fuck?
Then you're hard of hearing. I can't help. I can't help you. I don't have a hearing aid. I don't have the ability to give you understanding. This is a waste of my time.
Holy
shit!
My thing is, I don't think he's verified anything. I think he's taken it all and just believed it like a faith. It's his religion.
Yeah, he just
he's either taking the piss or he's incapable. But he's probably both. So I can't be both.
1 second.
What action are you talking about?
This definition of verification that you brought up, right?
Has he
See this picture?
Objective truth doesn't exist.
Neither does your ball. That's why you have to make stupid arguments like that.
Well, hold on, we got a new player.
If it existed in objective reality, you wouldn't have to muff it around.
So, 1 second.
Go ahead, Visionary. What would you like to add?
According to your logic, right? What we've been told is not trustworthy. But you got this definition from Google, right? How is Google trustworthy?
This is an example for those who are. I can address this if you don't mind. This is an example for those who are willing to listen and who don't know, to learn something, right? So with the word verification, how did we verify the definition? We can actually go and pick up a physical dictionary. We can actually go. We can actually go to the sources of these informations, right? And go, oh look, what we looked up in Google that came up with this definition, we find in physical paper. You can go and confirm, right? That's verification. And this is exactly why we were laughing and having so much fun with this guy's response, because he didn't get it. He didn't go and do anything. He just said, oh, because we were told. So there's an example of verification. You can go and pick up a dictionary. You can go to the shop. You can go and search another site. You can go and search another site. You can go and do as many things as you want to confirm this definition, right? Whereas when somebody says, oh, I saw a live stream, and so we know this is true because we've been told, that's not verification. That's just gullibility. So anyway, it's not really worth too much exposition. The definition of verification is pretty simple. If you don't understand that, then you're probably not capable of having a discourse in this way.
But it's double logic to say what we've been told is not trustworthy, right?
No, we're not saying that you can't trust the definition of basic words that are well established. Everyone knows the meaning of these words. They have definitions and have done for hundreds of years, which you can go and check out yourself. There's a difference between knowing the definition of a basic word and watching a live stream of a claimed ball Earth spinning in space and saying, well, then that must be real if the definition of verification exists.
Yeah,
that's a retarded argument.
If you're going to try and break down someone's logic, but take it out of context, then that's illogical by definition. You got to keep it within the frame of what it's being used. You can't mix the two together. So mixing definitions and trusting definitions with the. Oh, I don't know. Say that again. We spoke.
Repeat the definition of verification or to verify something.
I can't be bothered, man. If you don't, it's really not that hard.
Here's the definition of verification.
What?
The process of establishing the truth, accuracy, or validity of something.
Okay, can you define validity for like 2 seconds?
Wait, hold on. What's your agenda?
Does something have to be like deductively valid for it to be true?
This is when the
I didn't ask that. I asked what your agenda was.
I think the
State your purpose.
No, I'm asking you a question. Does something have to be...
No, guys, stop. Listen, this is just another one of those globy tactics where you say then, how can I... Well, I don't get to say that anything is real or anything is not real because we can't trust anything, so I just get to believe that the Earth is a globe. It's retarded. We're not going down this line. If you are distrusting of basic words that have well-established definitions, then take that up with a dictionary, right? We're not here to redefine words. These words already exist. You know that your worldview is in crisis when to even try to argue for your globe, which you're not doing, you first have to start claiming that words don't mean anything, right? First, you have to destroy words and meaning. Then you have to start denying observable reality and saying observable reality doesn't matter. It's insane. So,
isn't there a fallacy for this?
For you globe guys, Visionary, Snow Forest, if you want to discuss your globe belief or the Earth, feel free, but we're not going to try and convince you that dictionaries exist.
Okay, but we can also say that we can establish that the Earth is a globe, right?
How can you establish that?
Go for it.
Go and establish it then. How do you do that?
Because by the example you just used, right, we can go to dictionaries, right?
No, you can't go to a fucking dictionary to tell you live on a globe, you fool.
No, but you used the dictionary as an example, right? For what words mean, right?
For how to define a word, yeah.
Why can't we use the same pieces of information
adjacent.
Tell whether the Earth is flat or not?
Because you're talking about the ground that you stand on and its nature. You're not talking about the definition of a word. You're talking about the physical nature of the Earth.
Why are those things different?
Because one's a word and one is the physical ground that you live on. Holy shit. And you know what? These guys probably consider themselves the smart guys in their friendship groups because they can wordily masturbate themselves like this. So, Visionary, do you know what the radius of the globe is claimed to be? The thing that you believe in, that you think you've verified through a dictionary?
I mean, I would have to look through Google to search it out.
Okay, well, we already know that. So if you want to learn, maybe you should ask and start having a real discussion. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting our time.
I was just pointing out the flaws in your logic, right?
No, there's no flaws in our
you
logic.
You were pointing out the flaws in your own reasoning.
No. You said we can't trust what we're told, but you want to go around and now
you're misapplying what we're saying. You're not keeping things within context and within the line that the statements were made. You're just taking the piss. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to address what he said for 2 seconds. So he's basically saying you trust the dictionary, right, on the meaning of the words. Why don't you trust the dictionary on what they say about the shape of the globe, right? This is basically what he's asking. And earlier, the same question along the same line was asked, like, how come you accept Google, right? You accept their explanation of the word, right? But you don't accept, right, they're talking about the shape of the Earth. What he's trying to do is he's dancing around the genetic fallacy, right? That's like saying, well, it came on the news, so...
Just it. Sorry, that was rude of me. Go ahead.
It's all right. It's all right. He's basically saying, you know, like, if you're a truther and you saw it on the news, therefore it must not be real, right? And actually, a broken clock is right twice a day. So you can get valid information from everybody, but all information is what it is. It's just information. You have to go and independently verify every single bit of information. So, for example, I deliver pizza. I can prove it, right? I can verify it, right? And it can be validated as truth because I can provide paperwork, right? Check stubs over long periods of years, like 20-something years worth of check stubs. I can provide all sorts of bank account information, right? This is something that's verifiable. The shape of the Earth, right?
Give someone a pizza.
Right, yeah, that too. The shape of the Earth, that's different, right? You have to actually go out and measure it yourself. That's how you verify it. You don't look on a computer screen and watch cartoons and clap your hands like SpongeBob and Patrick, like, I verified it.
Wait, can I ask the question again? Does something have to be deductively valid for it to be true?
State your purpose.
Because you're clowning what's his name, Drip, for saying
Now he clowned on himself.
No, you clown him.
Let's move the conversation forward.
He came in here yelling
Your
from the
purpose is basically your agenda is just what?
Deductively valid for it to be true.
No, his agenda is to try and claim that there is no truth, so he can just believe whatever he wants to believe because he's emotionally attached to the globe. And no, Drip did clown himself because Drip was dancing around the fact that he couldn't verify a video from NASA whilst trying to act like he could. And when he was actually pushed to answer how he verified it, he said, well, because they told us. So, yeah, he clowned himself.
And that was a half hour ago.
And visionary, even if you read a definition in the dictionary of what the Earth is, you wouldn't know it to be true because you don't understand what you believe the Earth is. You have some vague idea about a ball, but when I asked you what the claimed size of this ball is, you said, I don't know, I'd have to look it up. So you have a belief, and one that you don't even understand. So reading a dictionary isn't going to help you figure that out. So what you need to do is research your belief, which is the globe, understand it, understand what the claim is that you're making, and then try and verify it. And we've just went over quite thoroughly what verification means and what empiricism is. And it's not about, well, if I believe it makes more sense, that's verified. That's retarded. So no, you need to get out there, as Hank is saying. Test the claims of the globe model. And if you want to understand how to do that, you can talk to us about it. And we can talk to you about it. But no, looking into a dictionary, looking into a book, looking at a screen is not telling you what you live on. Right? You're ignoring what you live on.
Yeah, if there's no presentation of anything tangible.
Oh my gosh, I've never heard anybody say it that way before. Sorry to interrupt. Because you're looking at a screen, that's what you believe in. Because you're looking at something on a screen. That's crazy. You said it way better than me, but I can appreciate that, the way you said it. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask a question? Do you all know what abductively valid means?
Can I ask a question? What's your agenda?
Again,
you're not getting anywhere. You're just a merry-go-round with the same nonsense.
Okay, no. If you can argue that something abductively valid, then you can just use Occam's razor to say that his argument has less assumptions.
You don't even understand how to apply it, because if you were to apply it correctly, then you would by no means give any credence to any of the things that you're calling evidence, because they have no evidence.
The live stream is evidence.
No, there's no evidence. There's no evidence for the live stream.
Yeah,
Give me something tangible.
That can then be debated on the validity.
Snow Forest. Give me something tangible.
The live stream.
That's not tangible. Give me something tangible.
Snow Forest. I thought you were good from yesterday. What happened?
What do you
How
mean by
did you verify the live stream Snow Forest to know that it's tangible evidence? How did you verify it?
No, I'm asking you, what do you mean by tangible evidence?
Well,
you know exactly what the word means. Don't take the piss. Either present something tangible that someone can go in. Listen. Don't interrupt. Either present something tangible that someone can independently verify, or do us a favor and keep your mouth shut.
But it can be verified. Just something that's tangible just means it's real and can be verified.
So, Snow Forest, if I show you a video of Bigfoot, will you believe in Bigfoot?
If Bigfoot goes against biological, what's it called? The laws of biology.
It's a simple question, right? I've got a video of Bigfoot. I show you this video of Bigfoot. It even says live in the bottom corner. It's actually a live stream of Bigfoot. So, Jiva.
No.
What? Why? It's live. It's a video.
What?
It's a live video. You can verify it because by Occam's razor, if Bigfoot was real and someone filmed him, then we'd have a video of Bigfoot. So that's Occam's razor, right? Because I'm not assuming that someone's lying or that video is wrong, right? So why don't you believe it?
Because the people because the people that took the video can then be questioned and questioned to tell whether they're lying.
So what about the people who took the other video? Can they be questioned?
Yeah, they can, and we've questioned them.
Oh, right. So how would you go about verifying if it's real?
By the same process that Drip said over and over again.
Oh wait, so we just claim Occam's razor, it's real. Okay, so Occam's razor is real because it's a video.
No, because the people on the video can then be questioned. We can tell whether or not a video is fake or edited.
What is the point in that? You don't need to question them. If you can independently verify it, then you have no need to speak to anybody. Stop over-talking me. Over-talking me.
Stop, bro.
There's no need to question anybody. If something is verifiable independently, you don't need to talk to someone. If someone makes a claim that this house is so tall and so wide, etc., I don't need to go and talk to these people and question them like a flipping Gestapo agent. I just go with a measuring stick or a laser or whatever, and I go and confirm the measurements that they claimed. End of story. So if you can't do that for the live stream, if that's not been done and it cannot be done, then why on earth would you give it any credence?
You literally showed me the what's it called? The website which showed whether videos are fake or not. We have that technology. So a video of Bigfoot, we can tell whether it's fake or not. A video of NASA, we can also tell whether it's fake or not.
I think you're just tired of hearing. I'm done. Really? I'm not arguing you.
Yeah,
it's a waste of time. If anyone unmutes, I'm just gonna mute him again. It's not a waste. It's not a productive use of.
No, he's been
time.
spiraling for a couple of days now.
Yeah, the only question I was going to have for you, Wolfgang, to actually make it slightly productive, isn't there a fallacy under something to do with moving the goalposts, which is basically what they were doing earlier? I know some of you people like this topic, so I thought
goalposts for what?
Because they just kept like they were reordering the definitions and you know, trying to flip the logic, even though we weren't applying that logic to this topic, etc., etc. They were just taking the piss, basically.
Honestly,
isn't there an actual fallacy that kind of goes in that way of moving?
Yeah, it might even be called a moving the goalpost fallacy. I'm not sure, but the globies blend together so many fallacies at once. It's almost impossible to untangle them all.
Okay, so it's just special needs on crack. Gotcha. Right, next topic.
And they planned this stuff. They obviously planned to come in here together. Because somebody came in before they did and warned us that in about 30 minutes there was going to be a group of people coming in.
All right.
They all showed up. So
let me see if this Homo sapien person is here. Homo sapien, are you here? Homo sapien.
No. Where do these people come from, though? Like you said 30 minutes ago. Where did you?
No response.
Anime forums and Reddit and places like that. Petar.
Oh, okay. Anime
Petar. Petar. Are you here?
Can I add something? Like, yeah, I think they used the burden of proof reversal fallacy as well, because basically they were asked about the validity or how they proved the validity of the video presented, and like they wanted us to come up with a alternative because they said that they had less assumptions. Right?
Yeah.
But we don't have any claim. We just ask them for verification. So like it's their claim, it's their burden of proof. So like we have no responsibility, and they are trying to shift that burden basically.
Yeah.
Right. It's not our job. It's not our job to convince you of things that can ring true to you.
Yeah, pretty much
clickbait type approach. Because when I came in, it was basically just you can't deny it, therefore it's true. So what do you mean, bro?
Because they're literally coming in.
Because when crypto was still here, he was like, that's got nothing to do with what I asked you. Because that's the thing that because obviously they know they can't, right? It's like we asked you to verify, not to prove how your argument makes your argument true.
Yeah, it's literally what they say. They say, disprove my belief or my belief is real. It's like, well, we don't need to disprove your belief in the TV.
It's like, you're a clown. Shut up and prove it.
Yeah, it's insane. Visionary, are you still here? Do you want to have a conversation about the Earth? Are you deep in the dictionaries? Trying to figure out where you live? All right. Well, if any of you guys do want to jump in, comments, questions, feel free.
I think Petar was about to speak before Haida spoke.
Nah, I just heard someone say call me. Whoa.
Oh yeah, I was just saying hello. What's up? How's it going?
Not much. I'm just listening to whatever that was.
Yeah, what was that, Petar? Peter? How do you say your name?
Petar.
Petar. Okay.
Or just call me Peter if you're an English speaker. I don't mind.
Okay, that's cool.
As long as I know you're calling me, that's good.
Yeah, that's cool. So, did you just listen to that conversation?
Yep. I mean, more or less, yeah. I was also reading at the same time somewhere.
So, when we're talking about, say, a video from NASA, or this guy's in space, this guy's doing that, do you understand what we mean when we say, how do you verify that?
Like, how do you know it's true?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is like a valid point to say, like, nowadays, there, like, if you watch certain movies, like there's like the effects and stuff, like make it look so damn real. You never, like, if it's just on a video, you never know it's real or not.
Right. So, do you think it's unreasonable of us? So, do you think it's unreasonable of us that we get a little frustrated when people won't even just be honest and say, "Oh yeah, I guess I can't prove that that's real"?
I mean, that is kind of dishonest and also just, I guess.
Thank you. Yes, it is very dishonest. No forest. Take note. So, how did you find the server, Petar?
I've only been listening every once in a while, or like look through it. Like, I haven't been as much on in the past months.
Okay, that's cool. So, have you looked into the topic at all, or?
Barely every now and then. I mean, just earlier, just watched a random Flat Earth video. Or it's like how to explain that? It's basically just a random topic in my life that I maybe look into every once in a while.
Yeah.
Right now, I guess you could say that I'm a little bit more skeptical about this whole globe Earth stuff. But I don't necessarily believe that the world is completely flat either. So I'm like, yeah. Like I said it in the live stream voice text somewhere. They're like, I don't know what the fuck I am anymore. But the conversation was interesting to listen to. I hope I make somewhat sense.
No, that does make sense. Sorry, I was just letting Snow Forest is getting a little bit upset because you recognise that not being able to admit that you can't verify NASA videos and images is dishonest. But somehow these guys want to make it seem like they are being honest. It makes sense for me to believe the TV and not question it because, well, someone told me. Which is what that literally boiled down to by their own admission. So what percentage would you say you are for believing that you live on a ball? Like 70%, 80%?
Wait, hold up. My brother just came into my room. I will be right back. Give me a minute.
Yeah, some of the earlier videos, Eric Dubay, it just says, it doesn't make a claim to be flat, it just says 200 proofs the Earth is not a globe. So you don't have to believe that it's flat, but you can verify that it's not a globe.
Yeah, Snow Forest guy still in here?
He's back again, more terror than ever.
He's regressed, what's it? After last night, he's gone deeper into his globe belief. And now he's asking us things like...
Was he here yesterday?
What happened last night? Regale me.
Almost sounded like he had a meltdown or something.
Well, we spoke to him for a little while, and we were showing him some quotes from the likes of Hubble and things, saying that heliocentrism is just a philosophy. It's not anything scientific or empirical. It's literally just a an emotional choice they've made, because he was under the impression that it's based in science and logic and things like that. But we showed him that, Lawrence Strauss and Edwin Hubble and all these greats of astronomy throughout the years have been very open in admitting that it's a philosophical assumption, because they just don't want to be, they abhor a special position, right? That's what they say. They don't want to be in a special position. So it is completely emotional, not empirical or logical even. So that was pretty much it. And now Snow Forest is back today asking us, how do we know anything is true? What is true? Nothing matters. And inductive reasoning, that's how we know we live on a ball. Like, just all these hard globe copes. So it's kind of sad.
Yeah, he likes to see, he seems to side with he wants to go to the psychological part of it, which yeah, he likes to go there.
He thinks you can disprove the horizontal horizon with philosophy. So that pretty much sums it up.
Oh, dang, you even talked to him about the need of a physical horizon. What I remember, what I was here for, is like what Wolfgang just said, and then he was telling us that the scientific consensus is that we can send people back to the moon, and then we were like, no, they actually say they can't do that, and then he said, I'll go look into it. I'm sure I can find it. And I was like, oh, okay, so then you didn't actually know. So hopefully it's the fundamental thing, man. You have one of two ways to go. And it's either you're going to be honest, right? Or you're going to be dishonest. So I guess it's interesting that you're still here. I guess you're still struggling with that decision. I will give you a pointer, though. The most simple, effective, easiest way is to be honest.
Well, I unmuted Snow since we were talking.
We're not
about
asking for much,
Snow,
right?
If you'd like to respond, feel free.
Can you unmute Drip?
Cry more. Focus on yourself.
Is he
Who?
Wrong answer.
He's not even here.
Well, yeah, I saw you came off mute, man, and I saw you light up, so I started just really directing it to you because we were talking yesterday. So do you kind of see what I'm putting down here? If you lie, it's going to be much more difficult to get to the truth, right? Because intrinsically, the pursuit of truth requires
to get to the
honesty.
truth when you're talking against like dishonest people.
So you mean?
No,
Right. So like, look,
literally this whole server.
Snow Forest, I'm going to give you a brand new chance, and we'll see if you'll be honest then, okay? Because you're now saying that people in here are dishonest, so we'll see if
You've
you're
been
honest. Snow Forest, do you know the radius of the Earth?
Why does this matter?
See, it matters because if the Earth is a ball with a certain radius, right, the way you would test if that's true or not is by testing that radius.
Okay.
So how could it not matter?
Because the discussion we were having wasn't about the shape of the Earth. It was about how to verify it.
It's always about the shape of the Earth.
No. And then you wouldn't answer my question. Can't you verify something objectively?
All
You
right,
skip
look,
that over and over again.
How about this, Snow Forest? What I'll do is I have this thing. I have an honesty litmus test, okay? And we'll give it to you. The first one is, if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Anyway, I have to go in like 3 minutes, so I'll probably carry on this discussion in like 3 hours.
It's just a word. It has an answer. See, questions have answers. The reason it's an honesty litmus test is to see if you can even have honest dialogue.
Can have an honest dialogue against honest people, sure.
Okay, so stop
saying we're not honest.
Dishonesty.
Okay, but
right?
maybe
Because
y'all need to
I'm
just stop
giving you an
randomly
opportunity. I'm giving you an opportunity. You're interrupting because you have impulse right now to not let it be heard. I'm giving you an opportunity to be honest. So if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
You're asking me a question with an already predetermined answer by already assuming that's not curving.
No, listen, brother. It's a litmus test, right? So that's why I said if. That's why the first word is if. It's a hypothetical preface. So if
but the hypothetical question already has an answer tied to it.
It's not a gotcha,
we're trying to see if you're able to give the honest answer.
Stay on
Sure,
this.
if we're adding your assumption into the question, there's only one conclusion.
No, I'm not. That's why I said if at the beginning.
I'm talking about even if at that
what's the conclusion to his hypothetical question? Just say it.
With the conclusion.
Right. So if it's not curving anywhere, what is it?
No, but again, I would have told you this already has an assumption that.
Yeah, with the assumption,
it's not
answer it. With the assumption and all of it. Yeah.
Sure, with the assumption.
There's no assumption. There's just a correct answer to the question. If something has got
a correct answer, if you're going to start with your conclusion, that's circular.
Right.
Okay, look, let me give you a question. If a boy is not a girl, what is it?
Well, again, that's exactly like your last question. There's only one answer.
Oh God!
Then say
right.
exactly.
You can't say it. There is an answer to the question.
He should be silenced again.
Yeah, right.
No,
Look, here's the deal, Snowforce. You have to be honest, brother. You gotta be honest, or it's just a waste of time, and we're not gonna do it.
So come on, Snowforest. If a surface is not curving anywhere, how would it be described?
Well, if it's curving anywhere, then what do you mean by the surface? When do you mean
so if a surface, any surface, it's not curving anywhere, what would it be?
Well, if it's not curving anywhere, then it would be a non-curved surface. It'd be flat.
Oh,
thank you.
There you go.
Okay, but what is this hypothetical that only has one
Snowforce, that's just the first question. The first question was really hard. It's like a 5-question little quiz, bro. You're struggling with the first one. So, water finds its level, and we have something called sea level. So, is the sea level? Yes or no?
Could you repeat that?
Is the water in the sea all over the earth level? Yes or no?
What do you mean by level? I mean, if you assume that the earth is flat, it would. If you assume it's a ball, then no, it wouldn't.
Okay, let me explain something to you, man. You can't just say what do you mean by a word, because words have meanings, right? There's something called Socratic method. There's something called, you're interrupting, bro, and that's why you can't learn. So you have to agree upon, stop interrupting, Snowforest. You have to agree upon terminology. It's called the Socratic method. You should maybe write down and take notes or something. Don't pretend you're going to teach in ignorance, right? That is foolish.
Words don't have inherent meanings.
Hey, man. Okay, how about this? Define level. You define level.
But you're the one that's asking the question. You define it.
See? So you're contending. We all know what level means. It has an agreed upon factual definition.
Here's the definition of level. A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
Thank you, Siri.
Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so then if we have sea level all over the world, then the sea all over the world is level, right?
That's not how it works. Just because one sea is level doesn't mean all of them are level.
Okay, can you name one sea that isn't level?
Sure, if I can find it.
He's looking for the spherical sea.
Someone is on point with these sound effects.
All right, let me explain something to you to help you out. I'm going to throw you a life jacket of sorts, okay? The only way we have elevation of any cities or anything is by having sea level, and then you measure above that all over the entire world.
And the Pacific Ocean is connected to the Atlantic Ocean, which is connected to the Mediterranean Sea, which is connected to all of these different water bodies. And what we know about water is that they will mix together. They will mix together to find a new level.
Well, hold on. It sounded like Snow Forest was saying that only some of the oceans might be level. So could you tell us which of the oceans are level and which are not, Snow Forest?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that the assumption that you're in your argument only works if
no assumption.
you assume that
What
all of them are
assumption?
level.
Agreed on
He's asking you, is sea level?
He said, is sea level level? Is sea level level?
Snowforest.
When are you guys going to stop playing with your food?
No. Is sea level level?
Basic terminology, man. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
Or you want to phone a friend?
Okay, Snowforest. This
Fuck
is
yeah.
getting bad. And do not be this person for those of you at home.
Okay.
Hey, I've got a question for the room. If the answer is no, what is the question?
No, what is the answer, you mean?
Is Earth a ball?
There you go.
Is Snowflake honest?
Can you prove the Earth is a sphere flying through space at nearly 1 million miles an hour?
Basically, insert any bullshit. The answer is always no.
Well, did he? Oh, he's left.
He ran away.
Oh, yeah. He said he had to
I
go
guess
like in a few minutes.
sea level being level was just one stretch too far.
Okay, let's.
We helped him out. We helped him out.
Yeah. I'd like to know if Drip thinks sea level is level.
Is he still here?
Yeah, he's now called because we were told.
Because before someone said like my only proof is that the statement, right? So I just wanted to quickly, because I only have a couple of minutes left, but I just wanted to quickly talk about that. So what I was saying, right, is that in this instance we've got either
We don't have to go backwards, though.
but it's no. But this is I'm saying something new.
Dude, you can't. You don't just jump in and say, "I have 2 minutes. I'm about to just talk about this." We're talking about sea level. Do
I
you
finished.
agree?
Wait,
No,
you guys don't have a go at me for like.
This is why you were muted. Stop that.
You answer my question.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
Hey,
I
listen,
didn't get to
since
finish
you're
what I was
jumping
saying.
in, since you're jumping in, if you'll just answer
Fill out
my
a
question, that
complaint
was the part of the
Let me
conversation,
finish.
then you can go on and
Just
make
let
your
me
point.
finish what I was saying, and then we
Yeah, and
can
I
talk.
completely would let the I would just wouldn't listen. I would just talk and then just say words and then just like totally just say words. Yeah.
Okay, no. What we're gonna do is
just let me finish what I was gonna say.
Yeah, we'll let Drip. We'll give you 10 seconds to quickly summarize what you're saying, and then you can answer sea level. Okay. Right, I've unmuted you.
To say what? Okay,
So
my
10
big one
seconds.
all I wanted to say was that there's no. It's like when you were talking to Snow, yeah, you brought up the Bigfoot example, right? But the problem is it's not analogous because in this case, why would NASA just create like a fictitious story, right? Like why would they just create like this?
You're out of time. Come back next week.
So it's not like so the unverifiable video of Bigfoot isn't like. Wait. So you're saying the unverifiable video of Bigfoot isn't like the unverifiable video of NASA because why would NASA lie?
Yeah, so like it just comes it links into back to the first thing I said, right? So there's like there's no reason for like NASA and like all of these space stations to just like create
Wait. Because
there's an inherent difference.
Listen. What you're asking us is why would an agency that was admittedly started with Nazis after Operation Paperclip lie with propaganda? We're asking you. Does sea level mean that the seas are level?
Sure, yeah. I mean, of course, it's like in the name, right? Sea level.
Right. And so, do you know what level is?
I don't want to misphrase it. So like, let's just look at the definition of sea level quickly. So sea level, often short to MSO, is an average surface level of one or more among Earth's coastal bodies of water from which height such as elevation may be measured. So basically, all that's happening is they're just taking the average elevation, right, and they're just giving like a mean for it. But I think what you're doing is you're trying to say that you're taking the definition hyper literally, right? You're saying because it's sea level, right, and level means to be completely flat, whatever, right? Then it must also it creates like some sort of like contradiction.
Is it level or is it curved?
You're just taking a hyper literally.
All right, so
like if words had a meaning.
Who posts the definition?
Mate, that's the whole point of definitions.
Hold on, let
It's not
No,
that
it
it's
isn't. You don't know what hyper literal
hyper-literal.
means.
Because we were told, listen, it's not because it's hyper-literal. It's because it's what the word means. And that's why it's called that. Because the way you get elevation is you measure a distance above the horizontal sea level.
Okay, but wait, can someone give me perms to like post this? Because I want to post this.
Okay, wait, do you know what horizontal means?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what horizontal means?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical, having its parts working in a horizontal direction, being combining films, or at the horizon. Like the multiple definitions. What's your argument?
Okay, so instead of just reading things, do you know what horizontal is?
I just said what it is. I didn't want to like misphrase it, so I just read it off Google.
Okay, so it's horizontal to a plane, right? Or parallel to a plane.
Are you talking about sea level?
Horizontal is parallel
Elevation.
to a plane. Horizontal, like where you get the word horizon, it's flat, right?
Not in the definition of sea level I'm looking at, which is why I want you to give me perms so I can post this in chat.
Well, we're talking about the word horizontal.
Okay.
Okay, so do you know what a plane is?
Plane?
Yeah.
Kind of asking me these like specific definitions. I know what it is,
Well,
but like I don't know how
you don't have to
describe
cite
the
it
definition.
perfectly. I want to make sure you understand things, right? So, like, if it's parallel to a plane, it's horizontal, it's flat. A plane is a flat surface, right? Like, if you have a straight line, it's parallel, horizontal, flat.
And it could also mean a level of existence. Yeah.
Okay, so to get elevation, we have to measure a distance above the horizontal or flat sea level.
Why does it have to be flat? I've already told you how we take averages.
The only way you
know what an
can
average
get
is?
elevation. Listen, it's the only way you can get elevation around the whole world. This is how we have elevation
averages.
everywhere on the world.
So let me ask
it's not
you now.
averages. Just listen. Elevation is not averages. You measure a physical distance above sea level.
Okay, so I just keep getting muted and like keep getting claims thrown at me. Okay, so
Yeah, don't speak over
everyone. You're asking me definitions, right? So let me ask you: do you know the definition of? Do you know what an average? Do you know what I'm talking about in this case? What an average is?
Yeah, it's not in any way relevant because there is no average involved in a physical. You're not listening. There is no average involved in a physical measurement above sea level. You do not have an average elevation.
Yes, this is why. Like, I want you to give me a perm so I can post in chat because this is literally.
I told you
how
in the
we got
check-in,
there.
if you need to post something, DM it. I already DM'd you as well, so pay attention.
He's just wrong.
So, and we know what you're saying. You're saying what you need. What
You didn't tell me that in check-in.
I absolutely did.
No,
And I
you did
DM'd
not.
you. So, well, I DM'd you anyway.
You DM me now, but it's just because like it's all the way like at the top because like this server is like near the middle. And I have to like.
Yeah. Well, anyway, stop tap dancing. Anyway,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're freaking out. So, elevation
Whoa,
is
chill as fuck, bro.
Listen carefully, bro. It's a physically measured distance above sea level. That's how you have elevation of cities, locations, mountains, everything all over the entire world. Sea level, a distance measured above a horizontal, flat surface, a plane. This is literally how we have elevation around the whole world. I'm being reiterative because you don't want to address it. What you're talking about is an average where you say, well, it looks like it's flat everywhere, but we're going to take a radius value, assume a sphere, fluctuate some averages, look at the distance. No, listen, it's a non sequitur. You're going to address the point. So whenever you get elevation, do you measure distance above a horizontal sea level? Yes or no?
I would, even on a flat plane, just to get rid of some of the mist and, at least a few feet off the ground, off the ocean.
Looks like he left. Huh?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, sorry, I was just speaking to my parents. Yeah,
okay, so no, I'm gonna re-ask. So to get an elevation, do you measure a distance above a horizontal plane of sea level? Yes or no?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, I've told you 3 times at least.
What's your proof for that?
Every elevation that's known around the entire world ever.
Now, how do you know, where are you getting this information about the elevation from? And trust me, there's a reason I'm asking this, because I'm going to twist your logic on you. Where are you getting this information from?
I mean, if you're gonna twist logic, then what's the point in talking to you? Just clownish.
The point is to show a contradiction in your own logic. That's the point. So yeah, answer my question now, please.
That's not a way to just to let you know, argue a point. Like when you're having a conversation or perhaps a debate and someone makes a point, the best thing to do would be to address it directly rather than trying to play a game of, twisting logic. If his logic is fallacious and flawed, i.e. a logical fallacy, you could point that out. That would be fair. If you can't do that, then you're wasting our time.
So let me just tell you why that's stupid, right? So a refutation is a logical contradiction. So if he's contradicting what he's saying, then he's just he's self-conceding the point. So what's wrong with me pointing out a contradiction? So now I'm going to ask my question.
We agree, but no.
Are you getting this information about the elevation?
I'll mute you. You don't get to start saying a bunch of stuff. So we agree with you that if you say something that contradicts your own point, then it's fallacious and it should be called out. That's actually what we're telling you, but you've yet to catch up yet, because you're saying that the level horizontal plane that's flat that you measure above to get distances, you're saying that flat horizontal level is actually curved. You are objectively contradicting yourself. It is literally antithetical to one another.
Hold on, but you're making you're making the claim right now, right? So you're the one saying that it's you're taking elevation, right? You're taking sea level, and then you're saying, "Oh, but look how we measure these things, right? It has to be from a horizontal flat plane, right?" And then when I asked you to show me why you think that, I know you're dodging the burden because I know what's going to come to you. You're just going to pull something off Google, or you're going to say it's from this source of knowledge. And then the reason this is going to be contradicting your own logic is because at the beginning you guys were asking me, how do I know this is real? Where am I getting this information from? Right? So
that's what. Listen, that's fine.
It's similar to what Snowflakes are saying before, right?
You're welcome. Listen, we're asking. You act as though asking someone to cite a source is wrong. The first step when you're having a conversation, you're allowed to say, "Hey, where you're getting that from." The person then responds, "I got this information from here." You then, as the person, look at the source, look at the information, and then you look for how they have validated their statements in reality. If all of these requirements are met, then it is a valid citation. So there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care if you got it from Google. I don't care if you got it from a book. I don't care if you got it from Facebook. I don't care if you got it from YouTube. So long as I can follow it to its conclusion, which would be the information is validated by something in reality. So you pointing out people saying, "Oh, that's irrelevant and ridiculous." Let's talk about the information.
Yeah, I agreed with everything you said up until the end part, right? All I'm trying to say is that we've obviously got a basis for our knowledge, right?
What in part do you disagree with? What in part do you disagree?
All I'm trying to say is, sorry, what's that?
What do you disagree with specifically? Don't be vague. You have all the time in the world. You're talking fast. No one's rushing you. What specifically that I said do you disagree with?
You said something at the end, like everything I'm saying is like, I don't want to misphrase you. What was your wording again? You said like what I'm saying is like irrelevant or like.
Yeah, you saying that you are basically using a tactic, which is a tactic we're using, which actually is a straw man, because no one is saying that it's wrong to present sources. We're simply asking you for sources, and if those sources can be validated, they're verifiable. The information with the source is also verifiable. So you're saying that we're wrong for asking you to back up the shit you're saying.
No, I'm not. Wait, that's not what I'm saying. Why you're wrong, right? Okay, so this is the problem, right?
No, that's what you said.
Wait,
that's what you said.
Let me speak.
So I don't want to talk about the problem. Listen, I don't want to talk about the problem. If you have information, just present it. Like, let's start from there. Let's start over. Let's start from there. Now that we're of the understanding that there isn't anything wrong with presenting information if asked for it.
Yeah, so someone just keeps muting me and I'm unable to like respond to what he's saying.
We don't care. Are you going to address what I'm saying?
So you don't care about having a dialectic?
No, because you're not being honest. So you questioned me when I told you how elevation measurements were made, and it's just objective. Everyone in the world knows it. You know nothing about it. Clearly, because you wouldn't contend what is objectively known by everyone in the entire world. So you don't even realize how ignorant you are. But of course, that is self-explanatory. That's what ignorance is. Now, if you want to stop pretending you know things you clearly do not, then we can have honest dialect, can't we? So while you're pretending, it won't happen, okay? So the only way you get elevation measurements is to measure above sea level, assumed to be horizontal and flat, hence the word level. Do you understand?
So I've just been like shotgunned with like multiple things. There was like so many things the other guy said, and now this guy's like saying stuff.
You're tap dancing again.
Same thing.
We're just not even having a dialect
Yeah,
at
you're
this
just tap
point.
dancing. I said this to you earlier. This is like the third.
Yeah, and you guys keep muting me because obviously. Yeah, you guys keep muting me and over talking me because obviously you don't believe you can respond to what I'm saying, right? That's the only reason why you're doing
it. Measuring elevations in the live stream text.
Oh, wait. Why is the government? Why is the government trustworthy?
Well, you believe everything they say. Clearly, you're like a good little slave.
Hold on. Number one, Woodson said something, right? And all you did was ad hom, which is attack people such as me. When I say attack, I don't mean you literally punch me in the face. What you did was talk about me and how I chose to do whatever I did instead of talking about what he brought up. Then you said, ooh, now you're listening to the government, blah, blah, blah. But I just told you it doesn't matter who the source is as long as the information is valid. So what's your problem? Do you want to have the conversation about the information or not?
Ad hominems. When did I attack your character as proof, like, for my argument?
Okay, so this is what happened. You didn't have an argument, okay? What Witchit did was lay something out to you to then be answered, and all you did was, instead of answering for that, you spoke about me instead. That is the definition of an ad hom.
Okay, so you basically, so you just agreed that if I didn't have an argument,
tap dancing, you can ask several direct questions.
Sea level is level.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, but basically, what I was saying about the government shit, right? Before I got, like, I was literally muted mid sentence, right? So what I was saying, like, the whole reason I said that, right, is before you were saying, like, oh, how can we trust NASA? Like, they could just be making like CGI images, and this could just be
we were asking you to verify the live stream.
Right? And now, look, and now you're bringing up the government. And now you're trying to argue like that.
Wait.
Why are you picking and
choosing? I'm going to now explain, because you said it twice. I've now explained it. I'm going to explain it why I brought up the government, okay? Here's the government who thinks the Earth's a ball, and here's them talking about their national measurements using sea level, okay? And it shows all the averages. The averages are that the water moves up and down. These are tidal charts, the primary way that you get elevation in the United States. Oh, you just left, I think. See, okay, so and just so everyone can hear it, just so you know, and the reason that obviously hilarious, right? So geodetic datums, right? You come down, in surveying and geodesy, a datum is a reference point on the Earth's surface against which position measurements are made, an associated model of the shape of the Earth for computing positions. Horizontal datums are used for describing a point on the Earth's surface in latitude and longitude. Vertical datums are used to measure elevations or underwater depths. It literally says to explain the Earth as a ball, we have to literally measure everything like it's flat.
This is why people can't get past the basics at the first level. There's really no point in going past like 1 minute, let alone an hour. It's fruitless.
Sure. The only way I just think someone else will hear it.
Yeah, but I know you came in fresh, but these people are not worth engaging with.
No, yeah, sure.
No, which is right. This is what the live stream's for. When we get someone like that who can't tell us whether sea level is level, can't tell us whether or not a non-curving surface is flat, this is what people need to hear. Like, this is like people need to know what the fuck we're dealing with every day, because it's literally insane. That's the juice. So yeah, it is annoying though. I get
once or twice, and then carry on. Because
side by side, people also need to understand that logical fallacies aren't permitted. They must not be permitted, because you can't make a logical. You can't make logical statements off of illogical premises. That doesn't make sense. So if the person that we're talking to can't get past logical fallacy number one, it might be best not to let the audience know that no, stopping there is what's necessary. Because the only reason we're in this mess in the first place is literally because most people have no problems with using fallacies for their argumentation. That's the reason that the Earth is a ball. That's the reason that lies are perpetuated throughout the world. Literally, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just super funny, right? So, like, to get elevation all around the world, you have to assume the Earth is flat, and that the sea level means level in horizontal plane, parallel to a plane, horizontal, flat, over and over. That's it. And then you go to the geodetic. Oh, it literally says, so to try to make it a ball, you got to pretend it's a ball and do some computing positions when you take the data from a horizontal on the surface.
Witsit, you don't have to assume it's flat or level. It just is.
Yeah, touche. I just say that.
No assumption necessary.
Right. Utilize it as such.
Yeah, and the laughable point. But this is why it's good to just kind of point them out, mute them, finish them. If they're going to be like that, right? If they can't even have a discourse, I don't think it's productive to give them much more time, because everything he was trying to do was just circle jerking, as you lot say in the States, right? It was just a waste of time.
Right, but this is
because if you were with someone who had intellectual honesty, which I made a comment earlier requires intellect to begin with, right? You could have got to the stage which I want to talk about, where they brought up erroneously that it's an average, right? And you were trying to educate them on that Witsit. But the thing that's funny with the average claim is that when you actually look into how these things operate, like altimeters, for instance, in aeroplanes and etc., different places that need them, they work on a specific measurement under specific rules with mercury, or depending on what the equipment is, right? That has nothing to do with average. That's literally just a calibrated thing to the region, and then boom, you go. You lift it up and down, and it changes. There is no calculation there. It's just calibrate and let it go. So that's the kind of thing that's actually productive. You know what I mean? But the problem is, Witzer, you were explaining that like at its core, at its definition, but this person was not willing in any shape or form to engage with that, because all they wanted to do was, like they said, right, twist your own logic. Because they thought that if they kept doing that, trying to make it like it was like a childish gotcha game, like it was doing a rap battle or something. It's like, oh, good one, but your thing didn't mean anything. So when you stop falling over the floor laughing, can you get to the point that you don't have anything?
All right.
So I know that was a ramble, but it's just it's so useless. But I just thought I'd point that out because maybe some people are just hard of hearing. So the definition thing that you were running through, we get it. Most people should be able to get that, but some people just can't, right? But you could just go to the example of, well, look at how altitude is actually measured. Get the equipment that you can go and look at, study, read up on, and nowhere in there is there a need for an average. It just is. It's just the distance between. It's just the y elevation off the x-axis. That's it. Simple as that.
Yeah. So just so everyone knows what happened.
Sorry, carry on.
The guy couldn't answer like if the surface of something isn't curving, what is it? For the longest, and then we just talked about sea level, and it's only beneficial to the honest third party because this guy's being blatantly dishonest and self-projecting intellectual insecurity and ignorance onto others by attacking them, pretending that is in fact them and they have intellectual superiority or high ground over them is very, very elementary and remedial self-projection. It's nothing new. It's probably happened since the beginning of time, right? But when truth makes people uncomfortable, they feel the need to defend the truth by attacking the people bringing the truth and shooting the messenger instead of looking at the message. And that's all these people are doing. They don't even intellectualize it. They're very impulsive. They don't understand. But, like to do anything, to have any maps, to have any elevations, to know anything, right? We measure above a horizontal sea level. I cited we can show them, like, this is what the people on your side say. You think we're crazy for not believing your side? Well, you don't know your side yet, but here you go. We'll help you find out what your side says. They'll learn it and pretend they knew it. They'll hear what someone says, pretend they knew it, or they'll dismiss it. And so it's far beyond trying to help that person. Like the people talking and acting crazy in the chat right now, they're not even close to a position to handle big boy truth. They're little kids still, right? So it's for someone else to be like, wow, to defend the globe Earth, I have to say that sea level, that means horizontal and flat, is level, and that's why it's called sea level. But actually, it's curving. We just have to assume it's level, and it always is level, and we can't do anything without treating it as it's level and flat. But actually, it's not. And you're stupid if you think it's flat. It's like really, it's really crazy psychology that you're dealing with. I don't think that it's much more than that. That's why I was surprised this guy was back here, because I couldn't imagine him lasting much longer. We gave him tons of rope yesterday.
Enough rope to hang themselves.
Yeah, just like to the people that can listen, or you can always clip these out, right? Like, it's just, you don't want to be on that side, and the honest person's going to watch and be like, they're honestly, I would watch that interaction and I would feel uncomfortable just hearing those guys. I would feel uncomfortable for them,
right? But this is the thing, right? Depending on what level of numptyism or perspective you come from, the cringe could be, uncomfortable cringe, whatever you want to call it. If it comes from a point of ignorance, they're just going to assume because you sound the way you sound that you're the one who's wrong, because that's where they're getting the cringe from. So it's just, if they don't understand, they're not really gonna learn, right? They're not gonna get it, because someone like that just doing the just trying to, because all he was trying to do was like win what? Like, he couldn't even get off the definition stage. So you have to, I think it's, how would I say this? I think in general, we have to help people and for our own selves, right? Go to the first principles, go to the core of everything. So like what you were doing, right? But to a way that's just undeniable, at least in plain language, right? So you were doing the definitions. This is the foundation by which we then deal with this subject, being elevation, for instance. And then the other thing is first principles, or the core of the idea, the foundation of the idea. Because when you take any of these claims that they make to their core, to their foundation, it goes back to an assumption or a presupposition or whatever. And one of the ones that I think is the funniest when it comes to these kind of discussions with elevation and geodetics or whatever rubbish, right, is they assume the curvature, they assume radius, but I think it's even funnier than that. They assume that they know where the center of the Earth is, yet they've never been there. And I think if we can get people to understand that, or to at least contemplate that, it's like you realize you're talking about something that nobody has ever seen. Like magma what? Magma where? Magma how? Officially, the deepest anyone's gone is 8 miles, or roughly speaking, right? So how is anyone in with any degree of honesty gonna really say, well, we know what the Earth is like, we know where the center is, we know how far away it is. So how? You don't.
Right, and let's just address what they're saying. They just say they're echo chambers. This is just an echo chamber, and it's hilarious, right? Because you were just recorded. It's 2022. I don't know who you think you're fooling, but you're literally acting out this process of trying to convince yourself that you didn't just get intellectually dominated at every corner, every second, every piece of information,
They can't. They can't. They can't comprehend it. A fool cannot comprehend that he's a fool. Really.
That's correct, but
Like it's. I think it's next to impossible.
I love to make them shut down like Cogdis clones, though. So, like, you know, the truth is that when you say it's an echo chamber, actually, we can't even have the conversation with you that you pretend that you're ready to have, because you don't even know the basic, most remedial understandings. In fact, you lack the comprehension skills to understand them when presented to you. You can't even step up to the plate to begin to pretend that you're going to have the conversation yet. So to pretend that it's an echo chamber is really sad, and you're never going to grow up. You're never going to learn things. You're never going to be productive. You're never going to be respected until you drop this little immature act as if you can pretend you know all things when in fact you're completely ignorant of just about all things. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think these people want to, though. Like, this is why sometimes I do the kind of things that I do. Is like, well, what's your agenda? Because forget your question. What's your agenda? Because the question that they're asking, invariably, is not the question that they're actually asking. And I know that sounds a bit contradictory, but what I mean is the question that they're physically saying with their mouth is not what they're actually wanting to know or wanting to say or wanting to express inwardly. And you can test them on that like multiple times, and I would kind of challenge people to do that when they come in with these what if this is that, or all these like loaded questions that they do, right? Just go, then what is it that you actually want? And when you get to what is it that you actually want, you either find out that they want to feel comfortable about their idea, or they want to actually try and get you on some point, or whatever. You can have a much speedier resolution to where that conversation is going to go, and it's way more productive, I think. So, I don't know. If no one's ever thought about that, I would encourage people to think about that whenever people come in with the questions. And this is in general, by the way. This is not just in a debate type thing with a controversial topic like this. This is in normal conversation. For instance, when somebody asks you what the time is, right? Now, if it's a dude who's just like, what's the time because he's late for work or whatever, judge the situation. But depending on who's asking you, that is not the question they're asking you. They're looking for an excuse to talk to you or something like that. Now, in general life, you don't have to be, a piss take and get to the core of why they're asking the question. You can just kind of let it let it go. But with more important topics, I think it would benefit both parties if you actually go, what is it that you actually want? So I don't know. Try that next time. Or give me an example. Or why doesn't someone ask a question? And we'll mess around with that.
Well, the point of his argument with the NASA live feed was that he believes in NASA. He hasn't found out the deception yet about it. The green screens they use, the technology and all that stuff they can actually use to see with. He doesn't understand that part as well. Hasn't seen it.
I don't even think that was just an avenue. In my opinion, that was just an avenue for him to do what he came in here to do, which was just basically take the piss.
Yeah, that's like
because if it wasn't that, it would have been something else, and he would have used the same like tactical approach to basically run you lot round the bush, because nothing was achieved. I want that to be understood. Nothing in the last hour was achieved by anybody.
No, I think I lost brain cells by listening to that conversation from that. Not gonna lie.
I would take one slight exception to that. There may be possibly somebody listening that can see the state of the globe argument, but that may be the only thing that could be achieved with people like that. I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to obviously generalize, but you have to generalize. Generally. Yeah, it's I don't know, something that grows with exposure or experience, but maybe it's because they're from England and you lot aren't. I don't know, but it's just you can just smell it from the get-go. It's like, nah, he wasn't even focusing on his own tactics, right? His tactics were just a means to a meaningless end. Anyway, fundamentally fruitless. That's why I just don't think it's worth engaging. It's like, what's the answer? Yes or no? You're gonna play the game? You're not gonna play the game? All right, move on. That's my approach.
Yeah, I think that it boils down to listening. Sorry, bud. I just wanted to say I think it boils down to listening, and they demonstrate daily that they lack the ability to actually listen.
No, it's not just about listening. I think it's also thinking. At some point, they stop thinking just regurgitate.
But it's, for example, if
they've been believed in.
But for example, if they actually listened to the words that came out of Whitsett's mouth and how succinctly he put it, they would have been silent for about 30 seconds, because if they'd really listened, they would now be having to be forced to comprehend what was said. But if they do not listen, then their comprehension that should be built upon that is then lacking. But I think the root is their ability to listen. So we should ask them a question and then ask them to answer it. And based on that, we determine whether they're listening, whether you should actually continue to speak to them, you know?
Yeah.
But comprehension, absolutely. That's definitely demonstrable.
Yeah, because I mean, just imagine these guys if they had to have conversations with females in a public venue. Like, where the hell would that go? Well, your question is based on an assumption. It's like, bro, she's talking to you. You should be happy. This is nonsense. It's like, yeah, I've asked you a question. Why are you gonna dissect my question? Either answer the question or shut up.
Elisha, I think you're giving them too much credit. I don't think these kind of guys do speak to women.
But that's the point that I'm right. Yeah, but that's my point though. Is the way they're talking, they wouldn't do that, right? That's not how people have discourse or whatever. Even the most slimy, like well prepared debaters, right? Don't do that. Like, if you've ever watched these big time whatevers, they will do like sophisticated, or even if it's a pre-recorded video, not very sophisticated at all. But they will go and present their arguments in a way that it sounds plausible and it sounds believable. They will not waste their time going with this assumption, just interrupting and never actually getting to anywhere. That's what they were doing. They weren't getting anywhere. I mean, the fact that we're still talking about it is kind of stupid, to be honest. But there you go.
What it seems like is like they're taking the time while Whitsitt or somebody is explaining just a simple definition. They're like taking their time to come up with any reason, any way to make sure that Whitsitt's wrong. You know, they just want us to be wrong when we're just simply citing things, you know.
Hell is that?
Here's the thing, though. We can't be wrong, right? Because what we're doing here is we're making arguments not to convince people they don't live on a spinning ball, right? Not to convince them that they live on a flat earth. We're making arguments just enough to convince them to go check for themselves, right? So if we say, hey, there's this thing going on outside where the earth is not what they told us, right? Go check it out. Like, go outside yourself, large body of water at rest, make some measurements, some observations, right? And come back and let us know what you find. We'd love to see, what you saw. Take some pictures, come back and talk to us. How could that be wrong? We're telling people to investigate the earth that they live on. In any way, could somebody please tell me how that could be wrong?
Oh, they could come up with millions of reasons why that's wrong. It doesn't matter. People like that are not worth entertaining. This is another thing, right? No, by the way, so sorry to kind of disrespect your question. No, it's not wrong. It's a logical way to approach things. Right? What we're doing for the most part, the agenda here is to enlighten people to reality and to encourage people to actually get off their ass and investigate. So no, it's not wrong. It's correct. But this is a thing. When people come in like that, there's another thing you can do if you don't want to do get to the core of why they're asking the question or why they're even talking the way they're talking. Ask people this: are you willing to entertain the idea that your whole worldview is wrong? If they can't say yes to that, then maybe just encourage them to come back when they can consider that a possibility. Because otherwise, some of the times they're not going to even answer that question honestly, right? Because they just don't have an honest bone in their body or no honest intention when they enter, right? But if they can't answer that question, then what's the point, right? If they can't answer yes to it, then it's going to end up going nowhere, because anything you present to them like they were doing, but they were like the worst kind, because they weren't even getting to the argument or to the points. They were just rambling. You're really quiet.
Just want to kibosh the argument is all they want to do.
Yeah, that's what. You're really quiet, Raven. Speak up.
What about now?
I just wanted to add something to your point very quickly, what you were saying, Elisha.
Hello? Was that better?
Yeah, that is.
I was going to say, made a really good point then. If they're not really consider that they might be wrong, the whole world might be wrong, there's no point in having a conversation with them, because... But the thing is, if they're already in that conversation, they already have doubt,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they won't be able to entertain the idea. They won't even be willing to look up the stuff.
But
it's all well and good, like arguing your position, right? And being like, well, this is my position. I'm going to do my best to defend my position. That's fine. That's a justifiable thing within reason, right? To do that. But if in the back of your mind, unless like you know for sure, right? Like for instance, I know for sure how many fingers I got on my hands, right? But unless it's something that you can't know for sure, that you don't have like complete confirmation of, then even though you're completely biased and completely like sure of your opinion, if you're not willing to accept the possibility that you can be corrected or that you can be shown to be wrong or whatever, then you're not. It's again. I mean, I'm losing the words
psychologically.
Right now, it's not going to be productive, right?
If you start off your sentence with, "Do you know why you're fucking wrong?" then people automatically get defensive, even if what you're going to say is 1,000% accurate. They're already triggered.
There's another thing, right?
Would you accept that your entire worldview is wrong? By saying the word wrong, they are simply going to put up a wall between you and them. Another way you could say it is, do you think that, I think Jordan Peterson, he's one of his rules for life is always engage in a conversation as though the other person could teach you something. And if you go into a conversation with anyone, whether it be your grandmother or your mother or whoever, you actually listen to them. You listen to them as though they could teach you something. Then suddenly you've got all the attention span and you're actually listening. So I think asking them, do you think that anyone in this room could actually teach you something? Then if they say no to that, at least they're not triggered putting up the wrong wall. That, oh, why am I wrong? Oh, how dare you say I'm wrong? Have you proved everything? And their ego starts talking. Instead of the wrong, we just say, do you think you could learn from someone in this room? And a lot of them will say no.
For the most part, because it doesn't apply to everyone here, that's for sure. But for the most part, some people like would try to throw that back on the person who asked the question. Like, have you considered that you could be wrong? Most people here, to even be here, they had to already do that. They had to already consider that what they thought or what they were told was wrong. And that's kind of like the difference, because it's not necessarily that we're right, though we are right, but it's not like we're right. It's just that's just reality, right? And we just happen to pick up on it, you know. Yay us! Like, why didn't we know this before? Really?
If it's so obvious we live on a ball, then why are we having this conversation? That's the funny part.
That's another part. But let me just finish my point, if I can remember where I was going with it. It's that in anything, right? With this topic, we know we're right. It's just self-evident. But in anything, if you can't, it's the people who have considered the possibility, who are willing to entertain the possibility that they could be wrong, or that there's another option, that has something to do with your mind and your ability to think, and it's that's actually beneficial to everything. But the problem is,
I usually ask me if it's flat or flat. That's what I usually say to them. Would you mind if you woke up today and you found out it's proven it was actually flat? And usually they go, I wouldn't really care if it was. And then people, they're the ones I usually talk to, but the other ones can lie.
Right.
But yeah, you probably in a way saying could you learn something from someone in the room? You'd probably be a better, more diplomatic approach, but I've got no time to
yeah, but I get that for wider discussions, but I like to, like you, obviously, maybe because we're from the UK.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Get to the point, because that like especially after you smell them, like when they've been speaking, like running their mouth for a few minutes, it's like, oh, what's your agenda? Because forget all the rest of it. Why are you even here? Exactly. And then most of the time, then they're not going to want to answer that question honestly. And then it's like, okay, well, I'll just mute you, bye.
Because some of them, I think, want to take the piss out of others. I think, how can these people be so stupid? And then they come in here and then they find out that they get asked about a few simple, basic questions about the Earth. They don't know any of it, and then it becomes like an embarrassing battle for them. So they're battling with their ego when they're coming in, thinking they were going to teach you something, and they know more about the Earth than you know about anything that you've ever learned. These people
it doesn't help the venue though. This place is called Discord. We're supposed to be having discourse, but you can't have discourse on Discord. It's not possible. So you're kind of barking up the wrong tree to try and hope for anything productive in this place. The fact that anyone has done anything fruitful with this application is only some kind of next level anomaly, really.
Trust me. It's just fucking. It's just what I just come in here, just listen to what people are saying, chat a bit of shit. It's all good.
Yeah,
man.
but that's why I think the mockery approach sometimes is funnier or is actually more productive. But I know I'm biased when it comes to that, because some people just say it's nonsense. Well, what? Why am I gonna give a fool the time of day? Just But anyway, that's my side thing. It was relevant about 10 minutes.
I had some fucking bloke the other day say to me, if the Earth's flat, then how come there's round things in the sky? And I go, do you see? The round things in the sky? He says, do you see anything with any water on them? And he goes, no. I go, so well, there's one thing that's not the same as us. So why would everything else be the same?
This is where I think the mockery comes in perfectly. If someone asks a dumb question like that, just send it right back to them. Just use an equally erroneous example with that fallacious logic and see how they like it. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. I'm trying to think of something, but all I can think of is something incredibly rude, like your mom joke. But you could just ask it back. You ask it. It has a classification. I think it's like if this is that, then why is that?
Exactly.
Like,
the thing is, one question, what if there's round thing in the sky? Then how come that was that? There was no answer for it. But as soon as I turn around to him, I goes, any of them round things in the sky? Do any of them have an ocean? He's like, no. So there's one thing that's not the same in it. So why would you say? Well, obviously we're not 100% the same. So why would the shape also be the same? Now you've got to categorize that. And he was like, yeah, well,
Rogers
we went to the moon.
Another one would be
Rogers.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, just quick. Roger's example is if you're standing in a forest and everywhere I look, I see trees. Therefore, I must be a tree. That's the same. That's the same fallacious. And you watch them, like the wheels spin in the mind for a second or two, and then they go, "No, that's a false equivalence. It's not like that." And then they can't understand.
And then they wake up. Then they wake up to the stupidity that just came out of their mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? You could do something more applicable. You could be like, if the Earth's a ball, why is the water flat? Or you could be even funnier than that, because I know people bring this up sometimes. If the Earth's the ball, why is the galaxy flat? So there's so many examples that you could just flip it on their head. It's like, why are you asking these if nonsense questions? It's like the question isn't if it's flat. It's like, is it a ball or is it flat? Not if it's flat. Like, why is if these people like these hypotheticals? My friend, is it flat? Yes or no?
Yeah. Another argument from the Globers also I've heard before is, if we can see too far as flat earthers claim, sorry about the cut up story, then they say, how come I can't see another city from a different country or something, like really that far? I'm like, I mentioned something about atmospheric density, and the person was like, what is that? I'm like, look it up. So basically you have daylight and sun.
It doesn't even need atmospheric density. It demonstrates.
Of course.
It's relevant. I'm not saying it's not relevant, but when it comes to the question at the core of it, it's eyesight. That's not. They don't understand how eyesight works. It's it's aperture and resolution.
Exactly. Yeah. That too.
So those kind of questions, just for the most part, demonstrate a high degree of ignorance.
Yeah, but sometimes we say, even if we use commercial cameras nowadays, which we can zoom like really far out, and they will take that argument and say, okay, why can't I see the city over there or the mountain over there or whatever? Mm-hmm. We have something that's called daylight and sunlight. Those are two different things. Daylight, through the atmospheric density, you can't see through. Sunlight can only penetrate as much as it can through the thickness of the soup in the atmosphere. But at some point, I think I saw a clip that they showed the sunlight was backlighting a mountain, Mount Canigou. I don't know if you heard about that one in France. lighting up the whole background of the mountain where you should not be you should not be able to see, but the sunlight backlit it by going behind it when it were drifting away, like going away.
I was just about to bring up Canada.
Yeah, that's one example.
Because
how can you explain that for global? Like, how can a global explain that? I think they can, to be honest.
Well, with that example, what's really profound about it as well is like in distance. If you think about looking over a long distance, that light from the sun has to go all the way to that other city, reflect off those buildings, and come back to your light, back to your eyes. Yeah. So it has to be reflected light for you to see, and then the rebound or the return trip of the light can also be affected by that air density. So that's why we often can't see cities off in the distance. But with Mount Canigou, you're using the direct light from the sun to silhouette the mountain.
Yeah, silhouette.
It's not bouncing. So it's creating a silhouette, but the light is traveling directly from the sun to the observer, which means it can bring that silhouette to the observer, or the observer can make out the full silhouette. And it happens for a couple of days in the year. There's multiple mountain ranges where that occurs. And that's why when it's backlit, there's no reflection of light. It's simply the light traveling to you from source, and therefore it can go much greater distance.
I think sometimes though these people, like I'm curious about their state of mind, or their ability to function, because when they ask questions like that, it's almost as if, like, because you could throw back, okay, well, when you leave your phone on the floor and you walk away down the street, can you still see your phone? So it's I don't get where these kind of questions come from. They don't think them out. Like, if you're asking a question like that to try and prove a point, again, it kind of goes back to, what's your actual question? What's your actual reason for being here? Which I think is important, because when they ask the if questions, they're not asking the if question, they're asking something else. But when you ask a question like that to try and either prove a point or try and understand something, and you haven't thought about it, then it's silly. And because when it comes to eyesight, I don't know. I personally think that there's a serious like bump on the head situation when you ask a question like that.
There is.
How have you not experienced, like, unless you're a child who's been stuck in a room all their life, how have you not experienced the variations in things that you can see depending on how far you are, depending on the condition of the day, like you were saying, or like fogs? Like, where have you been all your life that you're asking such a question? And how is that the thing that you're going to try and use to justify your belief on a thing that you've never seen and has never been shown, i.e. the globe? And that's just me, like, just dissecting those questions, because those eyesight questions are just, I think they're kind of useless. In a cave, yes, they live in a cave, a round cave. They live in a spherical cave, special needs. But no, if somebody asked the eyesight question, I would just be like, I think you could do a few approaches if somebody asked a question like that when it comes to visibility and viewings and distances. You could ask, number one, why are you asking that question? Number two, and I think is a more poignant one for this venue, is, okay, does that question negate the fact that if the water at rest measures level and flat? So I might have misphrased my question, but the point I'm saying is, like, you could give an example. Just if someone just asked me an example of those questions that they asked. So Flat Solar, just give me an example of a question they would ask about eyesight and viewing distances. Just so that I can kind of role play that.
If you think the Earth is flat, then how come we can't see the UK from New York?
Okay, then my response would be: does my ability to see or not see the UK from New York change the fact that if I were to measure the surface of the Earth and find it to be flat, and I can confirm that to you. Does your ability to see that change that? Yes or no? That's the kind of thing that I mean. I phrased it wrong.
That's a really complicated. That's a complicated response, and I often ask myself, when did I learn about my vision? I only learned about the limitations of my vision once I already started to discover this topic, because previously we were told starlight travels for 1,000 light years. And for me, what was always peculiar was our senses. How far can I smell? I can smell maybe 100 meters. Yeah, but let me just make this quick point. How all of our senses are limited. We can smell for maybe 100 meters. We can hear for maybe 1 kilometer or 2. We can see for only a couple of kilometers as well. But yet, as soon as I raise my eyesight from the horizon upward, as soon as I look up in the sky, I'm suddenly looking billions and billions and billions of kilometers. And then if I drop my eye back to horizon, I'm seeing 10 miles or 20 miles. And then I look back up at the sky and I'm seeing 6 quadrillion miles away at that star. And I look back at the horizon and I'm stuck at 20 miles. It's like, but our senses are finite. You can only smell so far. You can only hear so far. You can only see so far. You're not a superhuman. But yet, if I just raise my eyes,
you can see a lot further. Hold on. I think you can see a lot further than you said. You said you can only see a couple of kilometers. I totally disagree with that. I think I can see over 100 miles myself.
Cool story. I don't know if he's trolling or not. It depends the environment. He's just talking about in general.
He said a couple of kilometers, man. I was thinking, what the hell?
But it's true. Like, I mean, it depending on where you live and what your conditions are, your visibility might be that limited.
Yeah, but
it really depends, right? It depends your elevation as well.
It's limited to the physics, really. Like, I think as long as light can reach your eye, you'll be able to see light from a very large distance. Yeah, but the crux I was trying to make was just that it's finite. So call it 20, call it 50, call it 100. It's finite. It's not indefinite.
Yeah, the numbers are arbitrary, and this is why. Well, maybe not arbitrary. They can be assumed, or just you could generalize them as being arbitrary. It's not too important. And that's why I gave the example, and that's why I asked you to ask that question to kind of role play it. Because when somebody asks a question like that, you go, okay, that's a question. It's a cool question. It's an understandable question, whatever, right? But before maybe you could be respectful of that. Before I answer that question, let me just ask you: does the answer to that question, or does that question itself change that if I can measure something to be what it is, will it change that measurement? Yes or no? Now, if they're honest, they're going to have to say, well, no, it can't change it. So then my thing will be, okay, so do you understand that your question is not really relevant and is not important?
Well,
and then they might go, They might, if they're honest with themselves, if they've given anything some thought in their life, they might go, right.
And then we've got it. You've said it about 5,000 times before.
You impatient?
I think you should know, but you've said it a lot of times. You've repeated this story about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, but are you impatient?
I'm not impatient. You keep repeating it, and you want everyone to listen to you to repeat the same thing over, and it's just like, all right, we got you. I think you should listen to all information. I don't think just because you've got a measurement that tells you one thing, you should then automatically block out any other external information. I think that, I think you should take that your measurement into consideration. There could be other things that are giving you this result, and therefore you should be looking at the other things. So yeah, I think it would matter.
Now, fundamentally, it doesn't matter because no amount of if questions is gonna change the fact, right?
Well,
it's not to say you can't. It's not to say you can't then go and explain to them how vision works, and you can't then go and educate them. By no means, right? Depending on how the conversation
you measure something to be flat. That's a flat measurement. That's amazing.
Right.
No,
that's the core of what we're talking about, right? In this venue,
what we're talking about is how far the actual eye can see. Like we're talking about the limitations of the human being.
Yeah, but the only reason people
enough to determine a lot of things. So just to say that we're limited, and then because it suits your argument to say we're limited, because Globers do the same thing. They turn around and say, you can't trust your senses, and then they use that to kind of like.
I didn't say that.
I never. Well, you kind of saying that our senses are limited. You did say that.
No, I didn't see. I didn't even address the question because I don't think addressing the question gets to the point because they're only bringing it up because they think that it wouldn't make sense. They think that the result would be different if the Earth was flat, and that's why you have to kind of dissect their question because they're not asking it in knowledge. They're asking a question out of ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
So once you've established that and they can agree, then you can go and explain to them. Because then they have a foundation, and then they can go, okay, now we can explain whatever your question if this is, like the example you gave about the if the Earth's flat, why when they asked that, like why are the things in the sky round?
Yeah,
and then you can go into that detail. But if the foundation isn't there, then entertaining any subject off the foundation, so it doesn't help them, and it doesn't help you, because you say, well, why are you dealing with second floor, third floor topics if your ground floor is still missing? But again, you're right. I have repeated myself, but I guess that's what we're doing now at the moment. We're just kind of dissecting and kind of musing.
You got to go over it. You got to go over it because sometimes you might miss a little thing, and then you think, "Oh, actually, I realise this. I realise that." It's a part of learning to go over things.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But like, obviously, when I'm interrupting you to kind of elaborate on what you're saying, at the fringe of that point, like when I'm peaking, when I had them thoughts, it's good for me to deliver that information rather than me having to address that. I do know what you're saying because I have heard you multiple times saying it. It's not because I'm saying it to be patronising, but it's because I really want to get my point across to you. Because
But if you see, I get it. I haven't spoken with you for a while. But if because of the way I speak, if that's what you want to do, just say, "Can I get this out?"
That's what
obviously
I'm saying.
I'm not. Yeah, just you don't have to be gentle. Just be. I need to say this. Shut up.
When you do provoke people and you're willing to entertain the fact that it could be wrong, then there's nowhere to go from there because I think a lot of the Globers are coming in like they're going to educate you. They're going to here to tell you something that you haven't heard before. But little do they know, you've got more knowledge about things that they haven't even given second thought. It's always the way.
So I heard you guys talking about, if the Earth is a sphere, wouldn't all the planets be a sphere? Oh, I said it backwards. What I like to say is ping pong balls, tennis balls, right, softballs, right? These are all spheres. Then the American pigskin, known as football, it also has to be a sphere too, right? And they go, oh no, it's egg shaped. It's like, oh, so things can be different. Oh, okay, I see.
I did like one argument of was a podcast about trying to explain gravity. So the guy was taking an example like an apple. An apple got water or moist, whatever inside it, yeah. So he's bringing gravity into it, as in how does the water stay around it or the moist? And then
I know you're not talking about dumbass Mink from Killer Priest podcast.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Yeah, you see the logic. Yeah, you see the logic of him, the way he was having that conversation.
That was hilarious.
It was hilarious.
At least that's a new question. At least it's a new question. Someone used their brain to actually come up with that question. It's not these morons who, they've been prepackaged, given the quote-unquote truth their whole life. You sat at a desk and this teacher printed out this notes and gave you the notes, and now you had all the truth. So then they go and get a printout of questions and then come to the Flat Earth server saying, this is my idea. Where's the edge? Why are all the other planets also flat? Like they start repeating the same bullshit question list because they think they have truth in their hands at that point. So it's actually refreshing to hear a new question from someone, no matter how dumb it is. It's new. Yeah.
I guess you're right. Yeah. I guess you're right.
Silver lining. That's all.
Yeah. I could see his point of view, the way he was asking that question, but
But then Lord Jamar just killed him.
Yeah, I know. That was funny.
Oh, it's like the water is inside the fibers, you fucking moron.
And it was very entertaining. Not only, yeah, it was very entertaining.
Dip that apple in some water and see if the water outside the skin won't drip off. You stupid motherfucker. I hope to go on that podcast very soon. I did
that apple.
Someone who
in the
is
Killer
gonna
Priest
help me get on there.
podcast.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
cool.
you know, fingers crossed. I did speak to someone, but I won't say what until after it's happened. So fingers crossed. I'm gonna represent you guys well. Don't worry. I'm not gonna say more than needs to be said, but I'm gonna set the record straight on the difference between what Google says a flat earther thinks and what it is I actually think and why we're all here. Not the false dichotomy of two shapes, which is round versus flat, because flat's not a shape. That's number one. But the fact that we've been told that there's some geometric value, then that the distance to the edge of the sphere is the horizon, and that's not true. And that's really all there is to it. Like certain,
I would use level. I'd try use level more than flat, especially with new audiences. And don't let them rush you, Eli. You've really, when you're in your groove and you're getting the words out, I think you're actually quite profound at times. And then what these ballers do is they start throwing you 2 questions or 3 questions at once. And then your brain is trying to sufficiently answer all 3. And they're just trying to get onto question 4 and question 5 and question 6. And then often the flat earther gets sort of pressured, and then they start rambling and maybe not finishing the point as succinctly as they should. And then suddenly it's like, you think this because you didn't get to finish your sentence on that. And then they start picking apart slight inadequacies in your answer rather than actually applying their mind to what's been said.
Well, at that point, I would be succinct as I can in saying what fallacy they're committing, which is why I'm going to be brushing up on that. Because at every turn, I want to point out how if a response is invalid or fallacious, I don't have to really answer for everything other than repeat what I've said in a succinct way and point out how the rebuttal or the response to that either is in no way directly relating to what I'm saying, trying to deal with what I'm saying in any way. And so it's either going to be a non sequitur, a red herring, or a straw man.
Yeah, and maybe set the ground rules that the Q&A section is at the end, so that you can get through your main 5 points or whatever it is that you're going to use as your pro information.
Yeah, they typically do. That's the one part I did like the same old what's at the bottom. It's like I'm already gonna lay it out from the beginning, like that some of these questions that people have come up with don't even make sense. Like for instance, well, no one thinks about how flat is not a shape until you tell them, and then obviously everyone can realize that's actually true. But
you mean level?
Me pointing
right?
out, well, yeah, level. Either whether it be flat or level, neither are a shape.
Plain, go with
that.
Yeah, I think you were speaking about this like maybe a week ago, Elijah, about how it's the term that we use, the flat Earth thing, is kind of it's lacking because it's actually a level plane with topology. I think if you make that clear, then I think it might enter their head a bit more. It'd be a good thing to actually go this is just a term that's used because it's easier to say, but this is actually what we're talking about. And I think it's because when you ask in this discussion, it's just easier to say flat, right? Because it's just who wants to spend time dissecting everything. But when you ask me and other people like me, it's like, well, no, I'm saying biblical cosmology because that's what it is, right? Now, obviously, that's my opinion. I'm not gonna go ahead and prove it right now. I don't need to, right? But that is that kind of, let's give it its proper title and its proper definition.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and it's not a new topic as well, like the flat Earth theory and whatnot. It goes way back.
I'll lay it out and the main things that I would outline, and I was talking to a couple of people earlier, is I'd be there to talk about, maybe touch on natural law, provable physics, planar geometry, and logic. That's pretty much it. And everything else will fall within someone asking me about a question that might be fallacious that I'll point out, and something they don't know about the globe. So
yeah, and I'm a bit new to what you're talking about in terms of the venue. What kind of place is it? The podcast, that is. Elijah, did you hear me? Maybe he's busy.
He might have got busy.
Does anyone else know? Because I don't know what podcast you guys are referring to. I'm curious.
He's talking about the Philip Priest podcast. Yeah, he's got like 100,000 subs on YouTube. Pretty.
The ITRH.
I think it's 50,000.
What kind of stuff does he do? What's his style? Just kind of give me a.
He says that the Earth is a ball, but the oceans are flat.
Is that what he says?
Yeah, he said that. He argued that to David Weiss.
Not Killer Priest, but one of his co-hosts, I think.
My bad. Okay.
Killer Priest is more like
co-host,
more like a moderator.
It was so many things. I think he actually debunked himself in a way as well, like proving flat Earth, but not realizing it as well at the same time. I don't know. Kind of felt like it. The way I saw it in the short clip of the podcast as well. When he was talking about the sea level.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he started agreeing that the water was flat, but then he got onto the point, was trying to hammer that the Earth curving is underneath the water at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
the surface of the ball is 70% flat, but it's still a ball. Yeah, okay.
Like, yeah, the bottom surface can curve, but the water state remains flat or leveled, whatever. It's like, okay, how does the shape of a bottom of container look like? I don't know. It was kind of funny, very entertaining. None of these.
I have a gravity question. If gravity is true, why does everything not become one singularity?
Gravity is not true. There you go. Problem solved.
Prove it.
I've been hitting them with that specific gravity, and I don't really think there's an argument against it.
It's because of the billions and billions of miles between galaxies. That's the only.
No, I think they mentioned they don't acknowledge it or disprove it. They just say it's not what you think it is, as you've been told.
Oh, it's the mystery.
Flat Earth even say that they don't disown it. Like, they don't say it doesn't exist. It's just it's not what it. It's been you've been told about what it is about, or what it's doing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Catholic priest said the same thing to the little boy.
Yeah, something about that, but you have to look into it. So,
what I've been asking myself probably for about a year now is, that Illuminati card game says the flat earthers, they know something.
I mean,
and
of course they do.
It's made me wonder, but it's made me wonder, like, so we know water is level, but we don't know shape. Like I think Elisha was saying, or Elijah was saying now. We don't know if it's a diamond or a square or a circle or a trapezium, or we don't actually know what the outer boundaries are. And could it be something else? So the water's level, but like, what are we not seeing? If the flat earthers just know something, that means that we might be on the right track, meaning we're getting warmer, but we may not be at the actual truth yet.
Yeah, but what we can say, we don't live on top of the surface of the earth. We live within itself. You know what I mean?
Wow. Anything that comes from the Illuminati should be taken as such,
with a pinch of salt.
Right?
Well, something that I found very fascinating. I've got a young daughter. She's 8, and when she went to school, like, you know, obviously they've been teaching her since kindergarten about this whole ball model. But now that she's 8 and I'm teaching her critical thinking, I haven't really, like, she's heard me talking about the flat earth, but I don't really go into detail with her about it yet. But then she took my globe. I've got one of those large globes sitting in my office. And she said to me, we live inside this, right? So I started to inquire along the questioning, because for a child's mind, you know, standing on the outside, try stand on your ball, your netball or your basketball, and you're going to fall on your ass. You know that it's almost impossible to stand on a ball. So she kept asking me, how do we live inside this thing? And are we like on the inside of those land masses? So we continued to speak a bit, and then I asked her, so what do you think the blue part is? And she said, well, that's obviously the sky. So there's the land, and then there's the blue sky in between the land. When I said to her it's water, she looked at me like really confused, like how? And it was so amazing to watch how a young mind processes that type of information without all the indoctrination bullshit that we encounter when we speak to adults about this topic. But that she thought it was sky. So she never once thought that water could bend. And I think none of us actually did. We probably just looked at the ball and also thought, oh, that's probably the sky. Move on. And later on, you just accept it blindly.
You know what it might be? To go back to your point about the card thing. Now, obviously, you have to really be cognizant of where that thing comes from. But ignoring that for a moment, if you can. The simple fact is, when you've understood that the base of what we're on is level, you've only understood the foundation. This whole thing is one massive creation. If all you understand is the base, then of course you haven't got the rest of the story. So that's kind of where they would probably be coming from, because like up to a certain degree. Now in this place is cool, right? We have an objective here, etc. But after a while, you're like, okay, how long are we going to remain on the ground floor? Like, how long are we going to be white belts? You have to. Or I would say that one who desires to find truth would have to keep digging. And if all you're ever going to do is flat, so okay, well, congratulations, you're kind of, you've just stunted your own growth. So I think that's where that would be the logical progression for why it's like they understand something, but that's about it. They're onto it, but they've only just started.
You know what's crazy? Going back to gravity now. I often play with the idea too. Is like, how the fuck do people think that this makes sense? Why is the universe expanding if mass attracts mass? Why would that be the case?
You got it. That's exactly where I was going to go, brother. I was going to go right back to gravity. And I was going to say, well, what's the one thing that we know?
When was I supposed to do that?
We know the scientific method proves things pretty reliably, even though it's never settled. Right? So at any moment, you can come up and show some new information, right? Some new science right? But
Jimmy,
for the meantime,
Jimmy, you're hot miking.
who?
Jimmy.
Yeah, you.
Okay. So yeah, what do we know? We know their gravity thing is a bunch of bullshit, right? That's one thing that we all know. What they say about gravity is completely untrue. And there's this whole other gravity, specific gravity, that's verifiable with a scientific method, right? And that's the one thing that we do know, right? And that's what sets us apart, right? That's what makes us, set apart, for example, is that we can demonstrate real gravity. So I would tell people to look at the wisdom of children, their innate wisdom that they already have, and ask them, no leading questions. Ask them, what is the shape of the earth outside? And make sure you say outside, right? Because that's a total different earth than the one on TV, right? And recently I asked a young person this, and she's one of those people with a, what is it called, an eidetic memory, where they can remember everything that ever happened. So she's a really smart person. Memory. Yeah, photographic mind. And she's young, younger than middle school. Okay, so she's a young child. And I asked her, what's the shape of the earth outside? She goes, it's flat. And I said, well, why do they teach you that it's a sphere in school? She said, because they're stupid. And that was no leading questions. Like, I asked her 0 leading questions.
Isn't that the best answer to that question?
About her.
Stupid.
Yeah. Stupid. Yeah. That's what she said. And I was pretty blown away by that answer, because the only thing I asked her before that was about her IQ. So we were talking about IQ, her memory, and then I went straight into what's the shape of the earth outside, and she said it's flat.
What was her response to the IQ question? I'm curious.
And who was this girl? Was it your daughter or a friend's daughter? Who was it?
No.
Who was it?
Because I would have been like, why?
My wife was babysitting a friend of hers daughter, and she just happened to be there, and I hooked them up on my Switch, so they're playing Nintendo, and I'm talking to them. And what she said about when I asked her IQ, she said it was higher than Einstein's.
It's not that hard, though.
Hank,
what was his?
Hank, you're not meant to flat smack other people's children, eh?
No, that's a question. I didn't flat smack nobody.
I think she flat smacked him.
Yeah,
she flat smacked me, bro.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna unmute Jimmy to see if
she did fuck up though, because flat's not a shape.
She's only 5 or whatever.
Fail.
Okay, I think Jimmy's got control of his mic now, so I'll leave it there. Karen.
But it's so peculiar, the people that do actually acknowledge what shape it is outside. I've been having an ongoing debate with a evolutionary lecturer in Norway. He's actually family friends of ours, and his favorite pastime is to go canoeing. And he was talking to me and said, when I'm on that water is flat. He's like, and then when I row out to the ocean, that ocean is flat. And then he was saying flat, flat, flat. And then he's like, but we know it's a sphere. And as someone who teaches evolution, it's been almost 2 years now that him and I have been back and forth. But he was the one who said, it's all flat. Like the water's flat, the sea's flat. Norway is pretty flat. He was telling me about how flat it all appears to be. But we know it's not. How do you know it's not? No, we just know. And for someone who teaches evolution to be saying the whole world presents as level, but we know it's flat. It's so peculiar that some people will even be honest enough to acknowledge it appears flat and still reject it. But most people can't even acknowledge that it appears flat or level.
I don't know how you have the time to debate with an evolutionist, man. Don't they have like billions of year timeline to deal with their problems?
Yeah, hand wave dismissal is very much his favorite approach. But like I said, because it's family friends, I kind of took up the challenge. And the fact that he told me it was flat, I thought, all right, he just needs a nudge, you know? But holy shit. When you talk to someone about evolution or someone who teaches evolution and you explain to him like irreducible complexity and all these anti-evolutionary arguments, he actually gets more angry about when I destroy his evolution belief than when I talk about flat earth. So, but I guess if that's what you do as your job, how could you accept that you've been wrong your whole life, you know? But he's a PhD.
They feel like a jaded politician. They know everything they're doing is wrong, but they're doing it anyway. Some people take their work too personally. But that usually means that they have integrity, right? And they're just struggling with the fact that their life is a lie.
I debated a guy who is a proponent of evolution, and he proves it because he's a programmer, so he wrote a computer program, and the program proves evolution because in the program his little critters were running around in there, and they would survive if they were like stronger or faster, for example. So his program proved evolution's true.
Did you bring him back to the fact that he had to actually make that?
I did, but he said it. Things like it's logical. It will happen in reality. This is reality. It's just simulated. What he said.
Yeah, but
what was his definition of evolution, though?
Basically, things surviving through challenging times. Basically, is what the program was about. He had little critters like eating each other. You know, they weren't even real things. They were just like.
So that's adaptation.
Right?
That's adaptation and not evolution. It's simply an organism adapting to its environment. There's nothing evolving. There's no information or new information being generated. It's just an adaptation.
He's showing that they can become the generation that's faster will survive. The generation that's stronger will beat the other ones to survive. This is the things that he's claiming.
Yeah, but I think he's completely missing the point, right? The fact that he had to make it to begin with disproves his whole notion of evolution, which states that it just happened by mistake over millions of years. It's like tell him when he can show you the code that he didn't make, the code that just came out of nowhere by itself on his computer, then maybe you might entertain the idea. See if he has
right. It proved the creator. On top of that, about the no new information. Yeah. So did his stronger little animals? Did they end up making new little animals, or did they just become stronger of the same little animals?
He also said that it was tested. That's important.
Did you hear the question, Godric?
About the animals. Yeah, there was problems there too.
Remaining the same type, then there's been no demonstration of evolution. The same way that you're probably taller than your father.
Okay, so they claim that
that's not because your father. But that's not because your father liked to pick apples. You just are taller than your previous generation. It's a genetic thing that you gain height. That's not an evolutionary change.
Microevolution and microevolution leads to macroevolution.
Yeah, but they can never show that. So
they can show neither.
Cool story, bro.
But it's really, you know, it's as ludicrous, like Elisha was saying earlier. You know, link it back to a question that shows them just how stupid their assumption actually is. Stupid. It's like saying, how many people have jumped out of aeroplanes to skydive? Now show me if their children have wings. Because the dad liked to fall through the sky. Now his offspring should know what the dad preferred to do and should now grow wings because the dad wished he could fly. That's the same kind of idea as, oh, I wish I was Foster, so now all my offspring will be Foster so that they can get to the apple pie first. It's like, that's not the way that life works. Doesn't matter what your intention is. Your offspring are going to be their own. They're going to do their own things. They're going to have different teeth to you. They're going to be a different height. They'll have a different IQ. That's not because of all the decisions you as a parent made in your life. It's genetic.
Hey, I've got one. It's kind of funny, and it applies to both gravity and evolution. They're both at the core the same thing. Just go like, what is gravity part-time? And then just give examples of where what they say about gravity just doesn't happen. So like, is it part-time or is it selective? Because, you know, how is the fly flying around? How is the bird getting off the ground? How is it that when we walk by that obese person, we're not pulled into their orbit? Different things like that. And then you could say the same thing for the evolution. It's just like, okay, what is evolution part-time and selective or just blind? Because how come the monkeys are still monkeys?
Yeah, that obese.
There's so many
obese person.
So many funny holes you could poke with it.
Why doesn't the crumbs on the shirt of the obese person start to orbit them? You know?
I mean, how do they get up in the morning? I mean, I know some of them can't get up without help, but how is it they can even move?
When do they start orbiting the Earth?
Why doesn't the Earth core turn into a sun?
I always thought the asteroid belt would start forming back into a planet. I don't think that's happening, is it? Because of gravity, right? It would just form back into a sphere.
Yeah, the Kuiper belt. Why has that never been absorbed by Jupiter or Saturn? It's just this region of rocky bodies between these two planets. It's like you say, why is gravity selective? Why is gravity so selective?
Because of the individual rocks, right?
The forces are perfectly balanced, you fools.
Okay. Such as demonstrated by the three-body problem, hey? Super balanced forces.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, it's balanced like a Swiss-engineered but German-manufactured watch, right? It's perpetual, perfect machinery.
Right. Yeah, billions of years of balancing. Yes. No,
it's only balanced with two bodies, because once you introduce the third body, the three-body problem indicates that you cannot apply gravity to three bodies and then maintain an orbit, because the third body will constantly pull the second body out of alignment.
You ready?
Yeah, but it works.
Well, you think the solar system only has two bodies? Of course it works. There's thousands of bodies. There's millions of bodies in the solar system. Fool. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, it's all just relative. You know, you just take the Earth and Moon, or the Sun and the Earth, or the Sun and Jupiter, and you just ignore all the rest because it's all relative. So you can kind of just work with two and then, you know, just multiply it by how many planets you've got.
You point out that their model's really not one model. It's like 15, and you have to choose the one that applies to your situation and ignore the rest. And then, so what? You got something better? Show me yours. What works better?
Right, like how many different versions of gravity there is for, right? And really, the dark gravity, really, it's not competing with gravity. It's competing with dark matter and black holes. So dark gravity, black holes, and dark matter are all three competing theories.
Isn't that made up, though, the dark matter?
Everything they say is made up.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Isn't it all just made up?
What's dark gravity? I've never heard that.
It's like talking about Star Wars and talking about the lore of it, and then go, hold on, isn't it made up? It's like, bruh, you're talking about a story.
And all time and effort making up all this fantastic lore just for it to be fake. Of course it's real.
It's a story. Though, when anyway, it's a different subject, but when you actually look into those stupid movies, they're actually perpetuating some of the truths that they plan to do. But anyway, that's a separate subject. But yeah, it's all bullshit. Pardon my English, but there you go.
Your English is fine.
English is good.
No,
Yeah.
I just don't respect the French enough to say my French.
Je ne parle pas français.
Bullshit. Hey, you know, have you ever thought about that thing, right? Have you ever seen bullshit?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen bullshit. I've actually witnessed it happening.
Flipping Yanks. That's the
I'm
problem.
an expert.
But anyway, that's kind of the core of it. It's just bullshit because you've never seen it. But anyway, I guess that's lost on you lot staring
I
at.
prefer bullshit to horseshit. Horseshit stinks to high hell. And if they're urine, they're really.
Yeah, but which one is worse, though?
Big shit.
You got hell in the
Bullshit
wrong
I've
place.
seen always goes flat.
That's the right answer right there.
Yeah, it flattens cells out when hit the ground.
Flat patties. Oh, have you lot seen that one? I think what's his face posted it the other day. I'll grab it. It's to do with the topic at hand, so just bear with me.
What do they call that when you throw cow pies for a competition?
Demented.
Yeah, that's definitely demented. They actually, they do that, right?
Yeah, they do that.
It's called skeet shooting. Get it?
No. They actually pick up cow pies and huck them there and try to fly them like a frisbee. You can throw one the farthest.
Oh, you mean Truman?
Have you? So check out the thing I posted.
Total stranger.
Well, actually,
an atheist
listen to
was
this.
seated next to a little girl on an airplane, and he turned to her and said, "Do you want to talk? Flights go quicker if you strike up a conversation with your fellow passengers." The little girl, who had just started to read her book, replied to the total stranger, "What would you like to talk about?"
Sounds like helium.
"Oh," said the atheist. "How about why there is no God, or no heaven or hell, or no life after death?" As he smiled smugly. "Okay," she said. "Those could be interesting topics, but let me ask you a question first. A horse, a cow, and a deer all eat the same stuff, grass. Yet a deer excretes little pellets, while a cow turns out a flat patty, but a horse produces clumps. Why do you suppose that?" The atheist, visibly surprised by the little girl's intelligence, thinks about it and says, "I have no idea." To which the little girl replies, "Do you really feel qualified to discuss God, heaven and hell, or life after death when you don't know shit?"
Right?
Good
So
done.
there you go.
Yeah.
I think we could apply that to so many things.
Yeah, every conversation practically with the Glober. You could apply it.
It's not like that if it's usually one, unless they come in here being combative. But if you get a group of them together, they get this violent chimp mentality where it's get them.
It's not like that. It's not like we're.
That's why you have to quarantine the animals, right?
Yeah, well, we're not exempt from doing that ourselves as well, though. We've done it many times.
I know, right? The individual cages.
Yeah.
But that would be funny. That would be funny if when they start behaving like that, Creation Bear just came in with the chimp sound.
Oh shit!
I don't want to do it because it's just so demented the way they sound. But yeah, that would be funny.
Yeah,
it's like a mute button.
When someone said a minute ago, "Why are the monkeys still monkeys?" You know, yeah, if evolution is real, why are the monkeys still monkeys? Why aren't they turning into your little kids, humans?
No. Let's apply this logic. The perfect shape is a sphere. Everything out in the universe is a sphere. So then, why aren't we all spheres? Because we're
I guess it all starts with the head. Your head is a sphere, so the rest of it's on the way.
He said that though, So the guy on that podcast, he said your head is right.
Oh yeah.
That's what she said.
Oh, he cracked me up good, that guy.
Jeez. The brilliance we run into here is just amazing.
He was basically cherry picking stuff because not everything is a sphere, But yeah,
perfect things are.
Are phasars spheres?
The universe is flat. Saturn has a ring. Not like it's so many different. I don't, man.
And the shape of the shape of a woman's ass is not flat. You remember that part?
It depends on the gravitation and the region. If you're in Europe, you might have a flat backside, but if you're somewhere over by the Congo, might, you know what I mean?
My man, you've never been to Japan, obviously.
I was gonna say Japan. I'm honestly those. Forget it.
What's in Japan?
Those are some of the. We got some fat ass.
Flat asses.
We got some. The women of all colors other than the Asians here. Every other color potentially has. If somebody has I've never, ever. Never mind. Whatever. It is what it is.
You've never what? Never.
You know what I'm saying?
Never what, Eli?
Well, all women are beautiful. So there you have it.
That's right. That's right. I got a friend,
all of God's creations. All of God's creations are beautiful. You can find beauty in a friend. You can find beauty in a woman.
Wait. Hold back.
Things that are asymmetrical are not considered beautiful by most people.
Yeah. I want to hold you on what you said earlier. All women are beautiful since when?
Like Brenda.
They were.
Brenda, I'm not going there either.
That's a degenerate male with serious problems. But no. Because it would defeat the object of beauty if all women were beautiful.
Elijah, the thing you just said about symmetry is actually kind of wrong. Like, they do say, okay, so like when it comes to like somebody's facial appearance, like they might be mostly symmetrical, but somebody who is 100% perfectly symmetrical actually looks funny. They don't look human. Like there'll be something about it that'll just look off. Everything is just a little bit asymmetric. And then the same thing goes with like art too. Like in art classes, they tell you not to perfectly balance everything. If you're gonna have 3 of something over here, you don't want 3 on the other side. You should do like 2 and 3, or 3 and 5, or something like that. If it's too symmetrical, something looks funny with it.
Maybe you're right.
But a human face, they've done studies on this as well, where they showed supermodels, and what we as the average public, that everyone would agree that person is attractive, they had about a 99% symmetry of their face. So beauty products and clothing products and everything, and that also included their chest and their arms.
What if their face was totally?
But there's never truly 100% symmetry in a face, because we're organic. So
you know what? You got to be careful about those people that aren't men, that aren't women at all.
You know why the symmetry thing's important, though? I mean, I can't say definitively, but I think
it's due to genetics. It's about considering the health of the mate.
Yeah,
if you see someone who's got one lopsided eye, then you know that there's something in their DNA that could potentially pass that on to your children.
Right.
Someone who's balanced.
That seems to be the logic, and I think it holds water pretty well, because it just wouldn't make sense. Like if you look at something that's not appealing, it's like it's not appealing means it's probably not going to be a good idea to make a child with that thing.
Correct.
maybe that's a bad way of phrasing it. It's a bit inhumane. I realize that, but that's kind of irrelevant to the point, right?
So health is another one. If you meet a girl and she's a belter and she starts telling you that, she's been in hospital every second day since she was 2, and she starts telling you about all her health problems, you suddenly can become very disinterested. And it's a strange sort of thing because if we are driven by our eyes and lust
I don't
and
know
all these
about
other
you.
things,
Hold up. I don't know about you, bro, but my fiance has all these problems and stuff, and she's undergoing something that's like, and man, she's going through cancer right now, and stuff. Man, I don't even like putting, bro. I love her, man. I don't give a fuck about her fucking condition, dude.
Of course, that's
Yeah,
the right
me
way.
too.
That's the right way to look at it. We are talking.
Listen.
I'm
We're
sorry,
talking-
bro. I got triggered. I'm done.
No. It's
No. Wait, Elisha. Let me answer this because I am considered somewhat a beautiful man, I guess.
Okay, go
but I've always saw. I disagree with the way things seem to be naturally driven towards beauty and people who like beauty and are obsessed with beauty. I've always had a problem with it. Even though my girl, she's cute, no, but she has some health complications. I love her to death. I don't care about any of that stuff. I feel what you're saying. I agree with you, Enoch. But unfortunately,
The moment my eyes locked onto hers, that's when I knew my heart was beating. It was like it just stopped. Time stopped. Everything stopped, and I was just like I was in control. That feeling right there, bro. I can't wait to have her in my arms. I just can't wait, dude. And I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop.
Is this your first girlfriend?
That's called lust, though, isn't it?
No,
Is this your first girlfriend?
this will be my first wife. Like my actual. I've been gay. I was gay, like since 2013 when I chose to be with a boy, and I broke up with them, and then I was with a transgendered,
dude, that's too much
transgendered man,
information, bro.
and then. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna wait. And then when I found this woman, this woman locked eyes onto me, everything just stopped. And then that's when I converted, and this is when I found Allah. And then when I not only did I find that Allah was becoming Muslim was the true religion, and finding and why it was my calling, bro. And why I'm here, bro. It just everything connected. Everything just connected, and that's why I am here, bro. So I'm just gonna. Yeah.
So my response that I wanted to say when you first said that was that, and I don't mean any disrespect at all, but generally
nothing is out of lust. I heard somebody said lust, bro, and nothing is out of lust, bro.
No, we're just saying that's too much.
No, I was just making the comment. I wasn't trying to be convicted or nothing.
So based on your willingness to date someone who has intrinsic health problems is often if you consider yourself also damaged or carrying health problems, then you mind less about the other party. So I was just talking about it on a purely psychological basis that someone who's 100% fit, healthy male, attractive, can get like any woman, he will look at a woman and the moment she starts talking about health problems, he will lose interest on a subconscious level because there are these biological stimulators that we're trying to find the most healthy mate so that our offspring
I have Tourette syndrome.
So that our offspring can have the greatest potential long term. And that's just hard.
Solar, there's something worth mentioning. What we're talking about until the conversation switched a little bit is we were just talking about general observations of how things are. So that's never going to apply to someone's specific example, because obviously everyone's going to have their own approach, their own opinion. And I say that on purpose, because I don't think you clarify that, because some people might take it personally. And obviously, if you're talking about chicks and family and stuff, it's gonna go there one way or another. But I agree with what I like what Elijah said earlier, because at the core of it, right, the beauty, like, that's gonna fade. Like, even if you get the pengest ting, like, if you're gonna marry the pengest ting, she's not gonna be the pengest ting forever.
Correct.
Like, if you strike some gold, she might be.
My ping is gonna be for ting forever. I'm telling you that right now.
She might have some longevity, but that's like the initial thing. But that's not what you like. That's not what you need, right? What you need is a decent one.
I think what you said there about
high quality one, because for instance, what if someone got burnt on the face, like, after you married? It's not going to change the fact that you love her.
She's still beautiful.
I think what you said there about, like, healthy people, don't want to find out about somebody being, having a ton of health problems and stuff like that. That's probably mostly true. But you also did an example of, like, beautiful people just wanting to be with beautiful people or whatever, because if you find where somebody has, a weird looking eye or something, you're afraid that it's going to pass on to your kid. Like, sure, you might have that fear, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, two very ugly people might make a baby, and that baby might end up being a very beautiful boy or girl. Like,
that's rare.
True, they are
my wife
exceptions.
is beautiful because she's with Allah, and my kids are going to be beautiful because, man, we're beautiful.
Asymmetrical. Like, the degree of asymmetry present in someone is about genome damage. So, like, you are meant to form pretty evenly.
Man, we got Allah damage, bruh.
Yeah, chill out, mate. It's not necessarily not completely solar. When it comes to the facial symmetry, that could just be a fact of, like.
No, but look, we're all different. We're all fingerprints.
Wait.
Every person's unique.
Waity. Because I know what you're saying, right? At the core of it. But what happens a lot, especially in the last 100 or so years, right, is the way people's facial structure develops can be messed up, even though they have pretty decent genetics, because the way they look after their teeth, the way they eat and stuff. So, like, their palate can switch, and these are things that people have actually been able to fix. So people with, like, sinus issues and sleep apnea and like the way people eat, and if you fix that, if you can catch it early, you can do things to actually whatever the word is, bring symmetry back.
Can I get the Muslim roll, please?
Shh, man, I'm talking. To bring symmetry back, because what happens sometimes is, like, the palate will not be forming correctly because of the way they were raised, like, badly, because parents just don't know what they're doing, unfortunately, or because they didn't breastfeed them when they should have, or things like that, right? But you can actually by simple techniques bring that back into symmetry. So there's ways to actually fix that. So it's not always, and it's more prevalent now than it would have been in the past, because in the past people didn't do all these weird things that we do now. So then it would be a better judge to be like, okay, that's someone that's going to be a good potential wife or potential husband for the breeding.
Yeah, but people get insulted when you start to talk about our differences. And honestly, our differences are what set us. It's what makes us unique. As unique as our fingerprint is, our body and our facial structure and our stance, and whether our shoulders are drooped or upright. And all of this has been all studied in terms of figuring out these certain characteristic traits that are passed on. But for example, like a Usain Bolt, he does have a longer leg length. So when you look at him in terms of what an average human should be, he's disproportionate.
Yeah, he's an
with an extra long leg length, but it allows him to run. And when you see guys like Phelps, the American swimmer Phelps, who won all those gold medals, his hands almost touch his knees. And when you look, he looks like an ape. His whole upper body is completely overdeveloped compared to his lower body. and his arm length is longer. So it takes him less strokes to get through a pool. So then he sets world records in swimming. So each one of these slightly disproportionate asymmetrical characteristics are actually what define us in terms of what we can achieve. But as soon as you start to mention, oh, but this is asymmetrical or something, there is a hardwired dislike towards it. But if you learn to embrace it, you can enact what your purpose here could be. If you embrace your asymmetry,
though, dude. That's just physical. We're not talking about the mind. Phelps could have grown up and been an engineer. You know what I'm saying? He didn't necessarily have to do that. Somebody probably saw the talent and just nurtured it, right? But like when we talk about this stuff and we exclude the women, because I mean, men look at different stuff, dude. We don't look at the same stuff. Women aren't looking for beauty in a man. You know, that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for other things. You know, beauty is like the third thing that they need from a man. Handsomeness. It's not the first thing on their list, dude. Maybe in high school, but once women become adults and want marriage, they look for different things. We're strictly looking for beauty. Everything else comes secondary. I mean, is she a good mom? Well, that's secondary. Is she fucking hot? That's what I want to know first. Everything else comes second.
But you don't know if she's going to be a good mom on your first date.
That's why I said that comes second. That's what I'm saying. We look at beauty first.
I'm looking for money.
We look for beauty first. That's just how we're designed. As a man,
I would say our generation, or at least consider yourself as
if you look at the Bible, look at what David did. You know what I'm saying? David killed a man for his wife because she was beautiful. You see what I'm saying? This is just how it's been. Abraham's wife.
That doesn't mean that's a good thing to do.
We understand that. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out. This is what we as men. That's our precursor. Is she beautiful? That's what we see. You know what I'm saying? We don't see anything else other than that.
If you run your life by your small peepee, sure.
Well, I'm not saying if you run it. I mean, as a man, you'd see a woman. Wow, she's beautiful. You're not gonna say, she's all right. Let me talk to her. No, she's gonna be beautiful in your eyes.
Yeah, but as an actual man, if that's how you're making your decision, then you're a mug.
You don't. That's why I say.
Maybe you're a boy.
It's going to lead to constant unfulfillment.
It is. Listen, all I'm saying is, when you see a woman that you are interested in, it didn't get like that because you were talking for 10 years. You saw her, you thought she was beautiful. Let me find out what this person is about because I find them physically attractive. Then you go into the rest. But you're not going to marry some idiot. I mean, come on. We know that. I'm just saying, your first thing you see, oh, she's beautiful. Let's find out more, right?
Well, I know a lot of guys who've married the idiot because she's super hot.
That's not a smart guy. I'm not saying you marry them because they're pretty.
Sounds like a rich guy.
You actually proved this point. Actually, you proved this point with that.
Well, they're going to have to deal with it, right? Because
the hens come home to roost.
Right.
Problem with beauty fades over time, so it only lasts for a little while.
Yeah, and probably wouldn't stay with that person if that was the case, right?
Yeah, there's
a
different kind of beauty that comes with age.
I'm just saying, like, if she just started getting fat and stopped taking care of herself, would you stay? You probably wouldn't stay with her. We're not talking about like some disease like multiple sclerosis or she gets in a car accident. We're talking about she just sits there and just gets fat for no fucking reason. No one's gonna put up with that. I'm sorry, you're gonna end up cheating. It's just what's gonna happen.
Yeah, if you're weak.
So you can let your wife sit there and fucking eat bonbons all day and not give a fuck. You get 300 pounds.
I didn't say that. Open your ears a bit.
Where did this conversation go?
Hold on a sec. You just proved the entire point of the discussion. If you get with a chick because she's hot and has a good body, the moment that she's sitting on the couch and losing the good body, you no longer want any part of that because you were attracted to the wrong things in the first place.
I said obesity. I'm not talking about gaining like 10, 20 pounds here and there. I'm talking about someone who just gives up. You know what I'm saying? Just says, fuck it, I'm just going to get fat. Granted, you didn't marry someone knowing that, hey, dude, I see it all the time, bro. I mean, both sides, women and men. They get fat. The other person leaves. They had the greatest relationship until that happened.
Who's the guilty party? If a man can't keep his woman in relatively decent health condition, then that's his failing. Always, every time, all the time. Anything that happens in the household is the man's fault. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you need to take control of the situation and take her out exercise, get her interested in things.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you got to be careful who you marry. You got to be careful who you marry. You know,
you got to educate them.
Man.
Sometimes you have to educate them. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you got to walk them like a dog.
Yeah.
Tell her to put the fork down. Shut that fucking mouth. You know.
Yeah, but how many men you know nowadays, bro?
I know. I'm yoked out of my mind. So
listen, though, how many dudes nowadays are kings of their?
Quit your fucking roid rage.
Don't worry, I get it.
So many guys are soft now. You know, so many guys are soft. They don't fuck. These guys aren't kings of their castle. You know what I'm saying?
What are you guys talking about? I just hopped in.
I'm just waiting for an SJW to speak up.
Well, it wasn't flat Earth. Sorry about that.
We gotta love me the way I am.
That happens to be the topic.
It got there because we were kind of joking about, or someone was joking about flat and the shape of women's derrieres and stuff. So it's kind of just because of the gravity thing, right? We're just kind of taking the piss.
Yeah. Listen, the only curves I've found, I'm happy aren't Earth curvature.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The lack of globers could be causing this.
There are no globers. Globers are an illusion.
Yeah, well,
an illusion wrapped up in a delusion, sprinkled on top of a explosion.
You want to go see some globers? They're all hanging out in the other Discord, just yipping at each other.
Yeah. Sounds like
which one?
Sounds like a good time to me. Sure.
They don't listen, so there's no point.
Which Discord?
Jim Panda's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah.
It's like
that guy still exists.
Yeah, believe it
it's
or
like
not.
telling the detention teacher, the detention proctor, he's also going to have to teach like biology to the class, and they're all just, some of the most misbehaved students, and no one's paying attention. They're just all yelling at each other, throwing food around. You can't yell at them loud enough. They're just going to do what they're going to do.
You have to be able to reach children. You have to be able to get on their level somewhere.
Or above it, because most of them have a hard time with that too.
Well, obviously, yes, you have to be above them, but you also have to be a leader to them, so that they see that leadership is good.
Yeah.
They need an excuse to behave. We need to provide the excuse for them to be honest with themselves.
And some
show them what a real man is, right?
Yeah. What about the teacher that's not capable of that?
I mean, I love teaching about specifics in science.
That's not a teacher, is it?
No, it's not.
I want to teach somebody integrity. I want to help them get integrity.
Honesty, charity, and kindness are some of the hardest things to teach. Although they're probably the most valuable. People just aren't honest, and they're not charitable anymore. They're not kind these days. I don't know what happened, but something really terrible is happening.
Integrity forward.
This is charity, guys. Every minute we spend here trying to wake people up on this stuff, that's charity. And I'm not like getting all big-headed about it. I'm saying it's crazy. Doesn't it feel good to know that it's no sweat off your back, off your brow, right? You want to do it. You want to help people out. So it's not like I've got to get this chore done today. I cannot wait to open somebody's eyes today.
Yeah, it's not like a 9 to 5 for sure.
I couldn't do it 9 to 5 if it were like the Globers. Woo-wee, I couldn't do that job. You gotta be kidding me.
These guys love the globe so much that they're working all day long, getting home.
Yeah, but that's why you got to go out on the street. Because when you go out on the street,
and you talk to people about the Earth being flat on the street, face to face, like it's worth it even just to see that look in their eyes when they're like, "Oh, dang, the Earth is flat." You know, their mind's kind of blown. I had the same look in my eyes when someone told me that back in 2016.
Right when I found out, I got in a huge fight with my roommate. Huge. He almost left. And I was crying, and I was yelling at him, and I was like, I don't want to get in a fight with my best friend over flat Earth. Seriously, we were screaming at each other.
You're crying. Come on, bro. Come on.
What? I'm somewhat of a... I'm very in touch with my emotions. Very.
Were you crying because you were supplementing certain supplements?
It might have been, yeah.
Estrogen pretty high?
Yeah, probably. I cycle on and off all the time, so it's a shit show in there.
Did you have a penis in your hand at the time?
What?
You ever cry for your mommy?
Sorry?
Giving him a hand job.
What?
Do you ever get like down to where you like just want to call your mom? Like, you know, when you're like on the stress
mommy, call mommy. No, I talk to her all the time, so I don't get that urge, that homesick feeling.
Yeah, you should have. I'm just saying, you should have a good relationship with your mother, right?
It's the best relationship in my life right now. Well, there's another one competing, but yeah. Yep.
Son doesn't call mommy anymore. Mommy calls son. That's how it is for me. She's old. She needs help. So it's kind of reversed roles now.
For sure. I feel like I have to raise her now. Sometimes she won't listen to me about her bodily health.
Yep.
Yeah, they're old and set in their ways, man. When they get to that age, they're set in their ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to listen to some guy that can't tie their fucking shoe that went to school for 24 years.
Well, she's kind of on board with some truth. Obviously not this truth, but a lot of the other ones, just because she's not stupid. Neither's my stepdad. They talk about that stuff a lot. He's come around a lot. They walk around the house talking crap about Fauci and all that stuff, right? So.
Well, good. I bet Thanksgiving was a blast.
Actually, it wasn't bad at all, because there's a look I can give somebody when I say, I'm looking, but I'm saying, we shouldn't talk about that. And I look at everybody, because I've gotten in knockdown, drag out fights with everybody in the family about this stuff. And I don't want to fight.
Yeah, people get fucking retarded about flat Earth. It's so funny, especially people you work with. That's the best to watch. Just watch them flip their fucking lid.
And then they got to go home to their wives, and the wife has to deal with that shit.
And they're so pissed off at you, dude. When I used to work in the ambulance, man, these fucking guys were losers, because you got to work you together for like 24 hours.
Right.
So this guy's losing his mind for 24 fucking hours. It's fucking great.
Hey, you're kind of mean for doing that. That's not cool of you to do that. You got to give a guy a break.
I would show him shit on YouTube. He'd still fucking lose it. It was just fucking great, dude.
Well, I don't have much sympathy for any of them anymore. I mean, it's too obvious that the Earth is flat. I mean, it's self-evident, and if they can't see it, then there's a fucking problem with these people, and it's within them, because they just won't take the time to look, or they're not interested, or they're just so absorbed in the globe, or whatever you want to call it. But the information's out there, and I got no sympathy at this point for anyone that does not know, because if you want to know, you can find out, and if you don't want to know, you're an idiot.
Well, the thing is, what I realized, dude, it really is the emotional attachment to it. Because people like the phrase cognitive dissonance, right? But that's understand what that means. You know what I'm saying? So, I looked it up in the synonyms for it, and it's like there's this word rational, and then there's reason and logic are the three words these people can understand. And dissonance was what was it? Incongruity words, but like they have those problems, but it's the emotional attachment. They cannot make the connection because their emotions are involved, and that's a trait mostly served by a woman. They're usually in their emotions most of the time. They're not very creatures.
Very few are, but so this behavior I see is just it's an emotional attachment that they just can't seem to let go of. Is what I found.
What a shot though by Varuma. Seeing the gap.
A lot of us here, we don't have emotional attachments like that, dude. We can just let go real easy. These people wouldn't survive in wars. You understand? That people like that, they wouldn't survive in a war. You know what I'm saying? They can't. They wouldn't know how to function. They're mostly getting involved. They can't shut it off and just function. You know what I'm saying? Like at my type of work, it can get you can become overwhelmed and you can become swamped. And if some people just fall apart with shit like that. I guarantee the majority of people here would not. You know what I'm saying? In a situation where shit hits the fan, you fucking clean the fan. You know what I'm saying? You clean it. And I guarantee people here are like that. They can handle situations when they get fucking crazy. And I don't think most Globers cannot. I don't think they're built.
There's a lot of air and it's well put away by Timber Bazuma. Nasty player, nothing up to 50 for Timber Bazuma. Really good innings.
Is he just talking in the background or is he trying to talk to
He's going to find it.
Yeah, somebody's probably hot mic.
Yeah, God rocking, you hypocrite.
Yeah, there you go.
How dare you?
So, wouldn't everybody in here mostly consider yourself an alpha male, right? Like, you run your household, right?
Gotta prove that shit, son. Fuck you,
Most of us who are outspoken like this, yeah, probably.
Well, I would say that we were both equally stubborn. Let's put it that way.
The thing that really irritates me the most when you try to they say they don't care. They say they don't care. They don't want to know. It's not important, and they just don't realize the importance of it all. It opens up so much, about all the lies, not just about the earth, about everything, and to say they don't care and it doesn't make a difference, they're so wrong. And that part really irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah, they're a bunch of ciphers. That's what I call them. From the Matrix, the first movie, ciphers. They don't give a fuck. They just want to go back in. They don't care about the shit that you know about. They don't care that the fucking 9/11 is fake. They don't care about any of that shit. They just want back in.
Well, then they just don't care about anything then, because I mean, that's just sad that someone doesn't care that much about anything.
It depends on what you want, man. Like, what do you want out of life, right? They're sheep, so they just want to eat grass. Let them fucking eat grass. That's the conclusion I came to. Like, I don't want to eat grass, so yeah.
Well, yeah, some people you just got to let them eat. Yeah, you're right. Got to let them eat.
Yeah.
But
Give them some, actually. I'll give them some more. Yeah, here's some grass, motherfucker.
But
I've heard some people, though, who talk like that about just not caring to find out the truth, that in other topics, they're definitely interested. Like with this, it's like, yeah, interesting, but I think I get a sense of just discouragement. Like, if this is true, then the world is so far out of my control. What the fuck am I ever going to do about it? Like, I hear that from people sometimes.
Hey, I got something to say that's kind of, along, same kind of subject, but a little different. Not about the Globers, but when I go out lately, last few weeks or so, when I go down to downtown Portland and I hand out these flat Earth cards with the QR code on it that say on it, the Earth is flat and stationary, and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. I just find it so remarkable how many people that fall into the category. I mean, I'm trying to insult anybody, but we call them this maskies. You know, the people that wear these things strapped on their heads even when they're not legally, forced to, outside walking about. And I'll admit it's a little bit cold. Some of them are kind of like, to a certain degree, at least tell me. I mean, they say, some of them, that it's, partly because it's cold out, but whatever. But the point is it's just remarkable how many of them, it would surprise all of you. I mean, every one of you in here, it would surprise all of you very much to see how many of these people will take the card from me and thank me very enthusiastically. Like, there's a lot of people out there that will buy one pile of nonsense, but when it comes to flat Earth, they'll just accept it right off the bat. Like, a lot of people will accept the truth. You just need to tell it to them. That's the problem. Nobody has anyone to tell them that the Earth is flat and stationary. You're not going to get it from the TV. You're not going to get it from school. You're not going to get it from church. You're not going to get it from this political organization. Like, who the hell is going to tell all these people the truth?
There's a big problem right now that's called mental illness. The entire world has it at this point. They're scared of the air. They're scared of all these things that are not real. And it's a mental illness. And 99% of the world has it right now. They're scared of things that do not exist. And it's crazy. They're scared of your friend. They're scared of everything. And it's a mental illness. It's a psychosis is what it is.
Yeah, I heard you talking about this the other night too, the psychosis. Like, this isn't anything that's new because of the last couple of years. At least as long as 20 years. At least since 9/11, people have been in this psychosis.
Yep, I agree.
The vast majority of the population.
I agree.
Yeah, 9/11.
So we got it's not like you guys, you need to snap out of this. You just fell into this. No, they fell into this a long time ago. They're deep into it now.
Yep. The whole world is. Yep. It's really bad. It's one of the most horrible things going on right now. It really is. And like you said, it's been going on for a long time. It's just gotten so deep now. It's affecting the whole population of the entire world. So it's really, I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. I mean, everybody's scared of things that do not exist. It's crazy. You're scared of your friend you can't get, won't talk to you. They won't meet with family members. It's destroying everything is what it's doing. And it's this psychosis that everyone has. And it's like hand over fist. It's just keep going and going and going. And it's just, I'm having a hard time seeing an end to it at this point. It's just all fear driven, Everyone's scared. And when you're scared, you make bad decisions.
In fact, all of us were probably at one point in a certain amount of that psychosis. There was something that triggered it that allowed us to come out of it. So we kind of beat that, but most people aren't going to beat it.
I'm surprised by you white people. How the hell y'all get out of it? Because it's like you're just being real. You're a race propagating a lot of this shit. So I'm like, how the fuck do you get out? That's why I see it so hard for a lot of you to get out, because you're on top right now. You know what I'm saying? Being the community that's in control of everything, it's difficult to come out of that cycle. You know what I'm saying? It just really is being real.
I think it partially, you might not understand that because you just think that everything is an us and them, that all white people think that it's, hey, we're white, we're on top. No, we don't think like that. We're still under the same, shitty fucking government that you guys are. Everybody else, like.
Yeah, I don't think like that at all.
Yeah, it's just because the world's leaders and elites, most of them have been white, doesn't mean like, oh, hey, at least it's a white guy. He's one of us. Like, that's not how any of us feel about it.
Yeah,
Wait, that's what I'm saying, because you guys are the ones that get out. You see what I'm saying? Your brains are different than the rest. You see what I'm saying? The others are part of the community. You guys see yourselves as individuals. Not people. Not a lot of people can do that, dude. Like even in the black community, shit. I wouldn't fucking. I'm not. I see them just like any fucking body else. You just some other dude. You're some other fucking chick, man. I've always been that way. You know what I'm saying? I don't connect myself just because we're the same fucking color. I said it's the society that does that shit, not me. I see myself as me, Ryan. You know what I'm saying? I'm not some fucking black dude. I'm just some dude who happens to be dark skinned. That's it. You know, that's how my brain works.
Well, mental illness is a very hard thing to to battle, and to come out of it, because you don't even realize that you're having it. It's just it's one of the worst things to deal with in life is mental illness, and so with the 99% plus of the entire population of the earth having this psychosis, it's just, I mean, mental illness is one of the worst things in life to deal with, and right now the whole world has it. They're all scared of things that don't exist, and it's a crazy psychosis that everyone's just wrapped up in, and I don't know. It's just really troubling for me to think about how anyone's ever going to get, or any quantity of people are ever going to pull out of this, because everyone's exhibiting all the behaviors that are so bizarre. I mean, when you can't meet with your family, or you can't go here, you can't, you got to wear a fucking diaper, you got to, all these weird things for reasons that just aren't real. It's just not, so you're living in this complete psychosis. That's what it is. I don't, it's terrible. I don't know that we'll ever overcome it as far as the masses at this point.
The TV, man. The TV just destroyed everybody's mind.
Yep. The fear-based, the fear propaganda is just it's 7/24. It's everywhere. It's all day long. It's just scared of this, scared of that, scared of, you got to be scared of everything, terrorism, this, that. I mean, you name it. It's all about fear right now.
Yep, they feed off of it. That's what gives them their power. Without fear, they would have no means of justifying what they're doing.
I hear what you guys are saying, but just throw a little optimism in there. At least around me, I see the more this bullshit goes on, it's getting some people up. There are people coming out of it, but not as many as we want. It is happening.
Yeah, I agree. It is happening, but it's just not. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to make a difference. I hope it does. I'm optimistic. I like to try and think optimistically about it, but everywhere you go, it's just all around you. Everybody's just scared of everything, and it's just so sad. I mean, it's just.
But see, that's the thing with this situation, because like, even though that's what happened when in World War II, a lot of the people that didn't agree with what was going on, they didn't speak up, and the shit still hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? They could have changed the tide, but people are afraid. Like you said, they're too afraid. They're afraid of change. They're afraid to go against the norm. Because they're afraid they'll lose their lives. People are just afraid, man, and that's the problem. Sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself for what's right. It doesn't matter what happens. I mean, and people aren't willing to sacrifice anymore. You gotta stand up, man. That's just where it is.
Yeah, and you better be ready for confrontation when you do.
Yeah, you got to be ready to lose your life. You lose your life to win your soul. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. Somebody needs to start a podcast, dude. Is there no Flat Earth podcast going on?
There's a few. I don't know exactly. I think Dave Weiss
We
is
have
one of
one.
those.
What are you
too.
talking about?
What'd you say?
Indio's got one from this channel, don't you, Indio? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh,
we got, yeah. The 24/7 live stream. I cut clips out and I have a podcast, so they're up on iTunes and Spotify. I mean, we don't do a regular like our own podcast show. I mean, we could. We need volunteers. Who wants to volunteer?
Dude, I mean, I tried to talk Quantum into it yesterday. I said, dude, you need to start a podcast. But he won't fucking do it, man. It's like, come on, bro. You should, India, fucking get with him and try and fucking make him do it, man.
10 times more people listen to podcasts than watch YouTube.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
people.
why that's why I put a podcast up in the first place. Just because there's so many more people that use, people that aren't like older people that don't use computers. They still got iPhones and they listen to podcasts.
Dude,
YouTube's just a particular demographic, basically.
Yeah, but like this is like the only thing you can find on YouTube about the flat Earth is this Discord, because they removed everything else. You know what I'm saying? So this is like the only information you can have now.
Yeah, I know, and I'm working on something else too to kind of like augment this live stream, because people go to YouTube to watch video, not listen to shit. So in a way, we're limited to like our audience. I mean, think about it. If you go on like, hey, we look at one of these episodes. Oh, it's 12 hours long. Like, oh no, I'm not going to listen to that whole thing, right? And there's no there's no video really to it, audio. So I'm working on something to like basically take clips that are like the podcast clips and add them and turn them into animations, like cartoons, basically.
Yeah, get them youngins.
Do you have a link
that ain't even
to
the point. The point is
where
people need visual. Hold on, what?
Stimulation. Yeah, you're right. They need visual stimulation. You're right.
And plus, a lot of things we talk about on the podcast, right, are things that on the live stream are things that they don't translate to audio unless we very, very, very accurately describe like what we're talking. How do you talk about the black swan? Somebody that has no idea about this topic, right? I mean, they have to like visualize this stuff in their mind, and you would have to describe it like a storyteller so accurately, That's why we need a visual element, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because it took me a long time to visualize. So I had to seek outside sources, because to reach the people who don't really have the interest, but yet they're interested, something like that is necessary.
Well, it's in development. I've been working on it I've been working on it for like 2 weeks, but like the last 2 days, I've really been. This is the hard part, right? So, hard part. The whole thing's the hard part. You got to find audio, right? And then you got to like take that audio. If I want to turn it into an animation, I have to separate voices, right? And then you have to animate like the mouth and all that stuff. So I know how to actually do all this stuff. But it's just time consuming.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Sounds like me. It take a lot of time, a lot of effort.
I have an automated way of doing most of it. I can do most of it automated, but some of it I'm gonna have to do manually. If I was doing typically for a professional animator to do a 2-minute animation is 20 hours of work.
Yeah, that's some dedication there.
So I have there's some software I can use to make some of it automated that will like separate the voices, make a transcript for them. There's software that will do animations, like do the mouth movements. So whatever audio is coming across, and you can augment it with the transcript. So I have an automated way of doing it. I'm just still working on it. I only like even came up with that idea like 6 weeks ago. So between all the other crap I do, I'm trying to do that.
What happens when you drop some real heavy truth bombs podcast? Can you get like podcast taken down? Can right?
Well, no, because
No.
the way podcasts work, like at iTunes and Spotify, they don't host any audio. You host it yourself. All those things are actually like search services. So like you don't upload audio to iTunes. You don't upload a podcast to iTunes. Basically, you upload it to like your own website, or the audio on our podcast, I upload it to the Internet Archive. So it's going to be up on that forever as long as the Internet Archive lasts. And it's like basically a free host. So I upload it to there. I create a web page. I link it through the web page. And what iTunes does is it basically scrapes your web page to look for any new stuff that's posted. And if it finds one, it'll list you in iTunes. Spotify does the same thing. So tonight, if I cut out some audio, uploaded it, I would put it on. I have a website, a WordPress website. I just put it on that. In 24 hours, it would be listed on iTunes. It would be listed as a new episode. But I would be hosting the video myself. They could kick me off iTunes so they don't list me anymore, but it isn't going to get rid of any of the content. Content will still exist.
I'm not familiar with how WordPress works, but like the size, data, how many gigs like are you allowed to upload?
I'm not hosting it on WordPress. That's the thing. I'm not hosting it. I told you I'm hosting on Internet Archive.
Internet, okay. All right.
So the Internet Archive is like anyone can upload stuff. That's right. It's supposed to be a giant digital library.
Yeah.
So you can upload audio, whatever. So some of these, like the Internet Archive is, they have like this backup plan where they're trying to save this stuff for like 300 years or something. Oh, that's pretty cool. You guys are going to be on the internet for like 300 years.
The pioneers.
Well, it's awesome because like you can actually. I haven't tried it yet, but if people go on Internet Archive and try to find Flat Earth stuff, they'll actually find it.
So you saying, India, there's potentially less censorship on the podcast route? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It isn't. I'm not trying to like beat the censors. I'm just trying to like overwhelm them, right?
Maybe I didn't say that right. Maybe there's not people actively going through those podcasts like at YouTube or something, and trying to
there
flag
is.
stuff.
I think I don't know what the terms of service is for iTunes at all, so I don't know. But I think it's just. I think they only censor like what would you call it? X-rated type stuff.
I would volunteer to be on a podcast, but I'm not sure how good I would be, but I'd try. I'd have to have people on there that know what they're talking about. I just ask them the questions.
Well, like you get. Well, we know the topic, right? But you're gonna have to have differentiated episodes, right? So, that's what I try to do with our podcast. I try to make each one I upload like a different subject, like gravity or the Coriolis effect or why would they lie or something like that.
Oh, that's another one. That's Crypto's podcast, right? Crypto and Kai?
Yeah, that was me too. We got rid of that.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit, you did?
Well, he got rid of it. Yeah, we all became too busy.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Shit takes time, for sure.
Well, it's more like our schedules never, like, coalesce to like have a regular time.
Ah, Crypto, I see you. Oh, you're in here. What up, dude? I haven't seen you in a minute. Oh, he hopped out. No, he didn't. I was gonna call you a pussy, but you're still here. All right. What up, dude?
Love you too, man. So, what was the? I think you guys missed the dishonest kid earlier. Did anyone else kind of see what the conclusion was before he kind of spiraled and inevitably left?
Yeah, I missed that for sure.
I was listening to it. He basically did what you just said. I mean, he just kept saying the same shit over and over, basically. Winston was trying to get some honesty out of him, but it didn't work.
Winston kept throwing him a life raft, asking him simple questions like, if it's not curving anywhere, what is it? And then he was saying, if, right, bro, it's hypothetical, right? I'm not trying to nail you down to trick you into saying the earth is flat. That's not what I'm doing. Just trying to establish, can you have an intellectually honest conversation? And then I think it was Eli said, no, it was Elisha? I get those confused. Said that we have to have an intellectual first to have an intellectually honest conversation.
Yeah, that's true. Just for the context for people who weren't kind of involved, basically, the conversation went on to like, NASA live stream, and I asked him, how do you verify the validity of that? How do you? Sorry, my wording was, how do you verify the legitimacy of that? And his answer was Occam's razor. And so I was just like, you can't use a philosophical razor as an answer to that question. It's like if someone asks you what's 2 + 2 and you say unicorn, it's not it's not even an answer in the appropriate kind of sphere. Like if you were to say 2 + 2 = 7, then at least that's a number, right? So it's wrong, but it's a number. So he wasn't even like, his answer wasn't even good enough to be wrong. And yeah, that it kind of just got stuck there. I just killed the chat. Sorry.
Man, I think you just did, bro. What's wrong with you?
Good job, Crypto. It's time to get rid of that Santa hat, too, man. It's almost February.
Sorry, mate. I'm representing the festive crew.
Ronnie Swolman. All right. I see. Wasn't it something Swole Bra or something like that? Your old account? Or did you have the same name? No.
Yeah, well, I mean, originally it was just like a troll name because I quite like the bodybuilder Ronnie Coleman.
Right.
So I just kind of, just trolling his name really, and then it just became Swole Bra, and I can't remember why.
It's like way back when. I don't know how many years ago. Let's see. Any Globers in the house? Scroll through the list. No.
Yeah, I just looked at it, Cyrus. Looks like all active Globe deniers as far as I can see.
Right.
I want to see how many things that you people in this room can name that are activities or just things that you do normally in your daily life. How many things can you name that people are not scared to do? There's an element of fear based in everything they do. Can you give me examples of things where there is no fear element in a daily activity?
First thing that comes to mind is taking a dump. That's just me, though.
Okay.
People aren't scared to do that, I hope.
Okay. Well, let's say outside the house. Let's just go that way, because inside the house you can be safe. You don't have to interact. You don't have to be, turn off the TV. You can, shut your, turn off all stimuli from elsewhere and keep it with just you, yourself, and no one else. So, can you name any activity that you can name that people do that there's not going to be an element of fear?
I think it's subjective because fear is subjective. So you could name just about anything and try to argue that there's no fear for a certain person doing that.
Well, I'm talking about like when people go into public, they're scared to be around people. They distance. You're scared to put money in the bank because the banking system is about to collapse. They're scared to, go to a restaurant and have dinner with their friends. They're afraid to have gatherings, birthday parties, whatever. There's just everything seems to be this fear-based element that they've introduced into almost everything that takes place, everything that you do. There's an element of fear that they've tried to implement, and people are buying into it.
We have a new friend in the house. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just going to answer. Yeah, I totally see an increase in people reacting based off of fear, but I don't think that's the totality of it. Like, most of us in here don't react like that.
No, I'm not talking about us.
Hey, what wheat? Are you there? Hey, what wheat? Hello. I mean, I just heard you. No? You don't want to get on the mic? Mic shy?
No, sorry, yeah.
It's all good. We're all friendly here. Have no fear.
Flat earthers are here.
Yeah, that's right. What brings you here, friend? I don't think he wants to talk.
He's probably looking for sharks. Hey, bro, no sharks. The water's warm. Come on in.
Well, I just wanted to get you VC verified, man, but you're making it tough. Just leave you where you're at then, I guess. I think we have to get him triggered first. So Earth is flat. The vacuum of the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space does not exist. You have no way to verify that the sun is gaseous. Let's see. It's not heliocentric. Let's see. Earth is not moving. What else? Water is level. Your ball doesn't exist. Do you agree, what we? Do you disagree?
Yeah, guys. I just joined this Discord channel, and I actually had to go to the toilet, and I thought I was muted, but it wasn't. So sorry.
Oh, all good. All right. I was wondering where you're at, man. All right.
No, I was just listening.
Go take care of business and come back.
Exactly.
So that goes back to God rocking and fear of taking a dump. Now there's a fear of hot miking while taking a dump.
Except I don't seem to have it because I.
I was going to say though, don't worry. When you went to the toilet and you were hot micing, we heard less shit than we do from most Globers, so you're fine.
Yeah, always witty. My brain doesn't work that way. Darn it. So, bro, is Earth a ball? Let's do this. What we?
No, it's not.
Oh.
Well, I think it's not.
Why not then? True.
Yeah, I've been looking into this topic for the past 8 years or so, and
wow. Okay.
Yeah, I can't believe it's flat anymore. I can't. I mean, I swear, but I can't say for 100% certain that it's flat. But it appears to be flat actually.
Okay. Okay. What made you certain that it's not a sphere? Is that what you said? I'm sorry. You did.
Well, I've seen too much NASA bullshit, so they try us to believe it's a sphere, and yeah, they're pushing it so hard and so obvious that they're lying. So it must be something else then. And besides that, I've seen too much evidence it's flat actually.
Yeah. Here.
Like these tests with big lenses, where you can see like 15 miles or so or longer. You shouldn't be able to see those objects anymore.
Have you seen any verifiable evidence to support the globe?
Verifiable.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, well, I didn't do those tests myself, but I believe other people who did those tests.
I'm talking about this to support the globe. Have you seen? Can you
to support the globe?
state any verifiable evidence that supports the globe? Any at all?
Well, the thing I'm always thinking about is this moon, where you see the sun shining on the moon.
You see that? I think you're making more assumptions.
Yeah,
we have some observations that would refute that.
Well, he's not a globe earther. I don't know if you guys.
I know that.
Oh, okay.
You said you was having some trouble with the shadows of the moon or something. So
I just jumped in here. So I should probably just stay out of it. Sorry.
Oh, no, stay out of it. Stay involved. It's all good, bro. We just want to talk.
I just got here. I didn't really hear where the converse came from, so my bad.
Well, we're starting a new one with you. All brand new conversation. You can go anywhere you want it to.
All right, I'm down. Now what?
I'm scrolling through the rolls. That's what I'm doing. So my mind is busy digging through 1,000 fucking rolls here.
So without making it sound like an attack. Okay, now about what you said about the sun shedding light on the moon. I mean, you want to elaborate with what you were saying, and then, or actually, better yet, should we maybe just check to see if you understand that none of that matters when it comes to flat Earth? I mean, if you're gonna wonder whether or not the Earth is flat, or if you're pretty sure that the Earth is flat, what are the key points of that? Like whether you live on a ball or not. Does how the sun and the moon work and interact with each other have any bearing on Earth?
Yeah, actually, what you're seeing is that the sun is glowing on the moon, and that it looks like a sphere. But the moon is it physical, or is it some hologram, or some people claim it's a hologram, and how can the sun light the moon like it's a sphere?
Yeah, because I mean, I kind of get where you're coming from. Like when I look at the moon, there's a lot of detail there, right? And it definitely appears like it may be a sphere. Now, and I'll even go as far as to say that it very likely is a sphere, but that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, true.
So, I mean, like your question that you were talking about, or, I mean, that what you ponder, or whatever you were saying, you kind of got cut off right away. Do you want to just finish that question? Just like to see your line of thinking there.
No, it was a few things I was thinking about that was contradicting with the flat Earth, but I've kind of forget what it was exactly. I will think about it. I will come back to it.
I thought you mentioned
please
something
do.
about the. I thought you mentioned something about the moon, the shadows of the moon, or something. Was you thought was I might be wrong, but I thought that what I heard from you.
Yeah, but even on a flat model, the sun can shine on the moon, so it doesn't mean anything.
So I was hoping you could remember those contradictions in the flat Earth, because I love contradictions. It's my favorite thing.
Guarantee it's the stars or something. It has nothing to do with the Earth itself.
Yeah, sun, moon, and stars.
Yep.
Shadows or anything but directly measuring the Earth. That's where the
It was
contradiction is.
it was also the meteorites.
See?
You know, those shooting stars which you see. What are those actually?
Shooting stars.
Yeah.
So when you see lights,
I think all of us would love to have those answers, but we're going to be honest with you and tell you that we are incapable of giving them to you. Like what we can actually do is tangible here on Earth, and every society all throughout history, however far history goes back, has always gazed at the stars and wondered, you know, and many of them have come up with stories, but none of them can actually know because none of them can actually test it. So flat Earth is the truth. I can tell you that with enough research, but you'll have to make sure that you've found that out for sure yourself. But you're going to be looking in the wrong place trying to get the wrong questions answered. If you're trying to have the entire cosmos, you know, like whatever, or however you want to say it, all those lights in the sky, if you want an answer to how they work or how they behave, based off of a model, then you're going to be chasing your tail. You're never going to get those answers, and flat Earth can't answer those for you, unfortunately. And neither can the globe model, by the way.
They're unanswerable.
Oh. Yeah, it's not that I want to prove the flat model wrong or something. It's just things which are weird. Also, what they say is that the firmament, you know, outside that is water. So how can the thing shoot through the atmosphere or whatever the dome is around us? You know, kind of curious how you thinking about it.
I just want to go over the difference between an explanation and an experimentation. So do you know what the three things required for the scientific method is? In order to do a hypothesis test or an experiment, what do you need?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, you need the cause and the effect and all the other variables under control. And when you manipulate only the cause and then you witness the effect happening, you can say for sure, for example, X, heat causes water to boil, or Y, low gas pressure causes water to boil, right? But if you're just looking at something like in space or in the sky, should I say, and you just come up with an explanation, well, any village idiot can give you an explanation of what they see, right? But it requires the method, the scientific method, to prove a cause and effect relationship, right? Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see a light in the sky, and you might say, "Oh, well, I think it's angels because I grew up in the Bible Belt," and someone else might say, "Oh, that's a rock from outer space, right? Because I grew up in the college and going to school and being educated, right?" And someone else might say, "I think it's plasma," right? But you don't really know what it is until you get it in your hand. And I don't think anyone's ever caught an asteroid or a meteorite or a comet or any of those things that we call shooting stars.
You're incorrect.
Right?
NASA landed.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, NASA landed a probe on comets or some shit like that. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not helping, and you know it.
They even brought back the metal. Exotic metal mining, bro. Here, I'll pull up some articles for you. Gotcha, Hank.
Can you verify that happened, or is that just a cool story, bro?
Oh no, there's a beautiful CGI image that goes with it. Here, yeah, here.
Oh yeah, I can verify it. I can verify it. Occam's razor.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Done.
Obviously, the guys are messing with me for being so long-winded. Please continue, gentlemen.
It's more likely it did happen than it didn't. It must have.
Because why would they
much
lie?
more difficult? It would be much more expensive and difficult to fake the paperwork.
Yeah. Did you guys know that 2 + 2 is 22 because it's more likely that the final result would contain the original numbers? So 2 + 2 is likely to be 22.
I can get down with this line of logic. Please tell me more. Do you have more examples of this?
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, somebody's going to clip that out.
It's on its way back. It's the Osiris Rex spacecraft. It's coming back to Earth. Yeah, and it's got the asteroid sample with it. So there you go, sir. You can read the details yourself.
You know my favorite thing that NASA ever said? Oh, we got this radiation. It's going to be a problem. But it turns out that water can absorb the radiation. So we'll just cover ourselves in our drinking water. That way we don't get radiated. You guys
talking about
remember that one?
the Osiris that went to the moon? Is that where it went?
No, it went to an asteroid. It sampled an asteroid, and now it's heading.
Wasn't it Bennu?
When
did he go to?
When did that happen though?
I got you.
What year? What year?
I got you.
What year? Because they were supposed to go to the moon last year, right? With a probe, and I heard nothing about it. So that they just keep pulling shit out of their ass.
Osiris Rex was not about the moon. It was about an asteroid called.
Yeah. I know that's what he said, but they said that they were supposed to go back to the moon in 2021 with a probe.
And the funny thing is Bennu, if you are into Egyptian tales, right? Bennu is the rebirth bird of Osiris, and Rex means king. Interesting.
Yeah, but all this shit is after pagan gods and Greek gods.
Well, it's all Freemasonic rituals.
I don't know about that part, but sure, whatever you say.
It is. It's all a part of that royal art, and it's not just the Freemasons that keep it. That's the thing. They're just the ones that's kept it alive during the persecution.
Hank, I'm posting a lot of evidence, bud. Videos, articles. Look, here's a video, and this is the proof that this actually happened.
You got some cartoons, right? And some words, and that's
No,
proof.
man, no. It's proof, dude. We know what you mean. It's for real, dude. It's for real.
I got proof that Bugs Bunny, when he says this means war, every time he says that,
No,
somewhere
dude.
in the world we have
NASA
a
would
little.
not lie, bro. NASA would not lie. Stop.
Guys, we can be silly and joke and troll each other like 23 hours a day or whatever it is. Like when we have somebody new in here, like flat earther or not, I think it'd be good if we focused on like him and his understanding of the flat earth.
He's fucking joking around, dude. He's not being serious.
You're too serious, Lou. You gotta lighten up, bud. I mean, shit. Like, remember, we were talking, I don't want to argue here. Like, I want to have, like, civil discussions and have fun for my own brain health, my own mental health, right? I just don't want to argue for however many hours a day on here.
No, it's not an argument though with him either. Though he says he's a flat earther. It's just want him to just kind of feel him out and see like that he's
quiz him then.
See where his questions are and if they're even really logical, like with his the way that he's going about it, all that.
Then go ahead, bro. Grill him, dude.
Well, no, I mean I started and Hank was going, and then all of a sudden you said that NASA did some shit and you can prove it.
Well, hey, look, it's a solid rebuttal.
Yeah, I think
I'm a flat earther. It's fucking solid. What's Osiris Rex, son?
I disagree with himself.
That's the fucking answer, Osiris Rex.
That's
You're
about as solid as helium gas, my friend.
Hey, you gotta have fun, man. You gotta laugh, bro. Shit.
No, dude, down in chill chat and stuff, that's all we do. But like when it comes to this, when we do finally have a new guy in here, I think it would be good to stay on point.
All right. This guy's mad at me for being a jokester, bro. You better get on the fucking mic.
I'm not mad at you.
Lou, I'm messing with you, man.
Now I'm mad.
All right, man. All right, bro. The mic is yours, bro. I'm gonna mute myself.
No, it's all right. Just like, yeah, like, I mean, and a joke here and there, like, but it started to carry on, and I don't even know who the guy is or if he's still here.
He is.
I'm still here, but I don't mind if you're joking. I mean, I'm not new to the topic. I'm just new to this room, and I'm just curious what you're talking about, and I like to listen to you guys.
How long have you been listening?
Sorry?
How long have you been listening? Is it just you're new? You just started listening, also, or were you listening on like the YouTube streams before or anything like that?
Oh yeah. Like I said, I addicted into this topic for 8 years already.
8 years.
Yeah.
That's longer than me.
Yeah, you're older than I am.
Yeah, I started with this Eric Dubé stuff like years ago.
Oh yeah, he started. So you were in that first wave in 2014, then.
Yeah, apparently.
Sweet. So, what would you say was your first, the first interaction with the flat Earth community that made you think, yeah, this is likely? Like, maybe you can take us through that.
What do you mean community? I mean, I watched so much documentaries and videos and articles, but not really join any community.
Sorry, I realised that was a very vague question. Let me be a bit more pointed. Was there a specific video that you watched, or article that you read, or debate that you watched, or anything like that that turned you and you went, hold on, this topic is a serious topic?
Well, to be honest, I can't remember which one or which point. I just reached a point, that you think about it so much, and I realized it's not a globe, Proof just adds up, and until you reach a certain point, and then you can't believe in a heliocentric world anymore. But there was this video, I think it was Level or something else, where I was actually 100% sure, it's not a globe.
Is that the debate one from 2020?
Yeah, I was going to say the Level's a new one.
It was not so long ago.
Maybe even 2021. Yeah, it was recent.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, okay, cool. So you kind of been flirting with
Sorry, bro.
And then you kind of... let me just finish. Yeah, you kind of flirted with the topic for a few years, and then you kind of landed last year, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, but I always said Earth was flat, but then, there was always room for doubt. But until like 2 years ago, I was like actually certain it is flat. But then you look into more topic. There was also another documentary from like 5 hours, the history of the flat Earth. I don't know if you saw that one.
Was that Dubay again?
I don't think so.
Because I know that Matt Powland has done one called The History of Flat Earth, but I haven't seen it. Dubay did one that was about 2 hours that was called The History of Flat Earth. And I'm pretty sure someone else has done one. Someone, maybe Mark Sargent.
I think it's Ewar Anon. Lost History of Flat Earth.
Is that one about 5 hours long, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Pretty sure, yeah.
Should be that one then.
Well, every time somebody says Ewar, I just have to mention I don't trust that guy. Period.
Well, the guy who made that documentary?
Not any. Well, yeah, I didn't watch everything that he made, but there's obviously a lot of truthful things in it, a lot of interesting things in it, but mostly things that cannot be verified, just grand assertions and leaps in logic. I also never heard of him before up until like a year and a half ago or something like that. And all of a sudden everybody's raving about him. Anybody who puts Anon on their name, I'm going to assume that they're part of the anonymous hacker group or whatever else, like part of that whole anonymous thing, which they are untrustworthy as a group altogether. So I pretty much just disregard it completely. When it comes to moon maps and all that stuff, I'm not going to waste my time giving it anything.
Be careful with that though, because the whole Anon thing actually came from 4chan. So, because if you go on 4chan and you don't put your name in, what they call name fagging, for anyone who doesn't go on 4chan.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Everyone is anonymous, right? So the way it works on 4chan is that people will address each other as Anon. And so that just became like an internet thing. Like, so it doesn't mean that they're necessarily part of that.
Yeah, no, that's not like my entire reasoning behind it. It's just, I gave you a couple of other reasons. Like, where did this guy come from? What else did he do before this? A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was. He just came out of nowhere making a whole bunch of grand, just assertions of things as being true without any backup. And we tend to, at least around here in this server, stick with things that we can prove. None of that can be like nothing that he says. It's all like, okay, so I'm going to assert this, and if you believe this is true, let me take it one step further. And like, and he just keeps doing that. How many times do I have to just believe you, then believe you again, and then believe you again that all of these things are true?
Yeah. It's almost like instead of challenging NASA, he's giving you an alternative to NASA.
Yeah.
Well, he covers a lot of the same stuff we talk about in here, like astronauts lying and stuff like that, not being able to get their story straight, and it's like, same. Just,
of course, just like with any controlled opposition or any story, any lie. If it's gonna be a believable lie, it has to be mixed with mostly truths, so that you can slip in the lies and deceive people. And I feel like that's what this is.
Well, the parts of it that are unverifiable, I just take them as that and just take the whole thing with a grain of salt. Whatever's in there that I can verify, that's useful. And I don't know, none of it's gospel. I just, try to take each claim on its own merits.
Well, that may be for you, but I've heard plenty of people in this server who, as soon as that came out and they heard it, they were spreading it like gospel and getting angry if you didn't freaking accept it.
Yeah, they were talking about like Trump was coming back with some bullshit. Like it's like that whole Anon thing. It was silly, dude. JFK Jr. was this dude. Get the fuck out of here. They said like JFK was still alive. He didn't die and all this crazy shit. He changed his face and it was just fucking weird, man.
And now, yeah, he turned into Jimmy Carter. And yeah, you're a blue-pilled normie if you don't believe that to some of these people.
Is that Fraud's voice I'm hearing?
Yeah, that was me.
I haven't heard you in a while. I was wondering where you at, where you went off to. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, man.
Good to hear, bro. Well, good to have you back.
Appreciate it, bro. You ever guys check out that like I watched the James Webb satellite, like so they release it into outer space. But like if you ever watch like the spacewalks and all of that shit and how they have the Earth in the background, look how clear that picture is, right? It's picturesque, right? The Earth looks beautiful, perfect, right? But then I was watching the Tonga Bunga whatever thing volcanic eruption, right? Look how shitty that looks, bro. Go look at it. I'm like, are you serious? So you tell me a satellite that's supposed to be in space is taking a footage of this volcanic eruption and it looks just fucking terrible, right? But you tell me a camera on a space station looking at a satellite, it has better quality. Looking at a telescope has better quality than a satellite that's supposed to be watching the weather to make sure we get. I'm like, why not just put that camera on that camera? On that satellite, and give us a better visual of what we're looking at. It's just like they can do this shit when they want to, but it's like when you would expect it, you get grainy, shitty quality. It's kind of like when you see UFOs, they look all shitty. So that's how that fucking weather shit looked, man. It was just so funny.
One more thing, I'll wrap it up on the EWAR thing because I know a lot of people like him, but it's pretty easy to point out when somebody is trying to deceive you with a lot of these videos that come out and things, and where they use like a dramatic kind of music in the background and they talk very intense like this, and they say, and this is what's going to happen, and it's just a tactic. Maybe okay, they could tell the truth and do that, but it's a poor way to deliver your message, because most people are going to hear that and be turned off immediately. It's kind of like when a scammer calls your phone, and you can tell just by the things that he's saying or the tone of his voice, yeah, this is a scam, and you hang up on him. That's exactly what these videos are. Hang up on them.
One thing in this documentary, in this the history of the flat Earth, is at the end when he explains like that the moon is like a map of all the landmass, and this circle from Antarctica is like in a bigger cycle, which melts like new parts of this big landmass. I think it was interesting view.
What a load of
it's a total load of shit. But
fallacious reasoning that I don't understand. I don't know why people. What? I don't know.
Yeah, because it's a cool story, bro. That's why. All right, people love cool stories. We've been telling stories around campfires for eons.
Yeah,
that's what this is.
What about being logically sound? And what about
most people don't care about that or understand that.
What about saying, hey, if the documentary or whatever it is starts with the views of the people here are strictly theoretical, assumptive, and opinion based, then it would all be cool. We'll all be cool. Every time I say something that I know for sure I can't fucking prove, the first thing I say is, it's just me. Just my opinion, just the way I feel, my belief. Regardless of how together I think it sounds. That's the first, like, it's the responsible thing to do as a human being who can communicate one human to another. It's to tell when something is based in reality, therefore there's something to reference actually, versus a thought process that is born from imagination and maybe some correlation here and there. Like, what's wrong with saying that that's what it is?
Give me a logical train of thought before you come to the conclusion. Don't give me the conclusion and say, prove me wrong, bro.
Six Gorillion. That's a pretty cool name. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on. You know what? I hate when I feel like I'm shitting on people's shit when it's like, just come on. You may as well believe in the globe. You may as well.
Yep. No, I have no problem shitting. I have no problem shitting on Ewar. I made that pretty clear already. But the problem that I do have is all these people who have fallen in love with it, and then I deal with them on a daily basis, and they take offense. Like, that's where, it's like, I don't want to shit on you because I'm shitting on what you're believing, but it's just another belief. And we spend all of our time in here every day fucking trying to break down people's beliefs and separate them from fucking facts.
My bad. Go ahead, Crypto, I think.
What the hell is Ewar? What the fuck is that?
It's Ewar Anon with this history of the Earth or whatever it is, like with this, with his like his 13 hours of just believe me, bro.
Was that Crypto? Did you want to get into?
Oh no, I was just genuine because you said, Six Gorillion's a cool name. I was just wondering if you were like fully aware of what that referred to, because I don't know.
No,
that's interesting.
I
have no idea.
Okay. So there was a certain event in the 1930s in Germany that may have inflated numbers, and that's what that's referring to.
Oh, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see that whole Germany shit.
I want to give my
what?
I want to give my 2 cents. Real fast on Ewar. Yeah, I just want to say real fast. Sorry for interrupting. I think it's entertainment, right? And if anything, it's research fuel, right? Like, if you want to know what he's talking about, like, don't just take his research and end there. Like, go deeper into what he's talking about. And if you really like it, then you do the research. But what you shouldn't do is just gobble it up like Pac-Man and not ask any questions like, do you think there's anything in these pharmaceuticals that Dr. Mario is throwing out? You should be obviously mindful of what you're taking in and try to verify it, or just admit that it's just pure entertainment.
Yeah, people say that they're building the technology to like control our minds. Only the only time I've seen that is in movies, and all you got to do is give me one instance of where a motherfucker is holding a controller, who's controlling someone to make them slit the throat of their gerbil or some shit. Like, it's just, you know what I mean?
Hank, also, yeah, for somebody who is sound of mind, they can look at something like that and just take it for what it is and be entertained, but it's presented as a documentary when it is far from one. He doesn't ever say, like, this is for entertainment value, or, he tries to tell you this is how it is, and he gets like a cult following behind it. That's dangerous. That's deceptive.
I wonder if like, You know, like just take Lord of the Rings as an example, right? If that was on the news every day, and if they were telling you, oh yeah, no, Aragorn is now the king of America or whatever, and you know, the Sauron is, you know, Vladimir Sauron, and you know, like if they were actually pushing it as fact every day in the media, I kind of wonder how many people would buy into it. Because they just hear it every day, and because they don't have any evidence of any of the space shit, so why wouldn't they believe in Vladimir Sauron? Why wouldn't they believe in Aragon being the president of the US, or that Treebeard is real? Or why wouldn't they believe this stuff? Because they don't need evidence, you know. I wonder how many people would buy into that.
I guarantee you, dude. Like if they gave you a new character, like a new politician, and he was rising in the polls, and they named him any of those names you said, they propped him up and they talked about him. Yeah, the people would fucking buy it. They'd be like, "Oh, it's just coincidence." Yeah, so what? It's from Harry Potter or whatever else.
Yeah.
Crypto can ask.
Yeah, isn't that just right?
Crypto can ask a question.
Yeah, of course.
Do you still think that Frodo is alive?
Do still what?
Do you still think that Frodo is alive?
That Frodo's alive?
Yeah.
No, I locked him in my basement.
But fucking release him. He needs to drop the ring in the volcano.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you drop him lotion once in a while, and you're like, it puts the lotion on its face?
Yeah. How did you know that? That's weird.
That's what I would do. If I was locking anybody in my basement, I would definitely try to play freaking, was it Bill, Buffalo Bill? Yeah, I would do that daily.
But no, I mean, in all seriousness, I know this is kind of a silly thought, but it kind of worries me how many people would believe in like Frodo if they talked about him as if he was real. Because that seems to be the only fucking requirement for people to believe it. Well, today, Frodo and Bilbo bartered, you know, a trade deal between India and China, just on the fucking BBC World News, and everyone's like, "Oh, cool, yeah."
Dude, they're grooming The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, for presidency in 2028. Just let that sink in for a minute.
Look, I know everybody's shit's fucked up right now, but we got this new guy.
You're kidding, right? You're joking, right?
No, it's actually happening.
Wow. Well,
You got a purple on that guy?
I thought it was something when Arnold Schwarzenegger became governor, but damn, that's getting strange.
Yeah, no, they're talking about trying to have Dwayne Johnson run for president in 2028.
Funny how that would parallel Idiocracy, wouldn't it? Wasn't that guy a wrestler in that movie?
Do you have the
Terry or whatever his name is, Terry Crews? Yeah, with the whole like, and I got this motherfucking not sure
involved in all this.
And I got
not sure. He's gonna fix y'all shit. I know everybody's shit's fucked up right now.
everything, and he's gonna do it in 1 week, and he's gonna do.
And he'll do it with the people's elbow and the people's eyebrow.
What do you reckon then?
He does get elected, though.
Do you reckon he'll be a Republican or a Democrat?
I would guess he would run. I would guess he would run as Republican, but
yeah, he'd be a Rhino.
No, he's Hollywood. What the fuck are you talking about? No, he would run as Republican.
He would be Democrat running as Republican, just like Trump.
All right.
That's what a Rhino is. Republican in name only.
I think the problem is that if he's a Republican, then he's not black, according to Joe Biden, and if he's not black, he's black voters. So he probably wouldn't be president.
Jesse Ventura got to be a governor as a Republican. So did Arnold Schwarzenegger. So and then the
KKK
whole
are also
company-
Democrat. Every politician tied to the KKK has been a Democrat. Let that sink in.
DR3.
But yeah, they're
So,
always
guys,
they're always these Hollywood types or these wrestlers or you know your actors. Like yeah, they're very liberal conservatives. Like they run conservative, but they're very liberal. They run Republican, but they're liberal Republicans. I would say is the way that they kind of run.
How much is our budget this year? Was it like 13? What, like just the military alone? Isn't it like 13 trillion? No. What is it? Like we spend more on our military than like the entire rest of the country. So it's like none of these people are actually conservative. If we did have a conservative government at any point, then the debt would go down. But it's like if the debt went down, eventually it would reach zero and get out of the red and it would go into the black, right? And then the country would have to like, give a little something back to its employees, the citizens, right? They can't have that shit.
They're definitely not fiscally conservative. Like when it comes to money, they're every Republican, actually every president, period. It's just a trend. Whoever was in before outspent the guy before him, and whoever comes in next outspends the guy before him, and it just continues that way over and over and over again.
None of them are really socially conservative because they all stand for progressive values. They're all cool with LGBT shit. They're all pro-gay marriage. They're all of this stuff. So, what is conservative about them? And
this is funny because I remember a year or two ago, I remember everybody talking about how, not everybody, but a lot of people talking about how, like the line of like, even they were saying even the leftists were moving to the right, like everything was shifting right together. But I see it the other way, like what we call conservatism isn't happening. They're becoming more and more leftist. I even think I had this conversation. I think I remember you, Crypto, actually talking about this shift to the right, to conservatism, and then I disagreed with you then.
Well, it's like a pendulum, right? It's the left and the right. It's the left and the right that hypnotizes the masses, right? And it's really sad because as the pendulum swings a little too far to the left, right, the people on the right do nothing, right? And then eventually it starts to swing back to the right. And as it does, the left is going nuts, like, oh my God, Texas, what are you doing with abortions? We're going to kill you. Do you not realize that this means war? It's like people wage war on Texas because, we don't like killing babies. Then it's going to swing to the left again in a few years, right? If it's not already going on its way to the left. And all the conservatives are going to do nothing. They're like, spend it all, please. I love it when the government gets together.
I think we need to all just call their fucking bluff eventually, because we all know that the left doesn't want war, period. That they're the pussies that can't fight, that don't know how to fight, that don't have any fucking, they have no means to fight. Like they love to say this is going to be a fight, but what they mean by a fight is like, we're going to bitch at you, bicker in your ear till your ears bleed. You're going to be sorry, sir. You're going to be sorry.
When they go to the gun range and fire their first firearm, they start crying because they're all scared. They're like, oh my God, I could have killed something.
Well, see, the left is driven by lust. They're perverted, right? That's their drive. They want everybody to be transgender and gay and all this shit. They only care about the lust. So they don't care about war. They want to be like, when Nero ruled Rome, that's how they want to be. They want to be like Caligula, that type of shit. That's what the left is. They're perverted. They're sadistic and shit. They don't believe in God. I mean, that's why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Same shit. That's the direction this country's heading.
Well, what was the sin of Gomorrah?
They were fucking dude. They tried to have sex with angels.
No, that was Sodom.
Sodom and
what was Gomorrah? What was Gomorrah's sin? Orgies.
It was vice. It was lasciviousness.
It was about lust of the flesh, right?
Right, exactly. And that's why they were both destroyed for the same purpose.
And eventually, they all started lusting after the strange flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I mean,
the sin of Gomorrah is they would have sex with everyone.
Exactly.
Like they would sit there and have an orgy.
But it wasn't
like,
even
all the time.
That wasn't even the only place. Even when Lot was taken out of there and he wanted to go to this other city, that city had the same problems.
Yep.
God destroyed that one too.
Yep.
Lot, why you always hanging out with the hoochie mamas and the Daisy Dukes? Get away from them people.
You ain't nothing but a hoochie mama. Hooray, hooray, hoochie mama. Come on. No, just me?
Big booty hole. Dump booty. Dum dum da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum. Oh man. See, I lived through the 90s, but I was raised in the 80s. Makes me kind of crazy to see how things have changed so fast.
You and me
Well,
both.
yeah,
You and me
most
both.
of us here who are fighting this fight really are in kind of a pretty near age range. We have a lot in common that way, where we saw life pre-internet.
Yeah.
And we see how far it's gone because of it.
Well, we've seen life outside. Like, we've been in nature. Like, most of us in this room have played in the dirt, got poison ivy, whatever, et cetera,
Built
you know.
2x4s.
Dug splinters out of your flesh, right? You know, we all been outside and shit, and we know what the real world is, and we see that, like, all this new technology, it's harmful in a lot of ways, because it's like keeping people inside, and it's like, well, everybody's been inside, right? Because, you know, there was doctors on television telling people to stay inside, but it's like, it turns out we need vitamin D. And it's like when people have cats and they don't ever let them outside, it's like, you're a monster. Like, they're supposed to be outside.
Yeah, see, a lot of people wash off the most nutritious part of a potato, and that's the dirt. You need that dirt, man.
No, come on. You still you wash the vitamins are in the skin, not in the dirt.
I'm not talking about vitamins. I'm talking about nutrition.
Yeah. No, it's funny. Potatoes keep coming up. This is weird. Yesterday I made baked potatoes, and then I made baked potatoes, and I ate my baked potatoes like along with some brats, and then like an hour later. A few hours later, I was talking with somebody in Chill Chat, and they were making dinner. And I brought up about my lunch, and he said, "Oh, that's hysterical! I'm making baked potatoes right now." And now here you go talking about baked potatoes. Why does this shit go in trends like this?
Because potatoes rule, man. It's the ultimate, like I believe there's a few things that are ready for us to eat. And I think potatoes and root vegetables are one of those. Fruits are another, nuts are another. Like everything else we have to prepare, right? We have to denature it somehow. Everything else, like those things we could pretty much eat raw. But like potatoes, it's like high in starch. So if you don't denature it, you're going to get real thirsty, right?
I mean, just ask the Irish. You know, they wouldn't have been able to live back in the day without potatoes as their primary crop. Like, it's like the only thing that would grow for them. And then when it didn't grow, they had a huge fucking problem, the potato famine. You know, like,
that's my people.
Yeah, that's mine too. I'm like, I don't even know what percentage, but I'm mostly Irish. A little bit of
I only know what
German and Irish, but mostly Irish. So
I only know what half of me is, and that half is 25% Irish, 25% Japanese.
Well, I know both my mom's side and my dad's side are primarily Irish. Both, and my mom, on my mom's side though, there's definitely a strong amount of German in there.
Yeah.
Shit, my mom was actually born in Germany.
Too?
My mom was born in Japan. Funny.
She was born an American citizen, but in Germany because my grandpa was fighting. He was in World War II, actually stationed with Elvis. He was stationed at the same base as Elvis in World War II, and my grandma went over there to visit him during all that. Blah blah blah, and that's how my mom ended up being born over there.
Oh, that's funny because you've met Elvis' son here in the server, remember?
No, shut up. He's fucking, that dude's just crazy, by the way.
How do you know?
Well, whether or not he's Elvis's son, he's definitely crazy.
Oh, okay.
How about the kingdom planted its seed all over the south?
Well, have you heard about this one dude that's been in a mental institute for quite some time, and his DNA matches Elvis's? And he's been telling everybody that he's Elvis and that they faked his death and put him away because he was trying to expose something.
Yeah, I think he used to be on here. What was his name?
Is his name Joey Hara?
That's
I can't remember the guy's name, but he's locked up in a mental institute.
Well, Joey used to be in this server, and he claimed that his father was Elvis, but his real name was what was it? You remember, Lou? You remember, right? John. I forgot.
Yeah, it was Johnny something, but Hara probably. I forget exactly. All I know is
he used to share a link. He used to share a link that was a news. Some journalists did some investigation, and they had the DNA of Elvis, and he was alive, but he died. Years after whenever they claim he died. But Joey used to claim that he died already, that his father died, and that was Elvis. But he also said something interesting, that there was multiple Elvis or something like that would replace them.
Dude, Joey can say anything he wants. Even according to his story, he only knows what he could find out from other people. He'd never met his father, period. In real life, doesn't matter who his father is, Elvis or not. He never knew his father. So the poor guy is just, I feel bad for him. Like he wants to know. He wants to know, but he's driven himself crazy over it. Either that or he was crazy already.
And your grandpa met Elvis, you said?
No, I think they crossed paths a couple times, but no, he never actually spoke to him or shook hands with him or anything like that. According to that story, it was a big base for one, and for two, Elvis had all kinds of protection. Elvis was just there. He didn't. He was still a celebrity, and he didn't get thrown into the mix like every other soldier.
Oh my goodness! You know that back then they used to, and even still, the people used to imitate Elvis, right? And I think maybe Joey's dad was an Elvis imitator, and that's why he thought he was Elvis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what the case is. Yeah, that's the way I picked up on it also.
Because he shared a lot of pictures, like an old Elvis, and he said, "You see, he was alive, and he used to play Elvis." He shared photographs of that.
Yeah, he used to pretend to be Elvis, but I'm telling you, he's the real Elvis.
Yeah. He was this. He was the real Elvis. All right, enough about Elvis. He's he's an alien, and not
No, the
from
thing
Mexico.
was about the vitamins from a potato being the dirt. No, you're just supposed to wash the dirt off your potato. The vitamins are in the skin. You don't have to scrub it till all the skin comes off. You're still gonna get a little bit of dirt in there, but yeah, you don't need the extra dirt buildup to make a potato valuable to you.
Don't you gotta be
No, I'm
careful
saying
with
a lot of
potatoes
people will cut the
depending
skin
on the
off,
soil?
right?
Go ahead, bro.
A lot of like with baked potatoes, people won't even eat the skin. And it's like, dude, if you wash it properly and then put oil and spices on it, why not eat the skin? It's delicious.
Yeah. No, yeah. I was taught as a kid when we would bake potatoes. Like, I wouldn't be. I would bitch about it. I ate the inside. Like, nope. My dad would be like, no, you're not leaving the table till you eat the skin. And it's like all I had there now is skin. It's like this potato would be a lot better if I ate it with the skin, but now I just have skin.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. Now you cut up the skin and you eat it with the potato. It's the way it's done.
Oh man. You know those red potatoes? You don't even need to peel them. You know, you could just like chop them up, and even those small yellow ones.
Oh yeah, like the red ones or the yellow one. Yeah, they have a really thin skin. Like it doesn't really
You
matter.
can just cut them up and like throw them in the pan and fry them up with the skin on them. I mean, there's not even really any dirt on them at that point when you grow those. It's not like the russet where it's got the brown spots on it that you think is dirt.
They're little baby potatoes.
Yeah, but they're delicious, man. Oh my god, those red ones, like you get them from the store, and some that grow wise or whatever, you just plant them, right? Plant them in like some soil, and then shit, about 3 months later, you got about 4 little potatoes ready to go. Pretty good, man. They're like super creamy too. Those red ones, the red ruby reds or whatever they are. Do we still want to talk about potatoes?
No, I want the person who said that the dirt is where the vitamins are. I want him to speak up and tell me more about eating dirt.
I didn't say that's where the vitamins are. I said that's where the nutrition is.
That's the nutrition is in the dirt.
Yeah, because nutrients is what the plants take. Right? Nutrients is what the plants like consume, and they consume what's in the dirt.
Okay, right. Especially with root vegetables, yeah, they're just taking up. Yeah.
So, like with root vegetables, that's pretty much all that is it's dirt. So it don't matter if you wash it off or not. It's the chemicals that's in dirt. It's the straight nutrition. So it's like pretty good. And it's like the dirt that's on it, you shouldn't worry so much about washing the dirt off. Just like give them a good rub down with your hands in the water, and you'll see like the skin will brighten up, and then just eat the dang skin. A lot of people are
that's not the way I took it when you first said it. I thought you were more saying like, no, you shouldn't even wash it because the dirt's the good part. Like,
no, dirt is where the nutrition is, right? Like we don't take nutrition in; we take in chemicals that the plant has created from the nutrition in the soil, right? I mean, it's nutrients is what we add to the soil to make the soil more fertile, so that the plant.
Most of these crops, you know what nutrients we're adding, right? Like that stuff is.
Oh, I know.
Disgusting.
That's why I prefer using blackstrap molasses and forest humus. Get some mysonutrients going on there, some mysocultures. I got some weird, like, during the springtime, I'll get like a flush of yellow fucking amanitas. It's weird.
Is it malorganite, which is it's literally just like human feces, like mixed with like water and some other nasty chemicals and shit. Like,
yeah, don't forget to add your guano. Yeah, no, don't forget your guano, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could use earthworm shit. Earthworm castings.
All you need is castings. The broken gonna have dead worms mixed in the soil.
Yeah, and then a little bit of compost, and then mix that in with some potting soil that's old, and build yourself a little flower bed with that shit. And damn, grow some good vegetables out of there, like naturally. And every third time you water it, add about each gallon about 10 milligrams of blackstrap molasses to the water to feed the microbacteria and the microfungus that's in the soil, so that it breaks down the organic potting soil and restore naturally what's in the soil. Like, you'll notice your potatoes will taste better, your peppers will taste way better, way sweeter. Your tomatoes are going to be just so much more tastier. You know, whatever you're growing in there, if you're growing cannabis with that soil, it's going to be just so much more flavorful. That's better than using chemicals. Now, you're not going to get the yield that you're going to get by using these chemicals that are meant to just pump it up with a big 3, right? The nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus, right?
Naturally,
we're not looking for that. We're looking for micronutrients. Different.
That's great. Naturally, you can also add fulvic and humic minerals to the soil, and that will give it another boost. Like,
yeah, but you gotta be careful with that humic, right? Some of the hume is collected from, like, it's supposed to be collected from compost, right? That's what the hume is supposed to be collected from. But a lot of times it's collected from sewage treatment plants. So it's human feces. So you got to be careful on the sourcing on that, you know? Like, I like using the forest hume. It's a little bit better. It's not just, you know, human feces. It's bear and bird and whatever. Because there's no human feces in it. It's forest bottom. It's just forest floor, man. Jungle floor. You got to bake
There's
it.
no way. I mean, okay, I suppose maybe that's the way the balance of nature is meant to be, where we could use our own feces for doing that, but there's just something about it that seems disgusting. Like, I'd rather use any other animal's feces than human feces to fertilize my plants.
Yeah. But the thing is it has to be composted and actually changed and turned black into this thing that's called black gold hume. Yeah. Humus, whatever you want to call it, humes.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's something you're not planning to eat, fine. If it makes it grow good, great. But in a vegetable garden, I don't know.
Yeah, if you see, like, down here, we've got a lot of people with orange trees and citrus trees, and you see them just saying, hey, come get the citrus, you know. You always ask them, do you fertilize? And if they say no, then you ask them, well, where's your septic system? Because there ain't no sewer out here. And 9 times out of 10, those trees are growing up through the leach field.
Yeah, the ones that are growing the best. Oh, you got some nice, good, large, bright oranges over here.
Those are huge Texas grapefruit, man. But you eat it, fertilize it. I don't fertilize. What? Nah, I'm good.
Who wants to follow up after human feces compost? That's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really tough to top.
I'm sure it gets worse somewhere. So, anybody tried to grow a vegetable garden at a cemetery?
No, but I would. I'm kidding, of course. I think that would be bad just because of embalming fluid would probably poison the ground.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's illegal not to like tell them that you or somebody you know died, and then to just bury them in the backyard without proper licensing or certification or whatever. At least in Texas, as far as I know.
Oh, so I had a whole shit ton of sweet lunchbox peppers. They look like jalapenos. They eventually turned red, but they're sweet, no spice to them at all. Hardly any seeds too. So I decided to take those some bitches and make a pickle brine, a little sweet, and pickle them. So now I got sweet Italian style peppers. Mm. Good for sandwiches.
I can only eat peppers if I ferment them. Any pepper.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'd be good with the ferment, but you'd have to afterwards rinse the salt brine off. As because it's got to be like what, at least 6%, 3% to be safe, but or 6% to be sure. It's an awful lot of salt plus the sugar.
I don't know about the veggies. I just know that I put enough salt on while I cut to, I don't know, I just sprinkle it on as I go. I've never really measured. I don't usually put too much salt. I have once or twice, but otherwise, like, yeah, you just let the salt pull the juice out of the peppers or whatever itself, and it makes the brine right there. I don't even have to add water. Thought about trying to pickle them too with like apple cider.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
don't know,
ended up doing using apple
if you have
cider.
to do special, if you have to do special stuff to eat peppers, just don't eat peppers. Like it shouldn't. You shouldn't have to go out of your way for it.
Well, I have to go out of my way for almost any vegetable. Like if I want to eat a vegetable, except for a rare select few, I have to ferment it. Like I can't eat any turnips or cauliflower, broccoli, or any of that stuff. But I can eat tomatoes. I can eat potatoes. I don't know. I can eat a few squash, like the summer squash, spaghetti squash. I can't have acorn. It's weird. I don't know exactly what it is about it. But some things I can just eat. Some things I can't. I have to ferment first.
What do you mean you can't? Like what happens to you?
Like I have what's called psoriasis, and it's an autoimmune disorder that I can make go away if I eat correctly. I've done it. I've eaten correctly for a period of 6 months, and then I fell off of it. I started eating like sugary stuff and other things. Like sugar does it, and anything that I don't know, anything that gets past the gut barrier, the gut blood barrier, like your gut wall gets little cracks in it if you've been eating wrong or done a lot of drugs or some crap, and little particles of food will get through into your bloodstream, and your white blood cells then attack those particles of food, if you believe in particles, and they cause you to be quote unquote allergic to the food. You start to get like
Okay, I mean you're getting. I was just more talking about your symptoms. What happens to you if you eat a cucumber?
oh, if I eat, I get like the shits, and then that, like I get dandruff. My skin starts to dry out. It's kind of weird. I can't have cucumbers either. I have to make pickles. Can't have cabbage, but I can have sauerkraut, which I love sauerkraut. But you know,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
do what?
What condition do you have?
He's a vampire.
It's called the GAP syndrome, actually, or some people might call it like Crohn's or IBS.
Crohn's, okay.
Yeah, through paresis.
Yeah, dude, just go vegan, man. What's wrong with you? It's not that hard.
I tried, and it gave me shits for weeks straight.
You got to do it right, dude. You got to seek medical. You know, you can't just do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? You have to.
You mean I can't make green juice out of like every vegetable that's on
I
the?
said vegan. I didn't say juice.
Like that's what I did.
Vegan.
I went
Vegan
for I did that, and that was nice. The green juice was different. I could live off that, but then my juicer broke, and I can't afford a new one. But but I've tried going vegan. It doesn't work for me.
Nah, it'll work. You have to know what you're doing because I've been vegan.
It doesn't
Bro, I've been
work.
I've been vegan for years. I was born vegetarian.
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I've tried.
6 years old, dude. Let me finish though. He's just saying that without knowing what vegan is. You can't just.
I do know what vegan is. I know what carnivore is. I know what it all is. I've studied this shit for like 10 years.
It sounds to me like his body doesn't agree with vegetables. Maybe carnivore is right for him. But it's this whole thing where everybody in these conversations, they're always saying, no, this is my way is the only way.
No, dude, if you just let me finish, if I get a chance to finish, I mean, gosh, everyone, listen.
You have a chance now. Go ahead.
Not everybody's body eats the same vegetables, right? So just because I can digest kale doesn't mean this guy can. It has to be something. There is a vegetable for everybody, just like there's a fruit for fruit. You have to search. Okay, not everybody's body agrees with everything. That's why there's so many different kinds of vegetables, so many different kinds of fruit, so many different kinds of grain, so many different kinds of this or that, or nuts. Some people can't eat nuts, but there might be one nut that they can eat. You see what I'm saying? You have to do your research with yourself. You have to experiment on yourself. Or you can go and get your shit tested, your blood tested. They'll tell you what you can eat and what you can digest and what not. That's what I'm saying. You have, if you really are interested in it, you have to spend a little money to learn how to take better care of your health. Okay.
It sounds like with him for the most part, like his body just doesn't agree with vegetables in general.
But he hasn't had medical evaluation. That's what I'm trying to understand. You have to go get by a naturopathic doctor.
To authority.
Naturopathic. So what, dude? If you're talking about your health, that's what's important. Right, so if you go to a naturopathic doctor, not some douchebag at the fucking hospital down the street that's just going to prescribe you drugs, you need to go
blood tests, dude.
Exactly, you got to get your blood tested, man. You have
what naturopaths don't do blood tests.
No, you can. I understand that, but what I'm saying is there are facilities that you can go to. There are places that do focus on such things like this. You just have to look for it. Right? There's all kinds of shit out there, bro. I'm just saying. I've been
vegan as shit. I follow the shit. When it makes me shit good, that's what I eat. If it doesn't make me shit good, I don't eat it.
All right, well, then that's as far as you're gonna get.
Exactly. That's why I enjoy such good food. All homemade, all fresh prepared. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Meat and vegetables. I eat both. I'm just a horror, aren't I?
No, you're just an idiot.
No, dude, that's not fair, dude. It sounds like
what I'm saying is
he's tried a lot of different things, and he's already found out what works for him. Like the fact
that's
that
not
what
working for him
isn't what
it's obviously not, though. It's not working for him, right?
No, dude, he already knows. He said his body doesn't agree with this or with that or the other thing. If he wants to, he has to do it this way. So he's done some research and he figured out what doesn't agree with him and what does.
I have Crohn's diagnosed from a blood test. I've also tried veganism and it didn't work for me. So
yeah, but you, like I'm saying, you guys don't understand. You have to go. If your problem is so advanced, if your problem is so advanced, you have to go to somewhere that can help that advanced stage of your issue. You can't.
Or you can do what's called an elimination diet, where you take it down to literally nothing but meat and broth, and then you add in at a time from there.
Dude,
until you can eat it unfermented. There's a way to teach your body to literally eat food. You know, all the vegetables that I can eat, if I took the time, I could ferment them and eat them. I just haven't taken the time out in my life for that. It's just a lot.
Bro, your system could your whole entire system could be have the bad bacteria, right, or this or that, right? You won't know that shit unless you get it diagnosed, right? But you have to go to the right type of facility to have that done.
Sit in some water.
What I'm saying is, if it's something that you really have a problem with, you'll do what needs to be done. If not, then you just live the
There's
way.
ways to
Obviously,
test
you
at
have
home.
to wait.
There's ways to do all this shit without the doctor. I'm sorry, dude. Like, you're wrong. You can be a vegan. Someone can be a carnivore. I eat both meat and vegetables. I don't want to be vegan. I've tried it many
Exactly. There you go. That's all you had to say.
It doesn't work for me. You can't say that I'm wrong and I have to do it again. I have to do this because I don't. Because I've done what I need to do. I've done my back work. I've done my due diligence. I'm sorry.
Is it gastroparesis?
No idea. Honestly, I just know that it's at least IBS. I like to call it leaky gut syndrome because I know that methodology. I followed it and it worked.
I don't understand, like fraud. I agree with you on a lot of things, but when it comes to this, if it's about, it just sounds like you're very passionate about veganism, and you think that it can be the solution for everybody, and that they just haven't tried hard enough if they didn't figure it out. Like, you shouldn't worry so much about other people's diets. It's your own diet. It's specific to you.
No, I said try this. Oh, it didn't fucking work for me. I'm like, well, did you try it? Did you really try it, or you just fucking threw some shit in a bowl and said, all right, I'm gonna be vegan today? And listen, it's when you have an advanced stage situation, it's gonna take fucking time, bro. You've pushed your body to such limits now that's gonna take a while to get back in your system back in order. You know what I'm saying? So like if it's bothering him that bad, he would really seek information, but it's not. So it's not something that's really important to him. So he wants to do it his way. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? What works for him?
You're making it seem like I'm too lazy to do this. No, I have looked.
You
I have
said, bro,
tried.
I don't. You just
appeal to authority.
What came out of your mouth was
that I don't know what I'm talking about. Because I
came out of your mouth was, bro, I don't want to be vegan. That's what you said. I don't want to be vegan. That's fine.
It's just one diet. I think that depending on where you're from, depending on your heritage, is what you should eat. What your ancestors ate is what you should eat, because that's what your body is most adapt to eating. Like,
now, is that science or is that out of your head? Is that science or is that out of your head? Is that just something
that is out of the books I've read?
Is that science though? Is that something is that science or is that?
Look up curing tooth decay. These are scientists who went out and studied these people and got results. Like, I don't know, I can't explain all of it right now, but if you would go and look at these books I just mentioned, Curing Tooth Decay, Gut and Psychosis Syndrome, and Deep Nutrition, and I don't know everything, but I have read those 3 books, and I've just lived and eaten and tested, like, with my body. Like, I've used myself as a guinea pig, and I found that certain things don't work. Like, certain things don't work. Like all the plants with latex. Like, my wife can't eat anything with latex, but that doesn't mean that she can't eat vegetables or fruits. It's just some people didn't grow up in certain areas, and so they can't eat certain things.
Well, another thing here, Fraud, another thing to point out is, though he did say he doesn't want to be vegan, what he didn't say, even though it's in the same statement, is he doesn't want to be a carnivore either. It sounds to me, even though I'm on an omnivore diet. I don't eat. I like vegetables. I like meat. But it sounds to me like vegetables don't agree with him. I want to know if he's actually tried a carnivore diet.
Somewhat. I prefer to eat vegetables because it keeps me pooping a little more regularly. I get stopped up when I eat carnivore.
That might be something worth trying for you. That might be something worth trying for you. I know it sounds like you want to grow vegetables and you want to eat vegetables, but if they don't agree with you, maybe that's not for you. Maybe you should be raising animals instead.
I do both. When it comes to food, I'm kind of an opportunist. Well, I say that. I just don't eat anything processed. Yeah, I think that that's the real poison. I don't think it's meat or vegetables. I think that processed sugary crap is the true demon of food. And all the rest of it is just us getting arguing over semantics.
Well, you got it right on the head. You just worded it wrong. Everything that's not natural, right? We shouldn't be eating, right? So, if an animal lives in its own poo, you probably will think this is clean food, right? So, yeah, you probably naturally wouldn't kill a pig, but then maybe you're some sort of barbarian and you don't care, and you're like, I mean, I guess each to their own, right? I'm mud bugs. I'm a Texan, but people from Louisiana, they're like, oh, that crawfish etouffee, yum yum.
Etouffee ain't too bad though. I just can't have the rice. I can't eat any grains. I can.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? I wouldn't naturally eat that. I'm a Texan, right?
Right.
But see, then there's you have quinoa, you have spelt, you have
I've tried spelt. I never went to a doctor, but I went out and literally tried every unique grain, every unique bean, every unique nut. Like I've tried. I wish I could eat quinoa. That stuff is so good, especially with some butter and like all you need is butter and salt. It's so good, but oh, it hurts my belly so bad.
All right, then you try.
I'm sorry. I lost my temper.
Ew. Dude, I don't know. Maybe quinoa. I've tried, quinoa. I don't understand. Why do people pretend to like they like quinoa? It's healthy. I know it's healthy for you. Nobody likes quinoa. You just do it because it's healthy. It's shit.
Plants that are crossed with the strain called the white are high in CBN.
So advanced, so you said you can't eat any grains. That's why I said you should go get yourself tested, man. Because like to have an advanced stage situation like that, you need help. So you need help so you can get some better direction. If you do a process of elimination, yeah, it helps, but then you got to deal with the consequences. You know what I'm saying? So if you get your shit tested, they can tell you exactly what you fucking need. You know what I'm saying? That's mostly the reason why I say that, because when you're so advanced in a disease like that, dude, it's no fun to sit there and just fucking throw shit in your body and have adverse reactions.
See, that's your view, though. That's your perspective. I don't view it as in a state of disease. I view it as I'm able to eat as much meat and of the vegetables I can eat. I can eat as much of that as I want. And if I cook it right, I can make it taste like pizza. I can make it taste like anything. I don't need those grains. I don't need those beans. I don't need any of it. I just need a little time to cook some meat, a little time to cook some freaking French fries and some green beans or something, you know?
Greens or some bok choy with some spices in it.
Well, see, Hank, my ancestors ate raw fish. Does that mean I should eat raw fish?
It's not bad.
Nope.
Eggs aren't bad either.
Some of my ancestors drink heartily, but I turned red in the face.
But see, here's the thing. I love raw fish, and I can digest it. It doesn't upset my stomach at all. Sushi.
My ancestors ate people. You want to...
It just depends. See, fish is not like a land animal. As soon as it's taken out of the water and you cut its gills, it's bled out. And the blood is contained in a certain part. It's not all throughout the meat like it is with land animals. So it's a little different. You can eat raw fish because there's no blood in the flesh. There's no blood in the meat of it. But if you eat like a whole fish, yeah, you're going to eat blood with it. And that's not exactly right, you know. But the thing is when you cook things, you tend to break down chemical bonds, and you lose a lot of the nutritional value. A lot of the vitamins get denatured, and just from the act of cooking it. Like, especially when you're cooking vegetables, a lot of people will cook their vegetables to where there's hardly any color left in the broccoli at all, and they'll just drown it with cheese. And I go, the hell are you doing? If you're going to eat broccoli, eat blanched broccoli. Blanch it. It's good.
You'd probably be better off to just drink the water you boiled it in.
Yeah, blanch it for 3 minutes.
Well, on that point though, if you don't cook a lot of vegetables somewhat, they have chemicals in them that are actually, they'll fight the human body because they don't want to be eaten. They're alive too. And so they don't want to be eaten. So they release these chemicals whenever they're killed that are toxic in small, like tiny amounts, nothing crazy. But I think they're called phyto somethings. You guys can look them up.
Phytocytamines.
I think that's it. My mom was talking to me about it one time.
You have carrots, right? Like the best thing to do with carrots instead of eating them raw is, because they can be sharp and agitate your gut lining. Boil them for about 5 to 12 minutes, depending on how tough you want it. And then basically you're making a tea with the juice, with the water, right? So you're going to drink the water and then eat the carrots. That way you get everything from there. You get all of the vitamin A because it doesn't get destroyed when you're boiling it in the water for some reason. I guess because it doesn't get hot, the temperature doesn't get high enough, but it does.
That's where, like for carrots especially, I love fermenting carrots with my sauerkraut because it almost cooks them without cooking them. That's the cool thing about fermenting. It'll
tender, yeah.
You can store food for months and somehow it cooks it in a weird way. Well, not really cooks it, but it's pretty digested.
Well, like ceviche. Have you ever had that?
Yeah,
no, the original soy sauce is fermented soybean.
No, you can. It's fermented beef or whatever, meat, whatever. It's
no.
You basically use citrus to ferment it, and it preserves it also, but it cooks it, so it's not really raw, even though it's raw.
Ceviche is usually like fresh seafood, and then they put lemon and lime juice.
Shrimp or beef, usually, right?
I don't know. I don't eat that. I don't eat shrimp.
I had some Mexican guys I used to work with that brought in like shrimp ceviche a couple of times. And I think it's delicious. It looks like, huh?
Sorry.
Anyway, yeah, you don't you can cook with acids without ever applying heat.
See, so the caveman learned some more things. You don't need to use water and fire to cook things.
See, the interesting thing about citrus is the citrus oils will melt petrochemicals, or they'll technically, I guess they're considered digesting it. But so when you take a drop of, let's say, orange oil and you drop it onto a styrofoam cup, it'll eat a hole right through the side. So it'll also go into your body and melt the petrochemicals out of your cells, because your fat cells will hold them and protect them until you can detoxify them. Anyways, just fun fact about citrus.
That's why you should eat the peel too, because that's where most of the oil is at, right?
Yeah, I used to do the whole thing when I green juiced. Do an onion, I would do garlic, and I would do citrus peels. Like the lemon, like a whole lemon.
Kumquats, you don't really want to eat the fruit of it. You just want to eat the peel. That's usually what marmalade's made out of, is kumquat rind.
All right, let's get into some flat earth. This is retarded.
Yeah, it's amazing how all of the anti-science, conservative meat eaters, idiots, seem to love all this vegan stuff. It's just funny. I'm not being serious. That's just the perception.
See, the vegan stuff. All right, let's really get into it. If you guys want to get into it, and none of you guys,
I don't. I was just. I don't. I was just,
yeah, but none of you guys are gonna like it. This is one thing that annoys the shit out of me about a lot of people in here. You guys are progressive in your thought process, but when it comes to what you eat, you're not. right? So if you are a Bible believing person, that you believe in the Christian Bible, you have to realize Adam and Eve were fucking vegans. I don't give a fuck what the fuck you think that's what they were.
They were not vegan. They were fruitarian.
Doesn't fucking matter. They ate of the tree. They ate of the tree. You don't know what the fuck grew on the tree back then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in the Bible, it also says now you're getting
right.
kicked out.
Were you back there too? Were you back there then, or whatever? What's it?
Also, herb, right? Green herb for meat.
Let me finish, dude. Fuck.
They also ate herbs.
I don't talk on here much. Let me fucking finish shit. Anyway,
What's up with you fucking weirdos that always get all pissed off whenever somebody talks next to you? What the fuck?
Anyway, after the flood, there was no more vegetation on the earth, right? Then God said, okay, now you can eat flesh, but this is the flesh you can eat. All right? He told you how to do it. He told you what you could eat, how you had to do it to prepare it. Nobody does that shit anymore. That's the problem. Okay? That's not how meat's not prepared the way it's supposed to be prepared. They don't eat, everybody eats swine, they eat bottom feeders, they eat dumb shit. They should not supposed to be fucking eating. And then they have these animals in these fucking facilities, fucking never seen the light of day, shooting them up with steroids and all kind of crazy crap, right? So now you have all these problems with shit. Now you have processed foods, all that shit. Man was not made to eat that shit. That's not what you're supposed to eat. So whether you like it or not, whether you like it or not, that's how it is. This is why this shit pisses me off so much when people talk about it, because they act like that's not what we were. That's what we were before all this shit happened. We ate of the tree. That was it. Not all this fucking Adam wasn't out there slaughtering shit to fucking eat it.
Like a angry Republican
I wasn't
vegan
there,
now.
so I don't know personally because I wasn't there.
That bears
Yeah, but that's
seed
why there's
is
a
good
book
for
to
meat.
tell you what the fuck happened. Just like you read your books about whatever the fuck you read about. The Bible is a book that you can read.
That's one point of view, Fraud, but not everybody reads that book and says
I
this is the
understand that, dude. That's why I said it's for Christians. If you're not, then it's not going to apply to you. But I'm saying if you're a Christian person and you believe in that Bible, that's what it's fucking telling you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it says don't judge them for what they.
Dude, I didn't say that, dude. But I'm saying if you're going to return to that lifestyle, which everybody hope Christ is supposed to come again, that's what's going to happen. Everything is going to return to the way it was. So all this meat eating is not going to be happening in the new earth. I'm sorry.
I can say I'm starting to agree with you, sort of, in the point that, and not maybe in more of the holistic viewpoint, where your body is made perfect, and we're poisoning it with anything from the outside. Yeah.
And logically, here's
all
a bit
of the people that's lived for a long time, like Chinese people that lived for a long time, were fruitarians.
If you think about this logically, right? You guys like to be logical. The strongest animals on the face of the earth are all vegetarian. Every single one of them.
Not gorillas.
The most powerful animals, right? That's what they are. I'm sorry.
Yeah, gorillas are good. I meant lions. Yeah, but
actually,
crocodiles eat plenty of vegetables.
Or go fuck with a bull and see what happens.
Vegetables and meat.
Go fuck with a bull or go fuck with a horse and see what happens.
Go fuck with a whale and it eats vegetables and meat.
I didn't say. I said on the land, dude. Did I say in the fucking ocean?
You said on the. You said.
I said on the land. I said on the land. If you listen,
they only eat vegetables, but they'll still kill you.
Listen, you have a good case. I mean, as far as veganism is healthy.
It's the word. If you're a Christian, that's what it is. If you're not, then understand. But if you're a Christian, that's what you have to understand as a Christian.
You can't keep pushing that narrative when it's.
I'm not pushing it.
It literally says in the Bible, "Now go eat meat."
I'm just saying, if you're a Christian,
everyone is meant to eat grass like the others.
Hey guys, I apologize for interrupting. I am certainly not trying to barge in or nothing like that. I just kind of had a little bit of a flashback, like probably 3 years ago in the old server. One time, Helio, Bong, and I think Ron Sheckelson maybe, for 6 hours, we fought about vegetarianism. Oh my God, it was till the sun came up. It was the best time ever, I just have to tell you.
Yeah, Helio would fight the hell out of that shit.
Well, that's the thing that I find the most
offending person was.
I find it most interesting.
Helio would have lost his cool with you guys.
Like people who eat meat typically aren't going to be so passionate about it as the the vegetarians or even the carnivores. They can be, if they eat only meat, they can be nearly as passionate, but for some reason, the vegan just thinks it's the only truth, and you have to believe it. It's like the earth is flat, it's the only option, it's true, and
Listen,
anybody who doesn't agree is wrong. Like
that's how it is now. You know why? Because in the beginning, when people first found out I was vegan, I got ridiculed, just like you get with the flat earth. I got laughed, I got ridiculed. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. But I used to get that shit, dude. And so now that it's mainstream, yeah, we're pushing back because we're sick of that shit. I was sick of that shit, dude. I'm like, you're a fucking retard. I mean, like, even if you go look at sports doctors and all that shit, they'll tell you straight up they've done the blood work. You pump more blood through your oxygen as a vegetarian. It's fucking
What's funny is I've heard of a lot of carnivores. I've heard of a lot of carnivores who.
Dude, I'm not done talking.
Had to go
I have a question. I have a question. Oh,
women are dominant. As she speaks, we shut up. Right?
Well, her voice.
Well, I have a question. How did you guys start talking about this?
This kid's got Crohn's disease. The kid's got Crohn's disease. That's how it came up.
Okay. Carry on.
There's no curvature, guys. There's no curvature to the earth.
Wait, what do you think? Wait, Crohn's disease happens because people eat meat?
No, dude, that's just how the situation got started.
Okay.
Yeah,
I do have a friend who has Crohn's disease, and she became a vegetarian after that. I don't know if it helps, like with any aches or pains or anything, but she seems to be doing fine. She's fully vegan now.
I would point out, somebody I think touched on it, that this whole idea of like being like veganism and all that stuff fits in perfectly with the whole Agenda 21 freaking narrative that they've been pushing on us about how cow farts are killing the earth and everything else. Yeah, they don't want you eating meat. That's part of all those asshole controllers that are trying to stick you with shit that you don't want. They also don't want you eating meat. Just a little food for thought.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
No, it is.
It is true. They want you eating lab-grown, no nutritious meat. Right? They want you eating like crickets and grasshoppers and shit.
So they went from grinding up HBs to saying, forget all that, just eat this mystery meat.
Mystery meat, sure, but they are completely against.
They take the hemoglobin from plants and make meat.
You know what HBs stand for. I don't have to say it out loud. Yeah, at least that's what I heard this guy say one time in this video that I cannot find, but he said, we're all eating. Man, it was a sick thing to think about, but then everyone mostly believes that the earth is a sphere. So who knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I'm currently on a 21-day Daniel fast from meat, and so it's not that I think that you should eat meat or shouldn't eat meat according to the Bible, but the Bible does say to eat meat because we're dead. So
as far as I've read, I mean, they eat meat just fine. There's a story towards the beginning where the people are tired of eating, I forget whatever it is, bread and all types of other shit. And they're like, man, I would kill for some of the meat we were eating when we were slaves in Egypt. And God was like, I'll feed you motherfuckers until you get sick and die. So I don't know. I'm really not sure on what way it's supposed to be, whether you're supposed to eat fruits and nuts or I'm not necessarily sure.
No,
Elijah. That's been my point from the beginning, is like with everyone, it sounds like he's done his work to decide the diet that works for him. And Claude got upset because he's like, he didn't feel like he had done enough trying to become a vegan. Like, vegan is the only way, is where this ended up going. And what's wrong with different people needing different diets. Like maybe veganism works great for you, and maybe carnivore works great for you, and maybe omnivore is the way for most of us, because that's the way I think it is anyway.
I feel like it's my fault that he got upset. Yeah.
Carnivore was my favorite diet by far because I have the best body until I started dropping so much weight that I got scared because I couldn't stop it. So I don't know.
I wanted to say about Tafra that I don't think being vegan is stupid or anything. I think that is awesome that you're able to pull through and do that.
I did feel great. It's you know what? If I had only ate plants and no bread and no sugar, I probably would have had the same result. It's just crazy how quickly we drop weight, and me being a 6'2" guy, I assume that I should be at least 200 pounds. Hitting nearly 170 was kind of, I don't know if that's natural. I don't know if we would eventually stop, but it was like fucking.
I'm 6'1".
Kevin Durant.
Dude, 6'2", 170 is like a twig, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, it was on some Kevin
baby.
Durant type shit.
That's what I weighed pre-baby, was 170, and I was very thin, and I was
Wow, you're
6'1".
Amazon, Jenny. You're Amazon. That's hot.
Yeah.
We try to be not like this, but I'm sorry, Jenny. Why are we
not
like
the
this?
first, not the last. It's all right.
Well, just think about this, right? Whenever they would sacrifice an animal in the Bible, right? What did that signify?
That was not for food.
No, but
they had to consume the animal.
They did eat meat, and they did have to pray over it a certain way, and there was certain people that could eat that special prayed over
like
meat.
I said, there was a purpose for everything in the Bible. Is a purpose behind it, right? It's not just
one of the reasons why human sacrifice is an abomination.
Right, but what I'm saying is the sacrifice was the type of the sacrifice that's coming for mankind, which was Jesus, right? So you were to sacrifice a lamb, typifying Christ, who was the Lamb of God. All right, so that's what it was for. So it was to represent.
The lamb was like your pet.
No, not if you're sacrificing it.
It was unblemished.
It was unblemished lamb, exactly, unblemished lamb, the Lamb of God.
Unblemished yearling. So and the yearlings were always taken into the house and taken care of.
After Christ came, all that stopped, right? Because Christ was the ultimate sacrifice. So that went away.
Right.
So don't eat chicken.
So you're saying when Abraham was told to sacrifice Isaac, right? And then he saw a ram in the thicket, so he sacrificed the ram in the place of Isaac, right?
Okay.
They all ate that lamb. They brought the lamb back in and they kicked it.
What are you saying? Where are you going with this?
What happened after Noah?
What are you trying to say?
After the flood, what happened?
We're going to a barbecue.
So what I was hearing
I already went over this, right?
It was how we figured out.
Hold on, Jenny. He didn't hear the first part when I was talking. I said in the beginning, Adam and Eve, they ate of the tree. They did not eat animals. After sin entered into the world, that's when all this shit started. And then after the flood, there was no vegetation left on the earth. So man was told that he could eat meat. He was told what kind.
What not?
You don't know this. You don't know any of this, bro. Come on, stop it.
Yeah. I want to know how the vegetation died, but animals survived.
Because they were on the damn boat, bro.
Because there was 7 by 7 of every clean animal and 2 by 2 of every unclean animal.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So the animals they brought on the boat are what they were able to use to repopulate. But what did those animals eat? Those animals all eat vegetables, right?
Well, they had to bring food for the animals. I mean, come on.
The lion didn't eat vegetables.
Yeah, he did.
Did they bring every seed of the earth too?
Yeah, well, they brought.
I mean,
who knows?
I mean, instead of scrutinizing the story to see plot holes, why not just be edified by the message it's trying to bring? Like, why do we do this? Why are we like this?
I would say the same thing. Like,
Because listen, hold on. There's just like with the Globers, there's an emotional attachment to all of this. Same thing. This is what I have when I come up against carnivores. They're attached to the flesh. They don't want to give it up. They don't want to believe.
Prove that you're
They
right.
don't. Hold on, man. Damn.
Yeah.
They don't want to believe that they can live a life without it. You know what I'm saying? So they're stuck in this belief, like, I have to eat meat. No, you fucking don't. You just want to. There's a difference. Just admit that shit. It's not. There's nothing wrong with that. Just be real.
Breatharians,
Just be fucking
breatharians
real.
would
That's
say they
it.
don't have to eat anything.
There's
I've done both. I've done
scientists
both.
that said you have
I've
to eat meat.
I've excluded meat from my diet. Then I've excluded plants from my diet, and I was fine both times, bro. So
I will see if I can find a scientist who, he's a Christian scientist who said you need to eat meat, that it's necessary for your diet, it's necessary for. I'll try to see if I can find him and post it
The whole
for you. Not that
dietary argument shouldn't really be about what says in the Bible or any religious text. It's not about religion. I mean, I know religion is included. So if you're religious, then yeah. But if it's really just about your diet, then how then what it says in the Bible or what it says in the Quran or anything else shouldn't really matter. It's about what gives you the best result.
Okay. God showed you what was the best results, right? He gave you the best. Hold on, dude. Let me fucking get it out. Damn. I'm just saying, dude. In the beginning, he gave you your diet. He gave your diet.
I just got done saying it shouldn't be about the Bible, and you said, "But no, God already told you." That's not my argument. Is that God didn't tell me?
I said it's for Christians, man. I didn't say it was for everybody, bro. That's what I said earlier.
Who's Christians? Who's that?
I don't know. Some people in the damn Bible.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about those people.
You see, this is another one that gets heated, just like the flat Earth. this whole fucking diet and religion, man. Those two things, bro. And politics too.
Yeah, just like the veganism is religious too.
Yeah, you're combining your veganism with religion, and then you wonder why the two combined are get heated.
It doesn't matter, bro. That's how you started out. That's how the race started out, as a fucking vegan. Sorry, suck it up.
How do you know that? It's just a belief.
The Bible says it.
Yeah,
it's a belief.
The first thing I ate was my mother's milk, and it's definitely not a vegetable.
Exactly.
I said the beginning of mankind.
The first meal. Hey, God designed the first meal for a reason, which is the mother's milk. You're done.
You just find out when Jesus comes again.
You're done.
Fucking cannibals. God damn it. You know I was a cannibal.
We were born in a graveyard.
All men are born between urine and feces.
Yeah, so I would say let the veganism, the fruits of it. When people start seeing how healthy you are and how happy you are, let that speak for itself.
That's what I do, dude. I'm almost 50, dude. I have my own. My business is I lift furniture for a living, right? That's my own business. None of these fuckers can keep up with me. It's like because they're fucking pussies. They don't eat right. They don't take care of themselves, bro. I make a smoothie and I'm good for the whole fucking day. Fucking soft ass motherfuckers. Most meat eaters are like that.
How long have you been vegan for? What, 5 years?
How long have you been
I was born this way.
insufferably entitled? I mean, vegan.
I was born this way. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Oh, that's good. You can
we get
survive
back to
like
the flat
that.
Earth, please?
That's what I've been trying to do for like an hour. They want
And other people can eat meat
you
and
didn't
be
do
good,
it,
right?
And then you came after people for their eating habits. So we're going to change the subject.
They started it. Bro.
I've been listening the whole time, Fraud. We're going to go back to flat Earth.
Fuck you listening. You weren't listening right.
No, you're done. We're going to change the subject now. No one wants to hear about veganism anymore. Nobody.
Have you seen the videos of vegans with brain damage?
Thank you. Anything.
No, change the damn subject.
Okay, thank you. We need to teach the Globers the scientific method, I think. It will help them in their lives.
Step 1 through 10.
Huh?
That's the scientific message to a Glober. Ask a scientist. Step 1 through 10. Ask the
Appeal to
scientists, trust the
authority.
scientists, count the scientists, see how many think something. That's how you figure it out.
Now, be honest, they don't even ask a scientist, they ask Rabbi Google. Anything Google says is true.
I know they ask Simon Gain or something.
Yeah. No, they don't even ask. They just take what it is that's presented to them in the media, in the magazine headlines, or on the newspaper headlines, or on the Google headlines, and they don't even read the article. They just say, "I saw a headline, and now I believe this."
It's what a lot of people do with social media is they'll just repost the headlines without ever looking. It's like, did you even look at this article? This article makes no sense. And when you click on any of the citations and like outside links, it goes to 404 error. It's fake news. It's literally a fake news story. The site was created 2 years ago.
How many times has the Glober given us a citation and it didn't say anything that they thought it said? They just read the title. They didn't even read the abstract.
Every single time ever.
Yep, exactly.
You saw China was growing plants with electricity. That's called electroculture. A handful of dirt and electricity.
Are you saying I should shock my food? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, pretty cool.
Did you guys hear a shock when he said the word shock?
Yep.
That was just a coincidence.
What the fuck was that, dude?
I think Lou's been dabbling in the mind altering stuff and being a magician again.
He needs to pay attention.
Me?
Would you please help him out?
No, it's XO. XO said the word shock.
It was XO.
And it goes...
I saw Lou's avatar pop up. My bad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, canst thou bring the lightnings? You don't know about that. Oh, that's right. We can't talk about the Bible here.
Well, I thought I had Zeus. I thought he was going to give me some lightning.
No, Zeus is fiction. See, that's the thing.
No, he's a cat. He's right here.
Now, we just talked about veganism for over an hour. Why not talk about the Bible for like 5 more hours?
You know, there's a tribe in Senegal.
Well, no, I've shown up, so you have to stop talking about the Bible now since I've shown up. As soon as I leave, you'll be able to talk about it for another 4 or 5 hours.
There's a tribe in Senegal that thinks that they revere lightning as this mystical power that is generated by witches, right? And they revere like the lightning. So whenever there's a lightning storm, nobody in their house will sit because it's not proper to sit while the king is present. And they call the one that generates the lightning, he who is invisible that sits above all.
And they stopped talking about it because I showed up.
Okay, I'm going to type in define veganism. Fraud, chime in whenever you're ready.
This doesn't sound like de-escalation to me.
So what's the difference, Fraud? Real quick, since Fraud and I are allies, what's the difference, Fraud, between vegetarian and vegan?
What the fuck is wrong with you, XO?
Okay, so moving on already. Okay, again.
I mean, come on,
fine.
dude.
Yep, that's fine.
Can we at least try to flirt?
I'd like to define some.
It was an hour of it, right? An hour.
I don't believe
on the Flat Earth channel.
Okay, I don't believe veganism exists. Prove me wrong.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like one of these things that people don't understand about flat Earth, they think it's always a belief, right? But it's not a belief. Like different people have different beliefs. Like some people believe we should only eat meat. Some people believe we should only eat plants, and other people believe I can eat whatever I want to, right?
Okay,
However,
Flatflow, you're gonna have to chime in now.
I think, yeah. I mean, you're still talking about food.
But with like things when it
I like
comes to the flat Earth, it's not a belief, right? I'm talking
Right,
about
that's
the
true.
difference between a belief and something that we can test to be true.
What if I
And we
said that
can
Well,
about
it's
test
the
not even the
Earth.
same
right?
thing. It's the difference between what is and versus, what am I doing, right? Action versus, like noun versus a verb, right?
Right.
What should I do? That's always going to be a belief.
Yeah, but for some people, it is a belief. Some people are not going to do the research to find out for themselves. Some people are just natural followers. Some people are going to take your word for it. And for them, it's a belief.
Yep. It's like these people, they say they believe in science, which means they trust the science, right? Without ever knowing what the science truly is. They might know the math of it, but they haven't done the research to figure out, what the guy that came up with the theory had found before him. That's what research is to search out what those who came before you had found. And some people don't know how to properly research things. Like you can do it academically where you just get a bunch of citations, but that really is not researching. I mean, you haven't spent hours diving into the source material for the person that came up with the theory and how he came up with the theory and try to replicate the theory and then try to do it without any presuppositions. People don't know how to do that anymore.
Yeah, and
They're
whatever
brainwashed.
the guy felt about the results are not as important as the thing that he's basing it on. So that's kind of the foundation of it all, which kind of needs to be looked at when you're doing the research. Otherwise, you're just taking the opinion of whoever looked at it.
Exactly. So when we say research the flat earth, we don't mean, watch a couple of YouTube videos. We mean get to the nuts and bolts. How did the globe models start?
You know what? I don't want anyone to watch one YouTube video ever again. I don't care. I don't care if they do it. In fact, don't. Just go test the Earth for the globe against the globe math. That's it. That's all you need to do. Thanks.
So you're saying welcome to 2015.
I'm saying welcome to reality ever.
What if they need a demonstration about how to properly set up the test? Can they YouTube that?
Yeah, it's already online, everything. So if they want to YouTube, I'm saying the best proof, do it yourself. And if you want to be entertained by the truth, yeah, there's a lot of it on YouTube. BitChute, all kinds of shit.
Okay, so dead air. We're talking flat earth and it gets dead. We talk veganism, it goes on heated for an hour. XO, do you want to talk about religion for 5 hours or not?
Yeah, I tried. But then again, I used the word try, which meant I failed.
If at first you don't succeed,
People don't know how to do research. How about that? Don't even know how to do it correctly.
yeah,
You
you know
gotta
my
look
motto.
for the foundation.
If you don't do something right the first time, do something else.
Well, I'll tell you how I read a research paper, right? I skim the abstract. I go down to like where they actually did the experiment. Pretty much flush it. See what they did. Look at the equipment list. Blah 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 blah. Then I'll start reading it, and I go check the footnotes. Right, their citations. I go like look at their citations to see if like what they're citing has any basis. And I just go backwards in time, and typically you'll find out there's some foundation, which is just a presupposition, which is a bunch of baloney.
Yeah.
Then you have to throw the whole thing out. I mean, it's difficult. It's time consuming to do it that way, but it's you're going to get a better idea of whatever it is they're talking about, and what they're like. If someone comes in and like uses that as an argument, typically they don't even know the like. I'll give you an example: the Cavendish experiment. Most people don't even know what actually happens in it. They just think like two balls get stuck together and they just stick there. It's nothing like that. They slowly move towards each other and then they oscillate back and forth. And of course, that's great proof that, that causes falling, right? That's an idiotic claim. Yeah, what proves it? What proves how mass attracts mass?
Hey, if the Cavendish was true, couldn't you get like a big wrecking ball and then a baby would stick to it? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could get a huge ball of lead and have dust stick to the bottom of it.
Well, like at least a BB, not even dust, but like at least a BB.
Dust
Like
doesn't
you can,
No. I would want to go even give them even farther. Like, yeah, dust or just dirt particles, whatever. Yeah, instead of settling on the top, it should stick to the bottom also equally on all sides. Maybe you'd have a little more on top, but the smaller the thing is, and maybe I'm wrong about how they tried to describe it, but the smaller the thing versus the larger the large thing is going to have a much higher mass than the very, very small thing. So the smaller the thing is in comparison, the more it should be attracted. The more it should be attracted to the big thing, right?
It should orbit like the moon at least.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Have bullets just going around. The shot that was heard across the Earth or whatever it said, because it kept orbiting.
Well,
But
how about this problem?
Is I hear all kinds of arguments about like what these Globers will say things like, we'll talk about a butterfly or a balloon, and they'll be like, well, it doesn't have enough mass. All of a sudden, wait, it's not big enough for gravity to take effect? Explain this to me.
Well,
But
how
yet,
about this? How do you?
It can affect air particles. Sorry.
How do you extrapolate what is actually observed in the Cavendish experiment to everything attracting each other? Things falling, things going in orbits. Like, how do you go from observing that device do that thing to everything else? How do you extrapolate from that? There's no logical connection between what you're observing and everything else. They don't even look the same.
Well, like I said earlier, it's the stupidest thing in the world to think that mass attracts mass, but the universe is expanding. How could you? Whatever,
It's the stupidest thing in the world to think that Cavendish.
Yeah, that's the reaction.
Proves that.
That's the reaction. Like when you hear something so stupid like that, you're like, all right, well, whatever. You're hopeless.
Well, and it's just preaching to the choir in here, but the fact, like, just what was the title of Cavendish's paper? Ask any of them that.
Yeah, they don't know that. They don't even know that. They don't know anything about it. They just parrot each other. Some other anti-flat earther said it, so they just parrot it. Must be right.
Yeah. What was Cavendish trying to prove? Oh, gravity. Try again.
He was weighing the Earth. That's what he said.
Trying to find the density of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but he had to find the density, and then he could get the weight from that. That was his end goal, really, was getting the weight of the Earth. But he was wrong anyway because he got the density of water wrong, and they supposed there was X amount of water in the Earth. Everything the whole thing is just utter nonsense. And why they latched onto this particular so-called experiment is beyond me. Because it's in any way you think of it, it's horrible.
Yeah, well, it's even though it's so bad, it's the best they've got. That's why they latched onto it.
Well, that's embarrassing.
We got the whole idea, the mass attracting mass. That's Einstein, according to their new god, disproved that, but they don't recognize that, so they're gonna still stick with this Newton gravity, and and then they say Cavendish proved gravity, that a mass attracts mass. But they have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. Like, a lot of these guys will be parroting Einstein, throwing Newton under the bus, and then still use Cavendish.
No, it's crazy, eh?
Yeah, to the at the very least.
Look, well, I mean, even mainstream science says they know they have a problem with, gravity, right? The theory. They know that it only works in some instances and not in others, right? Because dark matter and all that stuff. So to use this, it's like, and even G, even they admit it's the worst known constant, right? It's the least accurately known versus like the weak force, the electromagnetic force, the strong force. So it's like they're taking the very weakest part of mainstream science and using that as proof. It's crazy.
Yeah, the weakest force that they could ever possibly imagine. It has the greatest effect on everything in their entire universe.
The weakest force, it's immeasurable, but it controls everything.
And again, we just gave them credit where it doesn't belong. We just use the word force. It's not even described as a force. It's a pseudo force.
Well, that's okay because they're all pseudoscientists, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's like? Hey, whatever it takes to float your boat, like that's pretty much it. Like, if that's what you want to believe, you'll say whatever you need to say. Going to be hard to attract globies with cutting down their gravity so hard, though. We should probably, hush hush, let them come in and
some people that
fight for their little G god.
No snips. Guys that train meats, when they go and they get the mice and stuff, and the rats, they'll keep the rats and then feed it to them. Let them hunt their own food.
You're super distant. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I can barely hear him too, man. I thought it was feedback or something.
Yeah, at first I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was just hot micing at first too.
Yeah, it was hot mic.
It's better when you let it hit them naturally. When you show them this, and this, and then they go, "Oh my God, are you saying gravity isn't real?" It's much better.
Listen, I just ask them for experiments. That's all I ever do. Like, I don't do anything too complicated. I just ask them for an experiment. Like, okay, you think this? Okay, what's the experiment that demonstrates it? You think mass attracts mass is the cause of falling objects? Okay, what's the experiment that demonstrates that? And they just get stuck.
It's,
there
it's
is no
better
experiment.
when it's better
And then
when
they
you.
and then they Google it and they come up with Cavendish and then they look like an idiot.
And then they
Yeah.
spiral, and then they call us names, and then
It's better when you hit them with the other things, and then they put it together that gravity isn't what they say it is, and then they pose the question to you. Wait a minute. It's fun.
Well, it doesn't really matter what anybody thinks anything is, because it's not what it's not what you think, it's what you can prove. And the one way to prove something is by experimental demonstration. And Witcher says all the time, falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to replace anything. We just need okay, show your proof, and that's all we need.
So, Indio, about the Cavendish thing, then I never took physics at a college level or anything like that. When they tell you that it's done in universities all around the world every year by hundreds or millions of students, and that all of this
Utter lie.
What is
That's just a lie?
Yeah, like what's going?
They don't even go to class anymore. Okay, they had a protest the other day to so they could go back to remote learning. You think they're doing Cavendish at home?
No, obviously not. But okay, pre the last 2 years. Okay, so
nobody
it's
was
been
doing
done
this.
in a lot of, it's been done in a lot of classrooms, correct? Like where they tried to use it as a demonstration for something.
I have no evidence of that. I have literally no evidence of anybody ever doing it in a classroom. Okay, the kid that came in here the other day, I proved he was lying. He said, I did it myself. Millions of people did. He was lying.
He meant he could do it himself.
Okay. If millions of people do it, okay, list all the people that have done the Cavendish. Go ahead, list them, all of them.
I've never talked to anybody. Maybe I know somebody, but it's never come up.
I have had quite a few people try to claim that they did it in school, but when pressed, they had no evidence or anything to validate that. And some of them even admitted later that they could have done it, and so stuff like that. So I don't know how much to trust those claims.
Oh, I talked to a Glober, I believe, that did recently do it and tried it in and out of a vacuum chamber. And yes, they didn't get the expected results the first 2 times, and then real close the next 2 times. And that was after he said that it was consistent results, and then I got that out of him. So that's all I know.
And what do you call that? What do you call that in science when you keep doing an experiment till you get the result that you want?
Cherry picking.
Cherry picking, or confirmation bias, right?
Well, even if he, according to what Witcher just said, he never even got the expected result after 4 tries. So it's just inconclusive.
Right. He says
no, it is conclusive. It doesn't work. It's supposed to work every time.
Yeah, because of course, I trigger them. I'm like, how do you control for the variable of electrostatics? And they get real triggered. But yeah, he didn't even argue with me on that. He's like, okay, until you can offer a mechanism and model it out and explain it to me and blah 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 blah. But yeah, he said that it was the predicted value the final 2 times.
What value was that?
I didn't even keep asking them, dude.
Because they think that they're actually measuring a force or something, but what you're measuring is the angular velocity of the ball. And then inferring from its speed how much force it takes to move that ball at that velocity, right? You do the equation for that. They're not measuring a force, and this is nobody knows what actually is done in Cavendish. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, they're just dishonest people too, right? Like he originally tried to run around bragging about how
probably never did it.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, we had a kid in here the other day, and I just kept asking him, okay, so how was this force measured? And because it was, he just couldn't tell me because they think, like, I don't know, what do they have, like a spring? What do they call that? Where you weigh something that has a spring in it, you can measure the force.
Like just a spring scale, like
Yeah, spring scale. Like, did they measure it without a spring scale? Like, how did they measure this force? And they don't. They don't measure force. They measure the speed at which the ball rotates, so they get an angular velocity and the weight of the ball, and they infer the force from it.
Resistance sounds like a good word.
I mean, you know those scales you put in your tackle box when you go fishing? You dangle the fish from the thing, you hold it up, and it gives you a reading. That's a spring scale.
I don't eat fish.
Okay, well, I know there's somebody in here who's gone fishing before and knows what I'm talking about.
Did you bump your head or something?
Dude, yeah, I did, but that was like 6 months ago, and I think I'm all right. After the CT scan and shit, you can probably quit bringing it up.
Well, that's what someone suffered damages would say.
Now, whether or not I suffered damage from the radiation of the CT scan, now you could go there.
Did you guys see?
See, I've never. I was just going to say, I've never done the Cavendish. The reason I know that what happens is because there's a little girl on YouTube that does it. And she shows you everything. Like, literally everything. How force is inferred, right? So they infer it from Newton's second law, right? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So it takes X amount of force to move a 5-pound ball at this velocity, right? So how much force is that? And that's where they get G from. They never measured any force directly. They're all indirect measurements, right? Based upon the laws from the same clown whose laws we don't listen to anymore anyway.
Interesting.
And even still, that's just little g. This is just acceleration, which is an average of things. Falling still gives no explanation as to the cause of
Falling
it doing
is
that,
big
right?
G. Yeah, exactly. Falling is little g. The gravitational constant is big G. They derive big G from from Cavendish. A little g is just taking Cavendish, right, that gravitational constant, and applying it to what we always observe, the rate of falling of an object. The rate of falling of an object, 9.8 meters per second squared. Right, so you don't need any theory to measure that.
Right.
I don't need a theory to measure how fast something falls. I don't need it.
Well, it's funny that even the idea of like, okay, so this is different than what you're talking about, but when it comes to little g, the law, they're talking about averaging solids falling through a vacuum, right?
Technically, no. Technically, little g was voted on. They had a body of standards back in 1912 or whatever, and they all agreed that it was 9.8 meters per second squared.
He's on about the bowling ball and the feather. He's trying to talk about the bowling ball and the feather.
Yeah. Essentially, essentially the bowling ball and the feather. Like, so if you got
what I'm saying is, it's not a measured value, Lou. Dude, there is no measured value.
No,
it's just something everybody agreed upon.
There's no vacuum chamber tall enough to get a good reading on that, basically, either.
Yeah,
so
probably not. Yeah.
But hey, with the vacuum,
I agree.
Count for the electrostatics, though, I can't help but say it. I just think it's super funny. They would say, like, you can't remove all the electrostatics. There's no such thing as an actual vacuum. So I'm sorry. Like, I just don't even see how you can make the claim. Like, yeah, they're taking the effect, they're conflating it to a cost claim. It's not even actually measured, like you said, it's agreed upon. But the fact that they think that they could even step in to make the cost claim is ridiculous. Like, on numerous levels, but because they can't even control the variables that are there, like the attractive force that is there.
Yeah, I agree. You can't take away the electrostatics. What I tend to do is I just give them the vacuum because you're just a bit more reasonable and it comes across better. But when you totally dismiss it by saying, "Oh, it's not a perfect vacuum," or what was the other one? When you totally dismiss it anyway, you seem unreasonable, I think, and I think it puts people off from taking information. So I tend to just go, yeah, the vacuum takes away the air around it, and then we can measure the right rate of the objects falling, and
but the reason it's important to state that it's not a perfect vacuum is because there's still molecules in there and they're electrostatic. So like you actually didn't remove the variable of electrostatics at all. I mean, you can infer than that. Like that's the assumption that there is nothing else. If it was theoretically a vacuum, and that's not accounting for the fact that, of course, the objects themselves have it, and then they'll say that they'll try to ground it, but there's a constant fluctuation of that energy in there. Anyway, that's all I'm saying. It's like
I have a question.
So to finish what I was actually getting at with the whole bowling ball on the feather, which thank you, by the way, for talking about the bowling ball on the feather. Like, yeah, I could have said that on my own, but even with that, like, so let's say you had the best vacuum chamber on Earth, and it was 10 times taller than it is right now, and you tried to do these tests with all different things, all different solids and stuff, right? Well, like, no matter what it is, this ignores the whole density buoyancy issue, which we bring up. Something that's in water is going to rise, and something that's it's all about the medium. Well, if you're putting these things into that vacuum chamber, you're changing the medium. But you're still never going to get that perfect vacuum, and now, assume you have a perfect vacuum, this theoretical perfect vacuum. Well, then no matter what it is, if it has mass whatsoever, then they all equal each other out. They are all infinitely more dense than the vacuum itself. So that's why they would fall at the same rate.
Can I ask, do you guys have how is velocity carried through gravity or with gravity?
What's gravity?
Whatever you say it is, but how is the velocity carried with it?
This question doesn't mean anything to me. Somebody else?
Are you trying to say, like, basically, like, let's say the velocity of a bullet or an airplane flying through the air, ballistic, and basically how come one is tied with the gravitational rotation of the Earth and one isn't? One experiences Coriolis, one does not. Is that what you're trying to say?
Nothing is tied to the Earth through gravity or Coriolis.
I'm asking why, when you drop a penny from this height and this height, what's carrying it to make it do more damage one way versus the other height? What's carrying that force?
It accelerates until it reaches terminal velocity, like the fastest that it can. And there's going to be a drag because of the medium once again. So it's all about the medium. If you can remove the medium, then it doesn't have any drag. But you cannot remove the medium. Not entirely, anyway.
Thank you.
By removing the medium, what you're trying to say is by removing the medium, you're moving one of the variables that actually determine the relative density of every object. It's all relatively with the densities in there. So once you manipulate the density, i.e. the air that's inside the vacuum chamber, you're already messing with one of the key components that determine how things will settle in the natural world.
But yeah, I mean, what it basically is, so take the penny dropping, like, okay, do bowling ball and feather or feather and penny. If you can completely remove the medium, then they're going to fall. Both of them will probably penetrate your skull. Okay, and at the same time, but that would just be a hypothesis that I've made. We can't test it.
So how is it carrying that medium from a higher height when you drop it all the way to the ground to put a hole in the ground? I mean, this is maybe an unanswered. I'm just not sure.
It's because both of them are infinitely more dense than the medium around it. Now, if we were to take a ping pong ball and a lead ball and submerge them in water, they're not going to both rise to the top at the same speed. In fact, one of them's not going to rise. But again, we're adjusting the medium. This is how we isolate it. We have to play with, I mean, different behaviors. What I'm saying is, when they give you this acceleration rate, they completely exclude, uh, you know, like fluids, like the medium being a fluid. The medium doesn't necessarily have to be a vacuum. It doesn't have to be air. It doesn't have to be water. But like, in fact, they never talk about the medium. They just say, let's just remove all medium and do it. But yeah, once you've done that, if you removed all medium, then the tendency is towards down. Do we have to have an explanation for why down? Well, because down is where everything resides. It's just a law. It doesn't go through the scientific method. If everything started moving upward instead, we'd be walking on the ceiling. You would call down up. It just
There's
is.
a lot of things
It's
in
one of
nature
those.
that are
It's
like
one of those. It's one of those things that just is.
There's a lot of things like this, Luke. It's called the right hand rule in electricity, right? Electric charge and magnetism are perpendicular to each other. You know,
Okay,
light
I'm not
refracts.
familiar with this. But go
Well, I'll give you another example. When light penetrates a medium, it refracts towards what they call the normal direction, directly perpendicular to the boundary. So these are just like rules. There's no reason why it does it. It's just like that's the direction it goes in. There's no reason behind it. The things they fall down. That's the direction it goes. It doesn't have to be a reason. Just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, why would they not fall down?
Yeah, if they fell in a different direction, we would freaking say, why'd they fall that way? I mean, it's dumb.
So I posted a video. It's like an article. I guess it came out pretty recently, I think, but it's like this this lady sees what she assumes to be an iceberg because it's so far away from any landmass that should be there, and then she finds out it's actually just mountains 180 kilometers away. And the weathernetwork.com articles explaining how it's just a superior mirage, and normally it would be way behind the horizon. Super unrelated, but I think it's funny because a lot of us probably saw Chicago observation was, in our early journey through flat Earth, and that's what they said, and they're still saying the same thing.
They're still saying mirage, man. It's unbelievable.
So crazy.
Like, don't they know what a mirage looks like?
I don't think they've ever seen
mirage?
a mirage.
And what you're
Mirages
seeing
have
here
certain uniquely
is a mirage.
Just seeing as a garage.
They say our flat measurements comport to refraction.
Yeah, it came out today, January 19th, 2022. Like, dude, do you think that's a mirage, bro? Like, no, you're just seeing the freaking mountain, dude. You're seeing the land mass clearly. Not inverted, distorted.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Most definitely not.
Right, because if you talk to the Globe Zealots, they'll disavow the Joshua Nowicki coverage on the news and say that guy was wrong. It's not a superior mirage. Like, then why is your side still saying that? 2022, bro? Because if they know that that's probably as ridiculous as it is, it's not actually viable. It's more viable than what they run around and say. But wait, so anyway, if I have a chamber and I drop some styrofoam, and then I use a Van de Graaff generator, and I make the styrofoam that's on the ground go up to the top of the container. How does that happen? What's up with that? Wouldn't that mean that it has something to do with its direction? I mean, that its direction could be affected by this.
Yeah, so like when you were talking with this, you've looked way more into the whole electrostatics thing. Now that whole thing where I kind of finished up saying where it just is, like, why do things tend towards down? This is where maybe electrostatics could then jump in.
Correct. And it's just because it's what's there, bro. Like it's what we can acknowledge that we know is there. And then we can just acknowledge, well, what we know it can do, right? It's not like we don't have to come up with some fairy tale about how it makes where we live into a shape. It's nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a phenomena, and you're addressing the actual variables. And if you address density and electrostatics, the phenomena is completely explained, right? It's like, I mean, you could say it is with the density alone, but, well, you're just not acknowledging a variable, right? But either way, if you can manipulate that charge and make things change direction, well, then that objectively shows that the manipulation or change of that charge will change the direction of an item or an object. So, if things are going down or up, regardless, if they're on this earth and they're made of molecules, then it's electrostatic acceleration one way or the other. It's kind of like if the car goes in forward or in reverse, it's still used gasoline.
Well, yeah, with polarity in electricity, like talking about positive do the electrons flow from positive to negative or negative to positive? Neither one is actually incorrect.
Sure, but positive is going to go to negative, yeah. So
it's just a way of thinking. It's just the way that we conceptualize it, and in order to all be on the same page, we have to think of it the same way. But neither one is wrong.
Sure. But like if there's a whole bunch of positive charge in the air up above the earth and the surface is negatively charged, then you're going to have that positive charge go down to the earth.
Yeah, but it could work the opposite way. It could be, and it would still be the same effect. It would still be equally as true. It could be going from the ground to the sky.
Sure, like lightning does that, right?
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's not like there's this everything goes down, it's pulled down, or anything like that. It's just it's all relative. So I would say
the energy actually comes in from the sides. It's just so fast you can't tell. It looks like it either goes up or down or up. But electricity is actually, I've said this before, current is not inside of a wire. It comes from outside of the wire. The wire guides it.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you have a dielectric breakdown like lightning, right, the air is like, because it's the gas, right, it's trying to guide the electricity. But, it isn't very